4. As you can see, the players making their way into the middle as we resume play on day 2. The players resuming for Barbados today. We lost Jamel Warrican in the final over of play, the night watchman. And with him was Jonathan Drates. He was not out on 3. Joining Drates today is Shane Dorridge. Shane Dorridge, he's joined Jonathan Drates, is it? As we just have a look around this morning, this beautiful facility. The outfield is lush, the pitch. You just wait to see how it plays today. Yesterday late in the evening, a couple balls were keeping a bit low. But alongside me this morning is none other than Colin Murray.
Yeah, good morning to you, Andy, and good morning to all our viewers and wherever you may be picking up this broadcast. Another day here. The sun is out as per usual. We've been just having sun for the last maybe month or so. When you wake up in the morning, you don't expect anything else but sun. And boy, it has been real hot. It's been sweltering heat here at in Trinidad and Tobago in general. And you could just feel for the players. But it's going to be Anderson Phillip. And he is going to continue because in the over last night or yesterday evening, he picked up a wicket with the 4th ball. Good move by Joshua De Silva, bringing him back, replacing Imran Khan and picking up the wicket of the night watchman. Oh, that's a good shot to start the morning.
It's Wickham, actually.
That's Kevin Wickham. Yep. The board has Shane Dorridge, but it's Kevin Wickham, which I'm not surprised at. He's coming ahead of Dorridge, and that's a really excellent shot to start the morning. A half volley, but you have to put it away, especially the first ball you receive. You always want that feeling of the ball onto the bat, and you don't care if it goes for 4. You just want to get that feeling of the ball onto the bat, and boy, did he push that nicely. The 100 is up, 103 for 4.
And that was contrasting to what happened yesterday morning at the start, Colin. You remember there was a wicket off the first ball and play yesterday morning.
So and then Wickham gets a single to end the over because, as I said, just 2 deliveries were left in the over. And Anderson Phillip picking up that wicket of the night watchman, and which meant that Wickham had to come out this morning to start proceedings with Drake Souls on 3. 104 for 4 at the end of the over. They still trail by 68 runs, but you would think another wicket or 2, and this could be a very interesting. May very well have to come down to who bats better in the second innings.
I quite agree with you, Colin. It will be a day's play of movement, if you could call it such. So, it's as you said. Or if we have a good partnership here in Barbados can get beyond that lead, and I'm sure they'll be looking to press on and have a big lead. So it will be interesting to see how the day progresses. But the bowler here from us, the Northern End, it will be Kerry Pierre to start the morning's proceedings here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's going to... The pitch was turning slightly yesterday. And I would expect today, and it's not going to be a big difference in terms of the amount of turn, but there was a slight amount of turn yesterday. I think by day 3 it's going to be a little bit more purchase off the wicket for the spinners, and if they do get into a day 4, I think it's going to be tough for the batsmen. So Pierre starting this morning, 2 for 18 thus far from his 12.1 overs.
And yes, he bowled very well yesterday, Colin. Late into the evening, he got those 2 wickets and really brought the Red Force back into the contest.
Yeah, the 2 wickets late in the afternoon, which I wouldn't say even the contest, because at Barbados Pride, just going at 172, you would think that they should easily get past that 172. But I think when he picked up that wicket of McCaskey and then Anderson Phillip getting that wicket of Warrican, it not tilted the balance, but you felt Red Force was slightly getting back into it. And another wicket or so, well, who knows? But these 2 young men Wickham and Drake's doing very well. Wickham averaging at the moment 62.6 from just 3 matches, 5 innings, and he's got 313 runs.
Yeah, these
And
two being shouldering the baton for the Barbados Pride. I know even though Wicket would have missed the last game, he's back here to continue the good form that he's been in throughout the competition so far.
yeah, he has 100 and 250s. Drake's 100 and 150. So you've got to say these are the two form men, and the Red Force will have to. They don't have names as such, as it's the end of the over, 104 for 4. They're not the big name players, and they've slowly come into terms with regional cricket. But I think they've had a wonderful season thus far, and they're holding their hand up and saying to the West Indies selectors, "Hey, you got to watch me."
Yep, and that's what you do. You grasp your opportunities. Two of the younger players, Barbados over the years, the middle order batting was been strong with some seasoned campaigners. You had the likes of Brooks and Carter and that a lot. But they're now portraying the trade with the CCC team. So it's a good opportunity for these young men to come in and show their mettle here playing for Barbados Pride.
And it's good, I think, for the Barbados selectors because it's easy to continue with the older generation in terms of they're there, they tried, they tested. Oh, that's a nice shot. It's not going to get runs, more of a push. Yeah, and what they've done is they're starting to give hope to the younger generation. And no pun intended by giving hope to the younger generation. But, you've got to, at some stage, you've got to let go and say, look, these two young men are showing in promise, let's get them in. And if you get them in and they fail, then you bring them back out and work on them again for them to return.
Well, it's nice of what the Barbados selectors are doing. They've been giving them a taste. Like we spoke yesterday of young Shan Braffett, who had a look in, and now he's around the squad. So certainly he will see what it is like to be playing at this level and rubbing shoulders among the likes of the captain and Craig Braffett and McCaskey and that lot.
Yeah, and I'm sure, with the coaches as well, working on him, working with him. And obviously the lesson has to be learned that there's nothing like practice. Practice and more practice. Remember Shiv Chandapol, for example. You looked at Shiv Chandapol and you've said, well, he's okay. He's all right. Looks okay. But then the man has the kind of runs the man has. He's better than he looks okay.
Yep.
There was one in older in my generation, and well, just before my generation. I wouldn't think I'm that old, but Charlie Davis, for example. Charlie Davis certainly wasn't a gifted player in terms of like a Lawrence Rowe or Alvin Calitran or those kind of guys, but he was more in the mold of a Jeff Boycott. He would work and work and work at his game, and he would be here in the morning. Club cricket starts at 1 o'clock. He would be here in the morning, 9 o'clock, practicing, and he would get anybody who was willing to bowl to him could have bowled. Naughty shot from Drake's, flashing at this. A little bit more bounce from Anderson Phillip. He's now getting into his rhythm, and shortish lifting. And Drake's was trying to play that square on the offside. Luckily, he didn't get the edge. Yeah, and Charlie Davis was one of those who, and he believed there was nothing like practice. And I mentioned the name Jeff Boycott. The story here was a game against Trinidad Tobago. Bernard Julian got him out, and as soon as he didn't go into the dressing room, he went straight to the nets. And I think that's one of the main things the younger generation need to understand.
And surely amongst the experienced players, they will understand the requirements of first-class cricket and the idea of to bat long, spend loads of time in the middle, and it's good to have these younger players play alongside some of the experienced players, like we said, the Brathwaites and that lot, who really pride the game on spending time in the middle, and that's some of the requirements that are required here to get runs, patience, and that application, call it. Another good delivery there by Phillips. So that completes another over. So at the end of that over, the Barbados Pride 104 for 4.
Yes, 104 for 4, and they've negotiated, 2 overs and 2 balls so far. No real alarms, except that shot played by Drakes outside the line of the off stump, off of Anderson Phillip, that could easily have got the edge. He was looking to hit it square on the offside. And as I said, a little bit more bounce, and maybe as it hit the seam off from Anderson Phillip, Drakes just a little bit looking for, of course, he's the type of batsman, and I haven't seen Jonathan Drakes that much, but just looking at him, you could tell that he likes to get on with the game. He's
Yeah.
not one who's going to push and prod and accumulate his runs. He seems to want to play his shots and get on with the business of scoring runs.
Oh yeah, both of these players are stroke makers, these two batters. So I'm sure any ball that is in their area to score, they will capitalize. See, yep. So that is for sure. These two will play some shots.
Good ball from Pear there. It had some turn, beat the outside edge. And that's what they've got to guard against, these two. Because Carey Pear is going to, all day long, he's going to bowl a nagging line, nagging length. And if he's going to get some purchase off of this pitch, got to be very careful with him. A little flatter and quicker from Pear, but not the length he would have wanted. And Wickham getting on the back foot quite comfortably, punching it out to that short extra cover. He's going to get a single because the man there, is that Otley? That is, no, that's
Khan.
that's Imran Khan.
Yep.
That's right. Now, he is about halfway to the boundary, so a comfortable single once it's played to him. Very interesting field placing there. And I'm certainly not. It's not my favorite because I always think that you're either in or you're out.
Yep.
Meaning you're either in to save the single or out if they go over the top. And I certainly think if any of these batsmen go over the top, unless it's a mishit, it's going to go over the head of Khan. The end of the over, however, from Carey Pear, just the 1 run coming from the over. So he's bowled very well so far this morning. 2 overs, just the 1 run coming from his 2 overs. And it's 105 for 4.
Yep, and that's what we've come accustomed to from Kerry Pierre. He will be accurate. He will be there or thereabout on that off stump, middle and off. If there's any purchase, he just wants to exploit that. He's got a slip in place, and he'll be looking to beat the outside edge and probably take an edge. But the 2 players in the middle, the 2 batters, their job will be to see out the first half an hour, just spend some time there and try to get a partnership between them. As it's Anderson Phillips, he will continue from that, the southern end.
Here's Anderson Phillip. That one coming in. Again, not well lined because he brought it back to Wickham. But in so doing, the line was really not good. And was it leg bias or did he get a little bit of a touch? Get a touch to it, yeah. I wasn't checking the umpire. And it went very fine. But if you're going to bring it back, you can't. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, you can't pitch it outside that line of the leg stump and going even further down the leg side. Any batsman with quality is just going to play it very fine. There's a fine leg, but he's pretty wide from Imran Khan. And then there's that deep backward square leg as well. But with 2 slips and a gully, you expect Phillip to be outside the line of the off stump. That's much better, except he needs to get a little closer.
And again, like we spoke yesterday of the Jason Holder, you saw how patient he was just on that off stump, and I'm sure that was all Phillips would be required to do this morning, especially he's fresh, the ball still got a little bit moving around a bit, but he don't want to be too far or too straight on that leg side as he was in the first ball, because obviously that's where the batsman will tend to score.
delivery line on the. You could see him looking to work that ball towards mid wicket, and I thought it may have just come on quicker than he anticipated. And so the ball, you could see the bat angled towards mid wicket, but it came off more the outer part of the bat, and luckily for him, didn't go in the air.
Be interested where the plans are because obviously he's got the fine line, he's got the deep backward square, and the backward square is on the boundaries pretty much. So probably a short ball is somewhere in there.
Gonna get an easy single. Because again, on the body of Wickham, but there's no one at mid wicket, so it's easy for him just to work it on the leg side. He's got to, if he doesn't have a mid wicket, he's got to keep it away from just coming in to the body of the batsman, unless you're going to bowl it very short and tempt them either to hook or get under it. But at the moment, he's not doing either.
Yep, and like I said, it'd be interesting what the tactic is because obviously there's a lot of real estate in that mid wicket area.
I tell you what, Andy, if I was Anderson Phillip, I would be concentrating on a full length outside the line of the off stump because I've got the protection with a mid-off, a cover and a point. Then I've got the two slips and gully in catching positions. And then if I've got that deep backward square, it's not to bowl short, but it's to bowl body line and let him either get out of the way or hook. I'm not talking just a short ball where he can work it towards mid-wicket. Now they've moved out one of the slips and they've put him towards that mid-wicket region. Now I think it's just to give Anderson Phillip the opportunity to vary his deliveries. That's a good delivery. That's probably one of his better deliveries, pitching it up. And there was Drake's in defense. The end of the over from Anderson Phillip, 110 for 4. The 5 runs coming from the over, the boundary off the very first delivery. So he came back well with the next few deliveries. But I'm happy to see that it's 110 for 4 now. But I'm happy to see that they're deciding, look, we're going to take out the slip because maybe they just feel there's not enough movement outside the line of the off stump, and they've put him towards that short mid-wicket. So in case Anderson Phillip decides to bring the ball back into the right-hander, they're not going to just push it there on the onside and get a comfortable single. They've got to try, Red Force, to dry up the runs as much as they can as Carey Pearce starts a new over. Now, you know these two guys better than I do. How patient are they, Andy?
They're patient, especially Drake. Drake, he will bide his time. He will spend a lot of time there in the wicket. Wickham, he's a little bit more of a shot maker. He will score. Once given any opportunities to score, Wickham definitely will score. But he spends some time as well. And anytime Wickham is there, the scoring rate will keep rotating. Yeah. That's for sure. Moving.
Well, that's good to hear because, you know, the thing I find with a lot of the batsmen in the region now, you know, you if you keep them tied down for an over or two, suddenly they play shots. That's a good delivery from Pear. Just a little bit more bonks and turn. And
we do anticipate that from Carey Pearce, and as the wicket gets a bit older, he gets a bit more grip on this ball as it gets older as well. Those are the type of deliveries we anticipate.
That's a good shot. He was given the width, and he just caressed it down towards third man position. Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting, both second innings, because you've got Warrican and Charles from the Pride, and then you've got Pear, Charles, and Imran Khan from the Red Force. So it could very well turn out to be a spinner's game in the end.
And that the captains would have spoken at the toss. They're expecting it to turn as it go into day 3. He said the surface is looking a bit dry. Josh De Silva, he did say that. So he's thinking that the spinners will really come into the fore on day 3.
It's how well the both teams can bat in the second innings. The end of the over from Carey Pearce, he's now bowled 2 for 22 from his 15 overs. And just have to wait and see if Anderson Phillip is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Yeah, talking about the batting, I know the Red Force, they were not happy at all with their performance yesterday outside of Amir Jangu, and they were complaining. Apparently, there's footage, and I haven't seen it, of Joshua De Silva, and they're claiming not a bump ball, but they're claiming it was a big no ball, and the umpire missed it.
So
I said, send me the footage. Send me. Not that I can do anything about it, but I think they were a little peeved at that. I said, oh, I thought you all were peeved that Joshua thought it was a bump ball. They said, no, it was a no ball.
okay.
And that's so tough. The umpires now have great help at international level when the no ball is called from the TV umpire.
Yeah, we don't have such technology in
No.
this cricket. But I thought you were saying that Joshua picked up it was a no ball from the passing.
No, I told them send me the footage. Let me see it for myself, and they promised they're going to, because they're going to send it to me. But the unfortunate thing is when decisions like that are made, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just like a there was a game in England. My good friend Red Spur, who supports Tottenham Hotspurs. They beat Liverpool. Of course, I'm a Liverpool fan. Let me let you know that, Andy, in case you want to bad talk Liverpool. It's not acceptable in the booth.
Okay, but I surely would.
Yeah, and they beat Liverpool 2-1, and it was picked up that the goal Liverpool scored to go ahead by Luis Diaz, it was called offside, and VAR looked at it and never turned the decision over. And it was the debate went on for about 2 weeks, and Liverpool asked for a replay, but of course you can't. The referee's decision is final. But it was clear that he was not offside, and he was actually given offside. He went on and scored the goal, and it's on just to the right of first slip. They've moved out that second slip, so it's always a gamble Red Force is going to take, but that didn't carry. I think maybe if there were 2 slips in place, who knows, it might have gone low down, but I thought it was dropping in front of or just to the right of Brian Charles, who is at slip. Let's have a look. It's
It would have been close if he had a second slip in place.
yeah, but
So it's just a bit of the impatience, you see. Because of what he was bowling the previous over, the captain was forced to pull that
That's
man
right.
from second slip and bring it into that mid-wicket area, because obviously he was bowling a bit straight and into the leg. But here he is in this over so far. He's come down on the line of the off slip, or where the captain will want him to bowl. But
no, I'm wondering though, maybe 2 slips rather than that slip, that wide slip and gully. Oh, that's a good delivery. So he's
on
much
that,
better
Colin,
now.
yeah,
Eh? He's
yeah.
now in his line and length.
And on that, Colin, that's why I love to see the 2 slips, especially on a pitch which is kind of low and dry. I don't see many balls really carrying to the gully area, but any edge, as you saw that one was going down a little bit, I think if you're going to capitalize, you will want to have the player in the opportunity to take a catch, and that second slip will be more imposing for me than the gully without much bounce on the deliveries.
Yeah, I agree with you. But we'll wait and see if Da Silva decides to change the field based on this next 2 deliveries. And that's 4 more. That's too short. You can't afford on a pitch like this to bowl that short. And unless you're going to get it head high, then it's once it's on the body, on the slowness of the pitch, they're able to work the ball around.
So again, even with the gully in place, the ball with that not much pace on it, it's not going to fly out and go screaming height to a gully area. So I think what they know what they're doing, they're probably looking at the gap. But if you're looking for a wicket, you got to think, I'm going to attack him for a wicket.
Correct. Oh, Wickham. And you did say he scores quickly. He's on to 20 now from just 24 deliveries, whereas Drake's is on 5 from 18.
And that's the nature of the 2 players. Like I said, Wickham, once given any opportunity to score, he's going to score. Drakes, he will bide his time.
So the end of the over from Anderson Phillip, 121 for 4 at the end of it. So the lead now just 51 by the Red Force. And you have to think that they need a wicket quickly, because these two have put on 22 runs, or they've put on actually, let's see, 22 runs already. And of the 22 runs, Wickham has got 20 of them.
Yep. And it wasn't with much alarm either. It was just that one
Yeah.
delivery from Phillips that went past the outside edge of Drake's as he was cutting. But outside of that, I think it's been pretty, steady going for the Pride.
Yeah, it's been rather routine. I think Carrie Pierce has had his moments as well, one or two beating the bat. And there's another comfortable single to out to mid-off. And I must say, Andy, I don't like it, because it's taking the pressure. Pierce bowling so well. And once they play that single, it eases the pressure slightly.
Yeah, it's a single on offer every time that they're able to hit the ball down to that mid-off area, because Khan is so deep. Like you said, he's not at a regulation mid-off position. He's more in between mid-off and long off.
Yeah.
So anytime the ball goes down to that area, is a comfortable single.
Now the question arises, they're obviously looking at the boundary, in case he's up at a normal mid-off and it beats him to his left. But to me, that's the chance you have to take. You've got to pin him down. You've got to make him work for the run. Let him look at the mid-off coming up. Let him look at the long off coming off to a mid-off and say, okay, well, beat me if you can.
I agree with you. You got to allow him that chance to try to get it over me. If he does, then that's all good.
It's fine.
That's all fine. But you would have created a chance. But Kerry Pierre, like you said, he's one who could bowl long spells. He bowls lots of overs. He'll be there or thereabout all day. So I know he's got his work cut out somewhat for today.
That's well fielded. Had it gone past him, it would have been the single. So Carrie Pierre, he's in what? His 16th over. He's been very steady, 2 for 23. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. And you would think he's the kind of bowler you've got to try and hit him off his length. But it's not easy. It's easier said than done. It's the end of the over. 122 for 4. And, of course, we up here, we can say anything we want. But, I would like to see them getting after him a little bit more. But he's a steady bowler. He tends to bowl a good line, tends to bowl a good length. And on this track, where it's getting a little bit of turn, they've got to be very careful.
Yeah.
The delivery to get out McCaskey, I thought, was an excellent one.
It was indeed. But I would think that the think tank in the Pride camp, they'll be saying to these guys, while Pierre is going to be there or thereabout, we're not going to take any chances to him. Let's just bat him out, and if anything comes, we take it. But if we can get some runs from the other end, let's just do that. But you don't want to give Kerry Pierre a wicket. Let him bowl for it.
Runs again. That's a really good shot from Drake's. A delivery. It's too short. You cannot afford to bowl that short to a batsman in form like Jonathan Drake's. And he's going to take that any day of the week. Lovely shot.
Indeed. He was on the back foot. His elbows were high. And he just punched that one in front of the point fielder, who had no chance. And it just raced away to the boundary. A very lovely shot by Joshua Drakes. And like I said, these guys have got loads of ability. Just need to continue to progress and and put the runs on the tens and allow the selectors to look at them and continue to look at them.
Well, there's a change in the field, because with that, the man at point has gone right back to the boundary edge. So of course, Red Force very concerned giving away too many runs, because the lead now is whittled down to just about 46. And it's not what the doctor ordered. They would have liked to have picked up at least a wicket in the first half an hour. And that has not come to pass.
Yep. So Joshua De Silva, he's mindful of the scoreboard, so he's having an eye on that as well. You don't want them to run away too quickly. So that's why he's going a little bit on the defense on that point area. Another good effort ball there by Phillips.
I
But
must say, both Drakes and Wickham, they look very, very comfortable at the moment. They look as if they're going to bat here all day. They give that impression. They're not flustered. They're working the ball around nicely. And I would think it's got to be a good delivery, a very good delivery to get either of them out at this point in time, just the way they've started.
they're two elegant players, as you can see.
That's
They're
right.
tall and upright. But yeah,
It's a good delivery. Yorker length. He came down on it. I would expect that Anderson Phillip must be maybe in his last over before they look at maybe Jaden Seals. I would think they would want to keep the faster bowlers from the Brian Lara Pavilion in and mix up the spinners from the media center, Jerry Gomez media center or Willie Rodriguez end. The good thing with the Red Force team is they've got a good bit of variety in the lineup.
it's a good delivery. Very good delivery, just nipping back a bit into Dritz, and he was equal to the task.
I think that is the surprise packet from Anderson Phillip when he brings it back, because I don't think Jonathan Drakes was looking for that, and it certainly came back at him all of a sudden, and he played it well in the end.
But that's the type of length that you want with bowling throughout. I mean, it's just there. It's not too full. It's not too short. And as you see, there's not a lot you can do. I think those type of deliveries are the ones that would create a little bit of problems here.
He's going to pick up a couple more runs. Let's see, is it going to go into the boundary? No, it won't. There is protection now in the deep. They're going to come back for three. No, they will not. They thought of the third run, but in the end they settled for the two. That was another good shot, but this time there's protection in the deep. Getting the width, didn't he?
A lovely shot, flowing drive. But as you said, there's protection out there in the deep. But again, as you saw on that final delivery, Phillips, he was great away from the previous delivery where he was just 6 meters or thereabout, and then he's gone a bit fuller. And Drates was able to get onto the front foot and essay a nice drive there. So at the end of that over, 128 for 4. The Barbados Pride and moving along pretty steady, Colin.
Yeah, they are from 99 for 4 overnight. And they're now 128 for 4. So not what the doctor would have ordered for the Red Force, but certainly the doctor seems to be in the dressing room of the Pride. That's a really good ball. That turned. I tell you what, this is day 2, and we're in the first half an hour, and that turned.
If you have a look at it on the replay here, Colin, look. Oh,
And they're going to get the comfortable, and that's the thing. That's what I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I'm going to get upset, and I don't think I should be upset on this beautiful morning. But you just beat him with a delivery, and then the next ball he gets a comfortable single. So the pressure is not there.
go. Another good delivery. But as you said, every time the ball goes past Kerry Pierre there on that offside, it's a single, an easy single, because Can is, like you said, just a couple of meters off the boundary. He's not on the boundary. He's not at mid-off, saving that one.
Oh, that was interesting. Leave alone from Wickham, because that one didn't come back as much as Pierre would have liked, but it was pushed through.
I think that's
So
straight.
he judged it well. That's another good delivery. So he's back on line, back on length.
What's interesting, Colin, is that every time that Pierre is on a fuller length, they're just intent on defending him. But as soon as he's a little bit shorter, that's when they're just punching the ball up to that mid-off area.
Well played.
So that brings us to the end of another over, 129 for 4. The Barbados Pride, Jonathan Drates, he's on 12, and Kevin Wickham, he's on 21. But as you can see, Kerry Pierre just getting through his overs in quick time, just to keep the bowling going. And as you asked, it looks like it's going to be a bowling change from that the Queen's Park over the Joy Crew members in, where we have Jaden Seals seems to be coming on for his first spell of the morning.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval very hot, and Anderson Peer he gives it all. In fairness to him, and to be running in at that type of pace, can't see them doing more than 4 or 5 over spells.
Yep, and I'm sure
Jaden Seals is a different type of proposition, and it's going to be interesting how Drakes deals with Seals.
yep, a skillful type of bowler, but you see in the same field, there's no changes to the field that Phillips will have had. He's got the one slip, the gully, the deep point, the cover, the mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square is still in place, and the fine leg.
Yeah, I think Seals is asking for. Is it the slip? He's asking well, there's no first slip, so I think Joshua De Silva will have to dive for anything to his right, because Brian Charles is almost like a second slip. So not the line he would have wanted to start to Wickham. Gets an easy single.
Yep. Yeah, but it was good to see Jaden Seas in that second spell yesterday when he came back from the pavilion in, and he really showed some purpose when he ran in and he had got that wicket. But he was excited in that second spell, how he just came in yesterday, Colin.
Yeah, he came back really pumped up as well. I think I was about to say, I think when he was bowling to Craig Brathwaite, and it's interesting because when you come up against a fellow West Indies player, especially the captain, you tend to exert a little bit more energy, and I thought he was really pumped up coming into bowl to Brathwaite, and this was after Brathwaite was dropped the over before, and he was able to. And I thought the Red Force would have paid for that. And luckily they didn't because of Jaden Seals. Really a peach of a delivery outside the off stump to dismiss Brathwaite. That's a good Yorker. Handled well by Drakes.
Yep. But it's good to see Seals, like you said, back at the park and really putting in the effort. You know, he's coming off of injuries, but sure the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the West Indies cricket would be happy to see this young man on the park and giving the effort.
You're going to keep it away from there. It's only probably going to get a single, but another good-looking shot. Pitched up by Seals, but the line was not good. He's got away with it because Drake should have plastered that for 4 because he was right on top of it. But I don't think he timed it as well as he would have liked.
Yeah, the
and
time
gave
is
Mid-on the chance to get around.
yeah, time is a little bit off. And a good save out there by Kerry Pierre as well, running around to his right and tumbling. And, you know, it's not his strongest side, but he was diving away and stopping anything of more than a single. So good fielding out there by Kerry Pierre, who is known to be a very good fielder.
He is a good catcher of the cricket ball, but also in terms of his ground fielding, it's pretty good. Loose there from Wickham. It was short outside the line of the off stump, but a little too wide, and I thought Wickham, again, as you mentioned earlier, Andy, he likes to score runs, doesn't like to be bogged down or playing dot balls.
Yep.
But you just got to, as they say, play every ball in its merit, and that one he should have left it alone.
Yeah.
But he was having a little dab at it, wide outside the off stump. Seals in his 7th over, 1 for 17 so far. He's bowled well. It's great to see him back on the cricket field.
Top ball again.
It's The end of the over from him, 131 for 4 at the end of Jaden Seals' over.
Yeah.
7 overs, 1 for 17. Yeah, it's great to see him back on the cricket field. You know, when fast bowlers get this back injury, remember Ian Bishop many years ago um, was almost a tear-away fast bowler. You know, he was quick. I had the unfortunate opportunity to play against him at club level for Queen's Park when he was playing with Crompton in those days. And I tell you what, everybody was pushing each other to go, who was the bat for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Forget about batting order, because he was quick. And once he got that back injury, he remodeled his action. He was no longer the tear-away fast bowler he was. Concentrated more on movement. Well, an easy single again as they play that ball down to Imran Khan at that deepish mid-off position. Let me say deepish mid-off rather than long off. Yeah, and he remodeled his action. Let's say the same fate fell with Dennis Lilly. Dennis Lilly had back problems in his career. And he remodeled his action as well. And, well, history shows you the kind of bowler he was, the kind of great bowler he was. Remember the days of Lilly and Thompson? And of course, Sir Viv saying, come on, hit me if you can. Of course, Sir Viv would have said, if you don't hit me, I'm going to hit you. And boy, oh boy, he was successful. I remember one innings didn't see it, I wasn't there live to see it, but the innings in Barbados, where he absolutely tore into Thompson. And every time Thompson bounced, it went either for 4 or 6.
Well, that was the presence of the Master Blaster.
Yeah, he was what a cricketer he was. He just had this enormous presence in the field, wasn't he?
The presence.
And especially when he went out to bat, and he was always chewing, whether it was gum or sweetie, you never know what it was, but you just saw that jaw going. And boy, what a fantastic cricketer in general, fielder. When he came on to bowl his off spin, you felt that, hey, something is going to happen, you know. At the end of the over from Carrie Payer, he is now what? 18 overs, 2 for 25. It's 132 for 4. Yeah, you know, there are players like that, you know, that have this type of presence. Now, Brian Lara was different. Brian Lara didn't have that presence of a Viv Richards. But, you know, once you see him coming out to bat, you suddenly you get on the defensive as a fielding team, but you know he's not. One is almost savagery from Viv Richards, and the other is just sweet stroke play, you know. But both you'd go miles and miles and miles to see them bat.
Yep. Those were two really great players. I mean, admiration for them all around the globe.
Oh, yeah.
But these young men now, this is their opportunities to stick their presence and, you know, get the same kind of admiration. But it will be seen. He'll have different ideas.
Jaden Seals, as you rightly said, on his way from the Brown Lara Pavilion end. That's a good delivery. Just nipping back at Drake's, who's playing it out to Webster, who's at cover. Yeah, and you know, it's I think you know, I like, and I've said it on numerous occasions, Alec Athanaze. You know, I just think he's such a super little player. But you know, it's one thing saying you're a good player and you got talent, and you know, you just got to back it up with runs, and a lot of runs.
Yep. Just need to continue with the hunger for those big scores. You know.
Yeah. You know, they've always said, though, to be a great batsman, you have to like to bat, and meaning not just go out there and bat, meaning the occupation of the crease, and you know, just staying there and just fighting it. And because some days you go out there and not every ball you're going to time to the boundary. Some days you got to fight it. Some days you got to just work your way to 100.
And that's what
and that's the other thing, Andy. The batsmen of the Kali Charans and the Richards and these guys, they used to think hundreds.
And
That's a good shot.
good
That's
shot.
badly lined from Seals. It's going to run away for four.
Good shot again. Seals just were pushing that one a bit down the leg side, and Dres he was able to capitalize on that one and working it past the keeper. It went really fine. So the man at fine leg, he had no chance to get in there. That's moved the score along to 136. So Dres, as I said to you, he's one. He'll just wait for that bad delivery and he'll score on it. Wickham, he'll play a few more shots, but the patience of Dres, you'll see it today. Um, Again, I'm speaking to those players of old. They would just assess the conditions and the situation of the match very quickly. And this is what we are asking of some of our players now. What we find is that the Ateneses and these guys, they get in. They're very good players in the making, but then they just get out against the run of play. So they got to get them assessing the game a little bit more, the conditions, the bowler that's on. And that's where the great batsmanship comes out.
Very, very, very true. 37 runs have been added this morning in just about 45 minutes. So it's been good going. These two have not been defensive. They've been playing their shots to deliveries that need to be played at. And when they get the bad ball, so far they've been able to put it away. Kudos to both Drakes and Wickham and how they've started this morning. And I tell you, they're slowly but surely taking the game away from the Red Force if this partnership continues, because the Red Force would have been certainly eyeing a couple more wickets before the score gets to 172. But that's only 36 runs away now, and with these two still at the crease, it looks pretty, at the moment, a very tall order for the Red Force.
That's it. As you can see, there's not a lot of alarm. So these two starting to forge a good partnership. And this is what you want amongst in your middle order. If your middle order can give you big partnerships, that sets your teams up for good totals. And if you can get a lead here today, anything in the region of 50 or over in the lead and moving forward, I'm sure that the Pride, they will think that they really, really pushed themselves ahead.
That was a brilliant ball to end the over, but how well defended it was by Drakes. A Yorker length, look at it, coming into him was almost a toe crusher, and he came down on it quickly and was able to keep it out. Really good ball from Seals, but at the end of the over, it's 136 for 4. The Barbados Pride, remember, the target is 172, and Carey Pay is going to continue. And I would
Yes,
think
Colin. And Kerry Pierce been so accurate, and I still continue to ask myself why the guy at the mid-off area is so deep. Because really and truly, that's the only area that we seems to be getting runs off pier when the ball goes to that mid-off area, which is pretty much an easy single for the taking. There's not many other scoring opportunities off pier.
well, Pay did well to stop that. Again, had it gone past him, certainly would have gone for another single.
Well,
Loud
that's
appeal,
Peel.
not out, says the umpire.
Yep, as you can see, is Wickham going for a sweep shot for this one. It seems to be going in with the arm off from Pierre. But the umpire, I think that one is going to go past leg. There was a big appeal, which was more to me of, hope than real conviction.
That's well done by Mohammed. Mohammed is not the one who was fielding it. In fact, he was just coming across the left, and the batsman had to wait until that had gone past Mohammed, because had he moved in and collected it, it would certainly have been a problem.
Yeah, but the accuracy of Kerry Pierre, like we said, he's just there and thereabout, not giving the batsmen a lot of scoring opportunities with the exception of that one when it's short that they could punch down to the mid-off area. But outside of that, he's been very accurate.
Yeah, but the mid-on there's Kijon Otley is the man fielding at mid-on. But They were thinking of the single in the previous ball, but a good bit of shadowing by Mohammed. Then a little bit more bounce. And I'm just wondering, again, when you look at the field, Andy, if it's maybe better to have a gully rather than that forward short leg, because he's spinning the ball away from the right-hander. If he gets a little bit more bounce, it could very well pop up to that gully region. But the end of the over from Carey Pair, 136 for 4. There's so many permutations that the captain has to think about. And unfortunately, he's only got 9 outfielders to work with.
Yeah, but if Pierre is going to continue to bowl down that line, I would think that would be probably coming into play a bit more the outside edge than the guys at the city mid on. But good batting again there by Wickham at the end. He just kept the defense going, kept him out. When he got a bit too straight, he worked that one up to mid on, where it was, like you said, well shadowed by Jason Mohammed, and it went through to Otley. But good bowling again there by Kerry Pierre, not giving anything away to say.
So Jaden Seales is going to continue.
Good hard length outside that off stump. Good carry to Josh De Silva. So Seales, he's putting the running in with some purpose, as we said, after the second spell yesterday. But again, we just need to see them creating some more wicket-taking opportunities. But these two for the Barbados Pride is batting really well this morning. Not try to, to be too overly aggressive. Just wait for the bad balls and put them away. Pick up the singles as they come along, which is good batting. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
So Drake's facing up again to Jaden Seales. Naughty. Was outside the line of the... That's the line Seales will want to bowl. Maybe just hitting the seam and just moving it. That's all he needs. A slight bit of movement away from the right-hander. And 4 streaks into playing at it.
But that's it. We just need to be consistently bowling in those areas, and his patience will at least just be there and there about for the next 4 deliveries. That's what we expect of Jaden Seales at this level.
He was one who just burst on the scene as well, didn't he, Andy? Similarly to Shamar Joseph.
Indeed, coming through the under 19s, but you can see the skill of this young man. I mean, he got into the team quickly. He was young, but he's very skillful, as you can see again. The good delivery on top of that off-stump area. So yeah, and home in Barbados, we were like, wow, this kid has got some talent. He's really skillful. He can do a lot with the ball, the areas that he's hitting, And so it wasn't really a surprise to see him get that push. But it's more so good on the selectors to give him that, look in for such an early age.
He's a real trier. He's the kind of cricketer you'd want on your team because he gives 100%. And he was so disappointed yesterday when he got out because you could see him playing for Amir Jangu and just a little bit loss of concentration because it was a delivery that he could have just played forward to and allowed the ball to come off the bat. And that's the thing sometimes with fast bowlers. When they get to bat, they think they can play shots.
I don't think he was also looking to play a shot, like you said. I don't even,
I'm not sure what he was trying to do.
But we've seen him, like I said, he's proven himself as a capable, last man. He can hang up an end. I remember, like I said, one test match. And he stood there with Kemar Roach. So. But yeah, you're not sure what he was doing there, and you can just see the disappointment in his face. But yeah, he's just 22 years of age. It would be good to see him have a long career. Just a few injuries so far, but just hope that he can keep fit and be able to carry on for some time for Cricket West Indies.
Well, what I'm concerned with him and like other young fast bowlers, including Shamar Joseph, is their workload. Got to manage their workload because of course they're going to be in demand all over the world, as Shamar Joseph is right now in demand. I think any T10, T20, what T whatever they're looking to call him.
Another good delivery of a fuller length, and Drakes wasn't able to put that on. Yeah, and so that completes yet another over. Still 136 for four, so middle over being bowled there by Seals. But yeah, these guys will be in demand. But it's, we want to have our players exposed out there, but it's how well they manage themselves. Kesrick was speaking about it yesterday, and he's like, "Yep, it's that comparison as well. You need to be able to make the contrast between red ball
Ball
and
and
white
white.
ball." So be interested. But what a spell he did put on. Well, the series against Australia.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I was shocked because I must admit I was one of those who would have been happy if the games went into 5 days rather than think of a West Indies victory. But I think the Aussies were, I think they were shocked. They didn't expect to see this young guy bowling at that pace and with the accuracy as well.
And you would have heard me say yesterday, pace bowlers make batters do a lot of different things.
That's right.
Played another sweep on this over again, Wickham. But that one was a bit outside our stump this time. But here you have now Dritz going down to have a word with him. Sure, he's just saying, just continue to bat. There's not a lot of happening. Don't give it away.
That's right. You've worked through what 55 minutes this morning so far without much alarms, so you just need to keep going.
Just stay there until the water break. Here he's going to continue to be accurate. There's no rush. There's no hurry.
Yeah, what the Pride would need to do is bat the Red Force out of the game.
Yeah, and partnerships will be very useful. Partnerships will be integral. So these two young men, they've got to start. And we spoke about that a minute ago against the run of play. You're in full control of it. You got to capitalize on that.
It's well played. It's a good delivery from Carey Pear. Pitched up, and you could see a little bit of turn. The ball coming off the outer part of the bat.
But the Red Force should be enjoying this period. As you can see, Pear, he's getting a lot of deliveries into Wickham. As I said, Wickham like to score. And as long as he's not scoring, he might try something differently. But he's gotten through yet another over, another maiden over. So
20 overs, 2 for 25, Carey Pear now. It just shows how well he's bowling.
Yeah. That's the expectation of Carey Pear. Like I said, he'll bowl a lot of overs. He's going to be accurate. But what you don't want to do in that same period is to lose your wickets to him.
So it seems that there's going to be a change in bowling now, and Jaden Seals, is he going to be rested? No, I don't think so. I thought there was going to be a little bit of a change, giving him a little breather, but he's going to probably take another over before the drinks break.
Yep.
He's bowled well. There's no, he beaten the bat on a couple of occasions. He's bowled a really good Yorker.
Yeah.
So I think Joshua De Silva is saying, look, just have another go.
Well, he's earned it pretty much. I mean, he will be considered the leader of this attack, so you want him to, just take us through to the drinks break, as you said, and hopefully he could give you something here.
Well, we see here, I thought there was another change in the field, but Anderson Phillip just picking up maybe a piece of paper that is blown onto the field. Outside edge. Otley is the one diving there. No, that's not Otley. At the gully. He was in the gully before, Otley, and he is moved out. And actually, the substitute fielder is on. That's Cephas Cooper is at that gully. So I'm not sure if he's come on the field for Otley, and Otley has gone off a minute or two. But Cooper, an opening batsman, he was in the team, was in the
Yep.
team for the first 3 games. Didn't really do very much. Just total runs of 80, high score of 36, and averaging 16. So once Otley became available, um, the Cooper had to take a back seat. And even with the injury to Gooley, and the selectors thought they would bring in Django and let Django bat at number 3.
And he batted very well
For
yesterday.
sure.
Django
Took his opportunity, didn't he?
he did indeed. Just unfortunate the young man wasn't able to get to that century. But what an innings he played. He was patient. He just waited, and
That's a good shot. He's just going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. They were thinking of 2, but it certainly was not on. So just the single.
so a good flowing drive. First run that's come off the bat for some time. Well, the last 3 overs I think were maidens.
Yeah.
So good of Drake's to get away from that. Bring Wickham into strike now to face up to Seals. But yeah, just to continue to comment on that innings by Django yesterday. Like I said, he waited, he was patient. As the innings got onto the back end, when he was able to score, Craig Braffett bringing the field in, he was able to go over. Good batting by the young man. Unfortunately, not to get it to his century.
Well, it's hit down to the fine leg position. A short delivery, but Wickham was in position so early. He actually waited on it and then played it down to the fine leg position because there is that deep backward square. I just think if you're going to be short, you got to get it to rush on to the batsman. But it was, in my view, it was a little too short, and it gave Wickham enough opportunity to get onto that back foot and keep it down. Well, at least keep it away from the fine leg position. It was in the air for a while, but certainly no chance of it being a catch.
Yeah, not a lot of pace in this pitch, so he had to try to hit it as far back to try to get it to bounce. But yeah, and there you saw Wickham waiting for it. Yeah, pitch is a little bit on the slower
Yeah,
side.
it is.
So, but it was still good on the part of Seals to try something different, to Wickham. As we said, he likes to score. He's been bogged down from the end previous. So just try something and see that he'll go for it.
Again, not a very big crowd. Well, a sprinkling of spectators. And we talked about it, Andy, about starting these games on a Wednesday. Today is a Thursday. That's a wayward delivery from Seals. Trying to get a little bit of pace. And down the leg side it went, taken by De Silva. Well, the drinks, the guys with the drinks are making their way. No longer a water cart that is driven or pushed onto the field. Going back many years ago, they had this a set of glasses around in a water cart, and they would push it. One of the ground staff would push it onto the field, and you had your drink of water in the various glasses. It then went on to a driven cart, and now it's the guys coming out with trays of water and things like that. But we're going to continue that discussion about the game starting on a Wednesday when we come back from the drinks break, Andy, because we are going to take a little bit of a break ourselves as the players are getting refreshed. So will we. And with the Pride on 138 for 4, we're going to take a break. So we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval. The guys with the trays of drinks, they're making their way off. The Red Force fielders are almost back in their respective positions, about one or two, including wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, who's now making his way up to the stumps, and the two batsmen are now getting back to their respective ends. Carrie Pear is already with ball in hand, waiting to continue. He's going to come in for his 21st over. And the sun is back with us here. It left us for a little while. There's no real threat of rain. I don't think we're going to see a threat of rain for a long while here in Trinidad and Tobago. But Pear is going to continue after the drinks break. And this time it's swept down to deep backward play. He's been looking for that shot, Wickham, for a long while. And he finally connected, picks up a single. So no alarms for these two. They've maybe one or two play and miss outside the line of the off stump. But other than that, it's been pretty good going. They've added, what now? They added 39 before the drinks break. That's up to 40 now. And they continue to battle on. Yeah, we were talking about before the drinks break about starting these games on a Wednesday, Andy. I'm not sure if the Cricket West Indies, they've got a reason for that. But you start on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are working days. I know a lot of people may take a Friday off, and for one reason or another. But to start on a Wednesday, the middle of a work week, and then a Thursday, it's I'm wondering what is the thinking behind it. Rather than starting, say, a Friday, got a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and you got the weekend in which maybe to try to attract some fans to come into the ground.
Yep, well, it's interesting because we started the conversation yesterday, and you saw that there's not much spectators into the ground, and midweek, I mean, like those are three working days for us to speak, and it's hard for a lot of people probably to get away. Even the school children that would love to come and have a look, they're in the middle of school as well, as we have a few school kids in today. There's a sprinkler of them in the KFC Caribbean stand there, Colin, but not much spectators around, and as you correctly say, maybe it's got to do with the days that the matches are starting. But another over being completed there by Kerry Pierre. At the end of that over, the Barbados Pride, 142 for 4. Kevin Wickham, he's on 25, and Dritz, he's on 21.
Yeah, this is an excellent stand between these two. Remember, they came together with a total a little bit rocky at 99 for 4. But they've certainly steadied the ship at 142 for 4. Now it's a question of how much can the Red Force limit the Barbados Pride to in terms of a first innings lead to give them a chance to maybe in the second innings when they're bowling to get back into this game. But as we talk about bowling, there is a change. It's Imran Khan is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, the leg spinner. It's going to be interesting bowling to these two right-handers. Tell you anything that is short or over pitch, they're going to look to get after it. So he's got to get his line and length right. He's bowled 3 overs for 12 runs so far, and all of that was yesterday. And immediately giving it some air, and Drake's drives. There is protection in the deep. There's a man at a deep cover. But there's two men in catching positions in a slip and a forward short leg. Mid-off again is about 3/4 way back. Mid-on is the orthodox mid-on position. This time they're going to get a single.
No, they will not. Good movement again there by Kerry Pierre. We saw him moving quickly to his left, which is his strong side to prevent any chance of a run. But a good partnership in the making by these two. They've put on some 43 runs so far. The deficit is all about 30 runs behind. And they would like to be there to see this first innings off, Colin.
Yeah. Well, he went right on the back foot there, Wickham, and watched it all the way on the bat. I was a little surprised that he was getting that far back in its crease, because balls tend to sometimes keep a little bit low.
That's
A
straight.
good shot.
Yep, nice flowing drive there by Jonathan Drakes. A bit fuller with the ear. He was able to hit it down to that mid-off position, which is also stationed some three-quarter way. And like I said, every time the ball goes in that position, it's an easy single on offer.
Runs again. So these two are going to bat on. No real alarms. It's the end of the over from Imran Khan, the end of his first over of the morning. That's 2 runs coming from it. And it's 144 for 4.
But yeah, just for the leg spinner to get, his ears going. So he was a bit of ear. He gave it a little bit of ear in that over. Just 2 flowing drives to pick up 2 singles. But he's just trying to get himself to get into his work, so to speak, Imran Khan.
Joshua De Silva is persisting with this forward short leg for both Khan and for Carey Pear, and I'm just wondering, in terms of Khan, if he may want to do away with that and strengthen the offside field a bit. See, my argument is when you're scoring singles comfortably, you don't have to take risk, and so far these two have not really taken any risks with their shot making.
And that's what we were saying about the young batters in the West Indies especially. They're comfortable in going, but just like we said, against the run of play. So these two needs to buckle down. There's nothing really bothering them. So as long as they bat and bat for long periods, as we saw how Django did yesterday, I'm sure they should be looking to get a base score between them both.
It's too short. Gets away with it. I think he had the room, Wickham, in which to crash that through the offside. But he was on the back foot. You could see him a little bit upset that he didn't make more of that. Oh, that's another good delivery. Yes, a little bit bounce, and Wickham is indicating that it had a little bit more bounce than he thought.
Very well bowled there by Carey Pear. That one has some bounce and turn on it as well.
Yeah. And that is the position that I would like to see that forward short leg moved out of. He's turning that ball outside the line of the off stump. I've not seen the ball go towards that forward short leg, but it's coming off the outside edge. You've got to have a second slip or a gully.
Yeah,
but it's the end of the over. 145 for 4.
I can't agree with you more there, Colin. Like you said, that must be the mode of dismissal. Hitting the edge, getting the catchers into that position, hoping that the batsman is forward a bit too early, especially on this slow kind of track. But for the forward short leg, I don't think he's going to come into play as much as you would think that the second slip or gully would.
And even for Imran Khan, I'm not sure of the validity of that forward short leg. Just maybe strengthen that offside, push Carey Pear a little bit to his right, and bring in a catcher into a short cover. Because he is driving, he is coming out to it. And with only Carey Pear there in front of the bat, may need just to strengthen that. Because he's looking to get it down to long off. That's well bowled.
And rightfully so. Maybe with the leg spinner bowling, you might want to bring that guy over on the offside, and at least having the batsman thinking that there's an area in the leg side and opening that leg gap to try to get him going through there against the spin.
That's badly lined, but there's protection in the deep, so just a single. Django is out there. at that deep backward square, and they just pick up a single.
Well, good shot there by Wickham. That one was pitched outside like something like you said, and he was able to go in for the sweep. So he moves his score along by one.
Ah, that's a good ball. The googly coming back at Drakes. He handled it well in the end. I tell you what, he had to come down on it. You could see him looking at first for the leg break, and all of a sudden it was the wrong one, and he had to come down on it. It's much better over from Imran Khan. His line was good, his length was good, his variety I thought was good, and because of that, there was just one run in the over, and it's 146 for 4. Still, Carrie Pay will continue. Any thoughts of Brian Charles at all? Maybe getting an over or two from this end, Andy?
Well, I'm sure at some point, but because of the accuracy of Kerry Pierre and the batsman not being able to score that, I think the captain is saying, look, let's continue with Kerry, continue to be tight, and if anything, let the players try something against you. We don't want the deficit to be, depleted so quickly.
Well, the horse has bolted, but they're going to still close the barn door because they're moving the forward short leg now, and they're putting him to that gully position.
It was just a matter
I think
of time.
it's a little too close, though. I would like to see him take a step back. As you can see in the picture there, he's pretty close. I think if that ball comes off the outside edge, it's going to fly to him.
He's there mainly for the prod. He's hoping that if it
that's
gets
what
prod,
it is.
Yeah. I don't think Kerry has been that short. That would be a flash and cut. But yeah, a better position really. I think that position is a little bit more creative.
And he immediately bowls outside the line of the leg stump. He's going to pick up a couple runs. Wickham. But for once, Carrie Pay, and fairness to him, he hasn't been straying down the leg side on the pads. He's been very much on the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump. Even when he tries to straighten the ball, he's been there or thereabouts. But this time he went just outside the line of the leg stump.
That's the areas he's been bowling back on target, Kerry Pierre. But yeah, he's into a long spell, and he just tried something differently as soon as the field change was made.
There goes prodding at it again. Yes, bowlers always try to make a captain look bad, They pride in that.
Yeah, another single. This time that one was off the inside edge.
And they're moving the gully back to forward short leg. Now, I'm not understanding why.
Well, my understanding would be that 3 runs just came in the leg side when we wanted to be bowling on the offside.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that is, unfortunately, Andy, I don't know if that's a good enough reason. But it just doesn't make sense unless the edge of Wickham's bat is broader than Drake's own. But it makes no sense because if he's going to bowl off stump, it's turning the ball away from the right-hander, and it pops up. It's going to go somewhere in the gully reach on. Well, is he now changing the line of attack? Because again, he's pitched that on or around the leg stump, and it's an easy sweep down to deep backward square for Drake's, which also brings up the 150.
Right, so 150 for 4, the Barbados prize. Find themselves in a good position. The partnerships also move up to 51. So a good battle between these two.
They go through for a quick single. That's good running because Imran Khan seemed to be a little bit flat-footed. So you look at this over from Carrie Pierre, 5 runs have come from it. And that's very unlike Carrie Pierre so far. He's not given away that many runs in an over. And I'm just wondering now, is he starting to tire a little bit? Because he's sort of losing his line a little. A lot of those deliveries was maybe just around midland leg stump. And he's just got to get back on track. 151 for 4. And I would think that Brian Charles should be coming into the attack. And I think he's going to come into the attack right now. But he's going to replace Imran Khan. So it could very well mean we could see Imran Khan coming from the Willie Rodriguez end. Of course, Willie Rodriguez, famous leg spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. And played for the West Indies, managed the West Indies team as well. And I was saying to Kesrick at the last broadcast, the only man to represent the West Indies at cricket and football. And Kesrick's answers to me was, I didn't know West Indies had a football team. That's going back to the late 50s, of course.
Well, yeah, that was good history for even myself there, Colin. But Willie Rodriguez, obviously did the history, like you said, like spinner of great repute. But be interested to see Brian Charles. He'll be bowling to Wickham for the first time this morning. First one not well lined, badly lined into the leg stump. That one's gone to fine leg, square leg for a single. So Wickham, he keeps his score ticking. He's now moved up to some 33 runs, and the Barbados Pride, they trail by 20 runs. What a leave from the off spinner. That one, Drake's leaving that one, spinning back into him, and he's had a little bit of shoulders, arms raised by the fielding team. That's some oohs and ahs. Not a good delivery this time by Brian Charles. Took the inside edge of Drake's. Guy from the wicket had a long way to run around, and they were able to pick up yet another easy single. But it's good to see this young pair just putting together a partnership. Partnership now worth some 54. And like we said all morning on here, these have been the foremen for the Barbados Pride. So they need to carry the score along as they are right now. But the Pride would like to see them there at the end. I mean, to take this deficit off and carry on and, get themselves some half centuries in this innings and go even beyond, Colin.
Yeah, certainly will want to do that. And you have to think if they go past the Red Force team with these two still there, well, you may very well say this match, they only have one winner in it. But stranger things have happened at the end of Brian Charles over, 153 for 4. And talking about batsmen and young batsmen, Alvin Kalicharan celebrating his 75th birthday today. Can't believe he's 75.
Wow.
I remember him in his heyday. I remember him having a royal battle with Dennis Lilly. Every time Dennis Lilly shortened, he hooked. And Alvin Kalicharan was what, 5 foot 5 foot little bit.
Maybe 5 foot. Full stop.
Yes. But it was fearless.
Yep.
Yes, Nimran Khan, as we predicted, Andy, is into the attack, replacing Carrie Pear. And they're going to pick up an easy single. I would really like to think, I would think they must have got at least a dozen runs down to this long off position. But I suppose they will argue that if he wasn't in, the ball would have probably been going between cover and mid-off down to the boundary for 4. So you can't win, Andy. As commentators, it's difficult to win,
Yeah, so happy birthday to Calteran over there, Alvin. But we also mentioned in yesterday when we were speaking about the glory days of our players and, playing in the leagues.
Yeah. He was one he played for. I remember Warwickshire had a team of basically foreigners, but they all had English citizenship. There was Gibbs, Kalicharan, Murray. Then there was the Pakistanis, a couple Pakistanis playing for them as well. They must have had about 5 or 6.
Oh, lovely
That's a
shot.
lovely shot. What timing, superb. Half volley, but he had to put it away. And the beauty about it, he got it between Carrie Pear at cover and it seems to be Webster at that middle, one at cover, one at extra cover.
Yeah, looking at it on the replay, exquisite and well placed, as you said. A little bit of ear given, and he's on the front foot and just essayed a glorious cover drive there, Jonathan Trace. A very elegant player, I must continue to tell you.
time you could see him looking to whip this one past mid-wicket.
Yeah, just repeating the strokes that he would like to hit it a bit straighter. You just found Jason Mohammed in that mid-wicket area wasn't able to get a score.
This is really good batting. At the end of the over from Imran Khan, he's now completed 6 overs, none for 21. And the Pride, they've added now, 60 runs this morning without losing a wicket. And slowly but surely, this game is starting to get away from the Red Force. They need a wicket, and they need it quickly.
Yep.
I think they need more than a wicket, and they need it quickly.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva, he's just trying to, change up his bowling a little bit. He's brought Charles in, the spinner, as well as Imran Khan, the leg spinner. And he should be a full day of spin here for some time, I would imagine.
So Brian Charles, 6 overs, none for 15. Loud appeal goes up, he's gone! So Brian Charles has picked up the wicket of Wickham. He seemed to be playing across the line, looking to whip it through the onside. It could have straightened on him, hit him on the pad, and the appeal went up, and Wickham goes back to the pavilion. LBW off the bowling of Brian Charles for 34, and the Pride, they lose their first wicket of the morning at 159, a partnership worth 60 between these two, and 60 very, very valuable runs. And what a wicket for Charles. He's just come into the attack, and this ball seemed to be a little quicker. Let's have a look at it. Yes, well, he was playing right across the line. Not a good shot from Kevin Wickham. Should have been playing that with a straight bat, but again gets into the 30s and really and truly gives this wicket away.
Yeah, again, like we said, against the run of play, nothing was really happening. He looked in depth. He looked to be getting set. Changed the bowler. Brian Charles is just coming into his second over, and saw Wickham there going across the line of that one. It looked a little bit adjacent to me. Wickham might think he would have gotten a little bit outside the off stump, but the umpire had a different idea, and he's got to go. And that wicket is bringing Jason Holder into the crease. Yep.
Yes, so as you said, Jason Holder is coming in. It looked, we were slightly, our view was slightly obscured by Joshua De Silva, but he did seem to be just going across. From the time I saw it, I thought, hey, he could be in trouble. And my fears for him was certainly when you look at the shot, and sometimes you can just look at a shot a batsman plays, and then you say to yourself, hey, he could be in trouble here.
Yeah,
And
even
he
him,
was.
yeah, and he himself knew he was in a little bit of danger going across the ball. Like I said, it'd be more of where he got struck, if it was a little outside or what. But the feelers, they were very confident about it. The confidence they were there.
Well, that's the wicket the Red Force needed, but it's bring Jason Holder to the crease, and we all know he's so very capable. Thing with Jason Holder, is he going to just bide his time, or will he start to play shots? Because it's not a wicket, it's not a pitch that you can start to play your shots on. I think you got to get in. Well, forget about getting in, because he's whacked that high, he's whacked it hard, he's whacked it beyond the boundary. That's 6 good looking runs for Jason Holder.
What a way to get off the mark. Like, you was just inquiring what type of innings it's going to be. But that one, Jason Holder, he used his long levers and got right forward to it and hit it, fell in front of square in the mid-wicket area to bring out his first maximum. What a way to get off the mark.
What a way to get off the mark. He's made his intentions pretty clear. And it means that Brian Charles may just have to take his leg back slightly. Well, he's gone after him again. The ball is just coming off the mid-wicket fielder and going down to long on. That really he's not going to mess about. It's quite obvious.
Yeah,
Jason Holder.
he's made his intentions pretty clear. Any balls in his area, he's going to go after. So you can see that one. He went for uh, to hit that one again over mid wicket. It just hit the bottom end of the bat, so he didn't get all of it,
It's
and
a,
he was able to pick up two.
Tion Webster couldn't field it cleanly, and that's a good delivery from Charles. So the question is, how do you counter Jason Holder now? Do you maybe just put a man at that deep mid wicket, stop him from going for that shot? Well, he's not in strike because they got a single, but in 4 balls, he's already on 9, and so he's made his intentions very clear. Who am I to say, play yourself in on this pitch when you can hit the second ball you receive, or was it the first ball, over deep mid wicket for 6?
Yep. But what he's done, he's also brought that deficit down to 4 runs.
Yep. Make that 3 as Drake picks up a single. It's going to be interesting when Imran Khan bowls to Jason Holder. There's going to be 2 things: the type of field they set and his deliveries. The end of the over, however, 169 now for 5. The Pride just 3 runs behind the Red Force 172.
Yep. So good on Brian Charles's part. He was able to pick up that wicket of Kevin Wickham in that over. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've picked 1 more wicket up to, so 5 wickets behind in the first innings. But what Jason Holder, he came to the crease and he's made his intentions very clear that he's about to get on with it.
Yeah, and I think he's got the freedom to do that. Suppose if they were 100 for 5, it might have been a different innings he would have come to play. But with these 2 doing so well, Wickham and Drakes, and carrying the score to 159, I think he feels that he can really get after the bowling, not letting, especially Brian Charles, not letting him settle. Because once you get that wicket, your confidence level would be higher. And if he gets on top of the batsman, then you could create problems. Yeah, that's good from Imran Khan. He's giving the ball a little bit of air, but I think his length so far has been pretty good. And Drake's opting to play from his crease, not deciding to use his feet. That's another good delivery. They're thinking of the single.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's not on. Carrie Pear moving to his left. And then there was Anderson Phillip, who's at a backward point. He was also looking to attack the ball. Might have been a sharp single, but no point to take that risk.
Well, ball again, a little given some ear, taking the pace out of that one. But Drakes, he was equal to the task, long forward and defending. But so good so far this over from Imran Khan.
Probably his best over that we've seen from him. And, this one just lined slightly outside the leg stump, gives Drakes the opportunity to sweep. The end of the over, 170 for 5 now. The Barbados Pride. Drakes is on 31 and has really batted very well indeed. When you think this is the kind of knock you would want to see from a player of that ability, 31 from 76 deliveries, gives me the impression that he just wants to bat and bat and bat.
Yes, indeed.
And not really worried about scoreboard pressure.
And that's why I said to you a bit earlier, Colin, he's that type of player. He's just going to bat, and then something's given to him, he's going to score off of it. He's a very patient batsman. I like how he's put together his innings. He builds an innings. That's that type of player, Jonathan Drakes.
Sweeping, not well lined by Charles. They're going to come back for the second. Yes, they will. As Django is down at that deep backward square. Had to run about, I would say, 15 meters or so to his right. Stopped it, and they pick up 2 runs. So, scores now level. 172 for 5. So, runs here on will be all in credit for the Barbados Pride.
That's correct. Another one down the leg side. This time, Drakes didn't get any bat on that. Cleanly taken by De Silva. Good take. But you would think that Charles, he would want to come a little bit more inside to especially Drakes as he got that wicket of Wickham from that middle stump area.
Going to pick up a single. So 3 deliveries left in the over. Now, what will Joshua Da Silva do to counteract the big hitting of Jason Holder, or maybe just his attacking nature? Well, we are already seeing some movement out at that deep mid wicket. So Jangu has gone from a deep backward square to a deep mid wicket. They've taken away the man at backward point in Imran Khan, and he's gone to a deep. He's gone more to a deep backward square, and then there's a deep mid wicket. And Holder deciding to play long forward, and a good length ball to Drakes is certainly a full toss to Jason Holder.
Yeah.
That's the beauty when you're 6 feet plus.
Yeah, but he's got such a long reach, Jason Holder. Another good delivery there by Brian Charles.
He's just holding it back, isn't he?
Yep. It's a bit flatter to Jason Holder.
Yeah.
He's got those 3 men on the leg side deep, so he's got a long one, he's got a deep mid wicket, and a backward square on the boundary.
Well, sensible cricket played on the part of Jason Holder. He knows there's that deep mid wicket, and he decided not to go after it. But then Brian Charles didn't take the opportunity to maybe give it a little bit more air and tempt Holder. He was more flatter and pushing it through. So the end of the over, 173 for 5, and the Pride, they now lead by 1 run.
That's correct. They're calling and saying, but if we just recap from, the batting for the Pride so far, Craig Bradford, the captain, he went for 30. McCaskey, he got 46. Reed for 12. Night Watchman and Warwick, he got 6, but he lost his wicket just before the close of play overnight. And this morning we lost Wickham. He quit for 34. So that's 173 for 5. The Barbados Pride, and they lead by 1.
Yes, and Imran Khan is going to continue.
Good delivery that, just spraying straight forward, a little bit off the inside edge, and you saw Jason Seals running all the way up from the backward square to come in. A single is on, easy one. They were able to just trot through for a single.
Well, no change in the field, and this is interesting. I would have thought they might have just, they want to put the pressure and keep that forward short leg, but I think it's going to be interesting how Jason Holder faces up to Imran Khan. And this one is in the air, but Jason Mohammed, just short of Jason Mohammed. He was diving forward, but certainly not a chance.
But yeah, as you said, rightfully so, the reach of Jason Holder, even though that one was a bit back, he caught to it on the full, and he was even a bit too close to it in the end, and that's what hit it in the ear to shorten the wicket.
This one peels off the outer part of the bat. Goes towards a backward point, but you could see him looking at it much squarer. And Imran Khan getting a little bit of turn, and because of that it took the outer part, and that one takes the edge, but dropping well before Charles at the slip position. So this is good from Imran Khan. He's settled down nicely now, and causing some problems. That's a quicker ball, but it's short. It was really a long hop. He tried the quicker delivery, which was not a problem, trying to push it through to Jason Holder. And unfortunately for him, it was too short. And Jason Holder was in position quickly and batters it down to a square leg position. Even though there's a man deep backward square, he couldn't get around in time. Jaden Seals went into the boundary for 4. Holder drives, gets a single. So he's quickly on to 14 now. Jason Holder from just 12 deliveries. And it's the end of the over from Imran Khan. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 28. That wasn't a bad over. I think the boundary that he was hit for. And he tried to push it through, tried to change it up slightly. And, which I didn't like, because I felt, he had Jason Holder in a little bit of problems as that ball was spinning away from him. But
Yeah.
I suppose, as a bowler, you try different things. And on this occasion, it didn't work for him.
Yeah, just that one delivery that he pulled down, like you said, and there was a bit of a change of pace. And then Jason Holder was able to get back and hit it in front square for four. Yeah, so as you said, he's gone on to 14. He's got 1 6 and 1 4. Jason Holder so far in his innings, he's only batted 12 balls. But if he can spend any length of time here at the crease, apparently, the scoring board could be moving along the lead quicker than the Trinidad Red Force would like.
So when he flicks out to mid wicket, Dion Webster is there. It's an interesting field. I like the field because there's a forward short leg, there's a deep backward square, there's a mid wicket, there's a short to wideish mid on, then there's a long on and a deep mid wicket. So the onside is well protected, and then there's three men on the offside. There's the slip, cover, and mid off. So he's got to keep it, say maybe middle and leg, middle stump, just spinning into him. Let him try to find that gap on the offside.
Yeah, that's correct, Colin. But he's also got the ability to bowl that straighter one as well, as we've seen. That's taken the edge of Jason on one occasion. So I'm sure if that one comes along, as it work that one into the leg side again, can't score Jason Holder. But it's good pace that he's putting on the ball this time to tell Jason, look, I'm not giving you any freebies. If you want me, you got to go after me.
Holder getting right behind the line.
But again, this is good bowling here by the part of Brian Charles. He's saying, he's asking Jason some questions. He's not giving him anything to speak. So, over completed. Made an over by Brian Charles. Ball to Jason Holder. The score remains at 179 for 5. But Colin, I like what he did there. He's packed the leg side field, ball into the wicket, middle leg, and that's Jason Holder. If you're going to challenge me from this area.
Correct, which is good bowling on the part of Charles. And he was just back of a length as well. He wasn't too full. And you could see Jason Holder trying to work that ball past maybe between that shortish mid-on and the mid-wicket, and wasn't able to do it. And of course, Jason Holder coming off of a very good 76 in the last game. Went LBW to Smith.
Yep.
So he's come into this game with some form.
And like we keep saying, once he's there, he's got a presence as well, Jason Holder. As you just see him change his head wear. He's gone for the broad hat.
Yes, made famous by Sir Richie Richardson.
Yep, that broad rim.
Certainly kept the sun out. Yes, at one time, and I still think it's part of the merchandise for the West Indies. It suddenly became a bestseller in those days. But I think Richie Richardson, if memory serves me right, was the first player I saw wear something of that type of broad brim. Yes, you had the floppy hats, but
the broad brim.
suddenly this came with a very broad brim. Oh, that's too short, and it's going to be smacked away. That's the thing with the leg spinner. Every time you try maybe the quicker ball, it's going to drop short, and these guys are getting into position very quickly, and they're putting it away into the vacant deep mid-wicket boundary, and for 4 runs.
Yeah, good again by Jonathan Drates. He, like you said, he just waited there until that bad delivery came along, and he was able to capitalize and hit it through the mid-wicket area, the vacant mid-wicket area as well. There's no one deep out there, but yet another 4. So he's moved up to 39. Probably 183 for 5. But like we said, this young man Drates, he really bats on weight until something's given.
Yeah, well, he's on 39 now from 84 deliveries. There he goes long forward again. Again, the ball, because of the spin generated by Can, it's just getting a thick outside edge.
Another good delivery there by Imran Khan. Brian Drake's forward.
There's the leg spinner spinning away from the right-hander. The end of the over from Imran Khan, an over which cost just 4 runs, 1 bad delivery. And give the Barbados Pride batsmen credit. Every time they get a bad delivery, they seem to be putting it away. But it's 183 for 5. The lead now by 11.
Yep, and that's why I would have told you about the caliber player of Jonathan Drakes. That's the way he plays. You know, he rarely gives his wicket away. He cherishes his wicket, which is very unique for a player at this young stage in his career. But it's good to see him showing his batsmanship qualities and hope that the young man can go on to get himself yet another big score.
So Jason Holder is going to face the bowling of Brian Charles. I think the Red Force would be happy if Jason Holder would be bowling. It would mean that the Pride would have been dismissed. But that's looking a long way off now, because these two are certainly batting very well. Holder in defiant mood now after his explosive start when he had something like 13 off of 6 deliveries or 5 deliveries. And he's looking to paddle sweep. An appeal goes up, but no real conviction from the Red Force fielders, including wicket keeper Joshua De Silva, who stands there with hands and hips. I'm not too sure why, because it didn't appear at the beginning that they were convinced that Holder had got bat onto it. But I don't know if... well, here he's playing that out to mid-wicket. No run again, and that's the field placing. It's the onside is well protected, both saving the single and both out in the deep. And this one he's hitting to that short mid-on where Carey Pear is there. Yeah, Jonathan Drakes is 29 years of age, so he's come on late in his career, but certainly he's got a big future ahead of him if he can continue. In fact, you look at that's the end of the over, 183 for 5, and he's played first class cricket, 418 runs, just 150 and 100, and just averaging 26. So he's got to take that up. There's no doubt about it. If he's to play for the West Indies, this could be his breakthrough season. He needs to score more than just 100. I would think if you need to break into the West Indies team now, and there is places available, you've got to score 300-400s a season, and carry your tally of runs up to 700, 800, somewhere around there. At the moment, Drake's he's just got 257 runs before this game.
Yeah, but yeah, he's been having his best season to date, Johnson Drake. So, like you said, let's hope he's on the breakthrough and carry on. But he is a talent.
He's going to pick up a single down to that long off position.
Yeah, brings Jason Holder into strike, and again, like we said in that the broad rim, and you said it was made famous by Richie Richardson and also Carl Hooper. He used to,
yes, that's right,
to wear such a hat.
Yeah. But somehow Richie Richardson's own stood out. I think it's England where when first time I see it, they had this, how should I put it, hat competition, for want of a better word, where all these ladies used to come with all these fancy hats. It's a little bit in the air, but not firm enough to go straight into the hands of Mohammed. Yeah, and they used to have this festival. And, it could be. Yeah, you're right. Yep. And I thought Richie Richardson's hat would have suited that.
That's it. Yeah, it's correct. Yep. So Jason Holder looking to push it on a little bit, because Imran Khan is flighting it and almost saying to Richardson, to Jason Holder, drive.
I tell you, if it was Richardson, he would have been going after Imran Khan. What a fine player he was. And this one, Holder goes big. And he's cleared the long on position. And that's 6 runs. So he picked up the line early. He was reaching for it, but he does have this long reach. And he hit it high over long on. That's 6 runs. 190 now for 5. And Jason Holder is on to 20. That's a good shot.
Yeah, big shot by Jason Holder, the tall man. You know, he used all his reach. He saw Can giving that one a bit of air, and Jason Holder, he was able to get close to it and hit it very far over that stand there, the Scotiabank stand, is it? But big hit by Jason Holder. So he's brought it his second 6, 190 for 5, Colin.
Yeah, just getting back to Richie Richardson, and remember him coming in at number 3, and when he got the captaincy, I think there was a little bit of a surprise because Desmond Haynes at the time was still playing. And a lot felt that Desmond Haynes, with his experience, but I think the West Indies selectors were looking beyond Desmond Haynes in terms of longevity. And they felt that, and I'm just, nobody told me this, but I'm just figuring that they were looking at a younger man in Richie Richardson to carry on leading the team. And in the end, I thought he did a good job.
Yep. Yep. He came into the transition time. He had a lot of newer players when he took over the reign, Richie Richardson. So, yeah.
He's sweeping. He's almost a paddle sweep. Runs in it for him. They're going to come back for the second. Because Django, who is at that deep backward square, had to run about 10, 12 meters to his right. So 192 now for 5. It's been a good morning for the Barbados Pride, because not only have they lost 1 wicket, I think the runs are coming quickly.
Yep.
It's just, what, to 7 runs away from 100 runs for the morning.
That's correct. This partnership is beginning to grow as well. It's 33 runs on for this partnership. They lead by 20 runs. That one is down the leg side by Charles. Not clearly taken by De Silva.
Just about
But this pair knows each other well as well. They played for the same club team back in Barbados. They're both from the Wanderers Cricket Club. So, surely
well, I think that was a chance. That went straight through. Yeah, that it looks like Otley, is it, at the forward square? Yeah, at that forward short leg position. It is Kijan Otley. Let's have a look. I think that went straight through him.
That one. Let's have a look. Yep,
Yeah.
certainly a chance.
Now, they would argue that he's not there for that, but I think he is. You know, they say, oh, that's a bat pad. No, you're there. You suppose, yes, it would have been a sharp chance.
Well, if we know the one player who would have taken that from Trinidad and Tobago years ago would have been the great Gus Logie.
Oh, for sure. You could, from the time you played it off the bat, you could start to walk.
Yeah,
Because he was super. But it's the end of the over from Brian Charles. He's now completed 11 overs, 1 for 32. It's 194 for 5. And the thing is, Gus Logie started off as a brilliant fielder in the cover region. And all of a sudden, he started to field at forward short leg, and he never dropped anything.
no, he made that position his own.
Yeah.
And you know, he was he took loads of great catches there for the West Indies over the years.
Yeah,
What a good fielder Gus Logie he was.
But I remember him starting at cover. He was quick. And, of course, he was not a very tall man. So you just saw these feet going after a ball. And if you weren't hurrying, you would be in problems. Because what was good about him in the outfield as well was his accuracy.
Yeah.
Reminded me, I don't know if you remember a guy called Sheldon Gomes, Larry Gomes' brother.
Yeah.
He was super in the outfield as well.
Good delivery there by Khan to Jason Holder. But yeah, he was exceptional. Larry Gomes,
Sheldon
Gomes.
Gomes,
Yeah, I remember seeing him play for Trinidad.
Fortunately passed away. I think it was last year. Oh, that's a good delivery from Khan. Got a little bit more purchase out of the pitch. Got some bounce.
Those
And
are the deliveries you expect from the leg spinner on this kind of surface. Jason Holder, he was coming forward, he saw it spinning bit back, and he just leave it alone. But you saw the look that he gave.
yeah, he gave the pitch a very not such a nice grade.
Ball.
So Imran Khan has come back nicely, I think, in this over. He was struck for that huge six from Jason Holder in the previous over. But I think he's come back well in this over. 4 dot balls so far. But he's going to get a single. Holder looking very comfortable, looking much at ease, except for that delivery.
Yep.
He's played well since he came in. He had a plan. And once he started and the Red Force realized the plan and they blocked it, he changed his approach.
Yep.
And that's what you call good batsmanship, when you can alter your plan of action against the fielding team. It's the end of the over from Khan. It's 195 for 5. We have what? Just about 5 minutes left to lunch, so they may get in 2 overs.
Yeah, with the spinners in rotation, definitely should be get 2. But good batting there again by Jason Holder, and Khan, he was a bit more accurate this over. You saw that one that spun, and Jason gave that look of, surprise. But he was good. He was accurate. It's just the final ball that Holder was able to work down to Lawan for a single, but it gives him an opportunity now again to face up against Brian Charles.
The lead building all the time. 23 runs now. The lead. They're going to get a single. They're going to come back because Anderson Phillip, I think he thought that the man at mid-wicket would have been getting around to do the fielding, but it was way past him. And you could see Anderson Phillip first a little bit of a stutter. Then he accelerated to limit the scoring just to a single.
Yeah, that was well played. You saw Jason Holder get into position. A nice top hand and work that one in between the mid-wicket and the guy at that straightish mid-wicket position.
Drakes has got to be careful. You don't want to give your wicket away now.
Surely
With
he'd like
4 minutes to go to lunch.
Surely, like you and I, he probably might be eyeing the clock and say, "I just want to get through this next couple of overs, get myself in for a good drink."
And he sweeps that. That's going to be 4 runs. Badly lined by Brian Charles. It was given a little bit of air, but outside the line of the leg stump, he swept it beautifully. Now, Imran Khan is at a short, fine leg. He couldn't get around. Django is at a deep backward square. He couldn't get around either. And the 4 runs to Drakes brings up the 200 now. That's a good shot.
Very well played again by Drakes. Like we said, he's that type of player that once given the opportunity to score, he does. And he was able to cash into that one with a sweep this time. So, as well, Jonathan Drakes, he's some 47 runs, to his name and his credit. But you've seen him just occupying the crease and biding his time, Colin, like we said earlier this morning. That's the type of player that this player is.
And Jason Holder just coming out to have a word with him. But nothing to say really, because he just wants to waste a minute or so. It's a good delivery, spinning into him. And Drake's handled it well. So if they are going by the Queen's Park Cricket Club clock above the Brian Lara Pavilion, it says maybe about a minute or 2 to 12. And if they're going by that, and I don't think they're going by that, because the umpires, they're not looking upwards. Sometimes when you're going by the pavilion clock, you look upwards, but they're not waiting, and it seems that we are going to get one more over in.
Yep.
Because Imran Khan gives his cap to
Good.
umpire Duguid,
Correct.
and umpire Crawford is at the non-striker's end. And it means that Jason Holder has got to negotiate 6 balls to lunch.
Or get a single and get Drakes on strike. So
That's normally the better thing. Get a single quickly. Get off the strike. Well, that's a good delivery. Spinning away from the right-hander. And just beating the outside edge. So Imran Khan once he pitches in that right in that area, he's able to get some turn, but so far not able to get the edge of the bat. Driven
Oh,
sweetly.
lovely
That's
shot.
going to be 4 runs. That goes through extra cover. You can have whatever you want at long off. He's not going to get around in time, Jangu, and goes into the boundary. Just given a little bit of air by Imran Khan, but in so doing, it became a half volley for Jason Holder, who drove it sweetly, beautifully timed. Now we see Imran Khan is asking Jangu just to go a little wider, but even if he was wide, I don't think he would have stopped that. It's well played. So Imran Khan toiling here. It's his first game of the season. He's been left out of the Red Force team, but coming into this game, replacing Terence Hines, who's got a bit of a shoulder problem. And I thought it was a good move because it would add the variety to their bowling. And he's got to justify his selection by picking up a couple of wickets. And so far, he's been unsuccessful. And Holder drives, but this time there's protection by Webster, who's about 3/4 way back to the cover boundary. So one more to the total. The lead now 33.
Yep, should be all about 2 deliveries left up to the lunch period here, and you can see this Silva, this captain, asking his long off and long on to come in as Dritz, he comes in to strike. He's going to say, let's try to get the next 2 deliveries into Dritz.
Well, he's gone after it. He's hit it well. That's a brave shot. That's his 50. The last delivery to lunch. Drake's decided, I am not going to go to lunch on 47 not out. He's banged it straight back overhead for 4. He gets his 50, 51 now from exactly 100 balls that he's faced. And he goes to lunch. A very happy man indeed. 51 not out. It becomes his third, is it? Let's see. No, his second half century of the tournament. What a good knock so far. Holder is on 28. It's the Red Force. They've been made to toil all morning. They picked up the 1 wicket, that of Wickham, who went LBW Charles for 34. But outside of that, it's been all Barbados Pride this morning. They've added 110 runs in the session of play, which has been really good going. And they've closed the morning session 205, a lead of 37, Andy.
Yeah, a positive stroke there by Jonathan Dritz to bring up his half century. He's just seen the Silva for the final ball before lunch, bring his long off and long on in, giving a little bit of air by Khan. And Dritz, he was able to go over the top, even though he hit it really straight back over Khan's head for 4 to bring a lovely half century for the young man and put the Barbados lead ahead by 37. But that's also a 50-run partnership between him and Holder. So he will go to lunch. The Pride will go to lunch in a good position. And they were hoping that these 2 will come back after lunch and, you know, press on and go into tea without any further loss. But they've really put their noses ahead here at the Barbados Pride. It's some very good batting partnership between Wickham and Dritz this morning, put them in a good position, and Jason Holder, he's coming along to move it along. As in for the bowling, you've seen Anderson Phillips this morning. He didn't get a lot going. You saw a good purpose was spelled by Jaden Seals, but the spinners, Kerry Pierre, he was accurate. Charles, he got the wicket, and again, Khan, he's just trying to get himself going into his first match. But a good session for the Barbados Pride. At lunch break, they're 209 for 5, and we're going to take a break and have a little bit of lunch ourselves. So welcome back to the Queen's Park Cricket Club. As we day two after lunch, after the lunch break, we have the Barbados Pride. They're resuming at 209 for 5 in reply to 172 scored by the Red Force of Trinidad and Tobago. At the crease, we have Jonathan Drates. He's on 51 not out, and with him is Jason Holder on 28. The Barbados Pride, they've now found themselves in a lead of 37 runs in the first innings with 5 wickets remaining. A very good morning's play for the Barbados Pride. They just lost that 1 wicket. They've added some 110 runs for the wicket of Kevin Wickham. Coming to the crease, we have, you see the players just walking out into the middle, Holder and Drates. It looks like it's going to be Charles to continue from that, the southern end, and with me we have none other than Kesrick Williams.
Good afternoon to our viewers. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Cricket Club, and I should say, welcome back to myself.
Welcome back.
Game look well poised here. Barbados obviously did some really good work this morning to put them in a better position. A lead of 37. They would definitely like to build on that. Try to see if they can bat once in this game. But good to see Jason Hall at this crease coming off of 71 in the last game, and Jonathan Jake scoring 100 as well. So both players are very capable.
Indeed. And like I said to you, the viewers earlier, the pair, they know each other well. They both play for the Wanderers Cricket Club back home in Barbados. And Jason Holder, the leader that he is, he'll be sure looking to shepherd Drates up to another big score, as he scored a century to fight the previous game. And he himself, I spoke to him this morning, he said he's looking for a century, Jason Holder.
Well, he looks in form. Scored a brilliant 71 in the last game, showing some fight against the Happy Eagles. Speaking of Happy Eagles, they have Winwards on the back foot in Antigua. 86 for 8. But Jason Holder would be really good if he can come out and really dig deep for his team. He's very capable of doing such. Jonathan Jakes, I always like this youngster. Seen him since he's on the 19. So it's good that he's getting an opportunity now and he's making use of it.
Yep, been around. And this is his best first-class season to date, Drax. So I'm sure he will want to press on and continue to impress.
Something about how he plays I enjoy looking at, because he looks like he have a lot of time. He occupies the crease. As you rightly mentioned, he's one of those players that grow to love the game. But that's a good shot. Not a big shot, but it was well played. Not a lot of players that you would see sweep on this sort of surface. The fact that it's going up and down and it's playing up and down. But the end of the first over after lunch from Brian Charles, the score is 215 for 5.
Yep, 211 for 5. Drates, he's just continuing in the vein that he left off before lunch. But as we speak about him, Kesrick, I like how he occupies the crease. He just spends plenty of time in the middle. He just puts away the bad ball. And he just accumulates his runs in a good method. So, it looks like Kerry Pierre, he's going to pick up the attack after lunch from this media center end, the northern end of the ground. He's so far bowled some 23 overs. He's conceded just 35 runs in those 23 overs. He's also picked up 2 wickets. He was very economical this morning. It's just the final over he bowled. He was a bit straight, and a few runs were scored off him into the leg side. But he'll be looking to restart this year with the accuracy that he started this morning.
Well, he's known for that type of bowler. He's the type of bowler that he picks up wicket, but most importantly, he keeps it tight. He's really known around the T20 circuit as that type of economical bowler. Just a little touch too wide. Jakes is punching it out to cover. Just one that brings Jason Holder on strike. But yeah, he's that type of bowler that over the years, a lot of people may say that he fall off, but I wouldn't say that he fall off. We saw how Akil Hussein has just made the transition with his game. And then there's Sunil Narayan who's at Trinidad. So if you have Akil Hussein doing what he's doing and continue to grow, then with Sunil Narayan, and there was Fawad Ahmad who's in that team as well, leg spinner out of Australia, and then there was Selan Keel from Afghanistan who played for TKR last year. Obviously, he didn't play for TKR last year, he played for the Kings. But for some years, he was on the bench for a while. But it's not that he fall off. I think that when you have a player like the Akil Hussein and the Sunil Narayan, it's always going to be hard to get that opportunity because they're ever performing.
And as well, you've also seen him in the regional Super 50s, and there was also the Yannick Carrere who was also there. But Akil Hussein, like you said, he's catapulted him a little bit, but not to take anything away from Kerry Pierre, he still continues to, be as accurate and be as efficient in this Red Force team.
It's the end of another over. Second over after lunch. Score is 213 for 5.
Yeah, but the partnership continues to grow with this pair. Some 41 runs. The lead is 41. The partnership is 54 between these two. But you can see them really just trying to get themselves in after lunch. Not bothers yet. He's just picking the balls off and working the singles. Nothing of alarming at all so far after the luncheon period.
Jason Holder down the track using his feet, 2 extra cover for 4. Really well played. Down the track, opening up a little bit to access the offside. Really well played there, Payne.
A lovely shot that by Jason Holder. He keeps continuing to speak about his reach, but this time he used his feet and got to the pitch of that one. There's only 3 men on the outside. There's a slip. There's Jason Mohammed at that extra cover area. And also we have at the mid-off, we got Jaden Seals, but he was able to just bisect those two and caress that one to the boundary for the first 4 after the lunch period. Good shot that by Jason Holder. And that's the wicket. Big wicket that by Charles. Jason Holder playing back to 1. That's trailing a little bit. If you look at it on the replay, yes. And he was a back onto his stumps. An easy decision there made by umpire Crawford. There was no dispute with that one whatsoever. He missing a ball that was pitched on middle and carrying on. That would crash into everything there, Kesrick.
Well, speaking of comeback, that's what you call a comeback. After smash for 4 through the covers, really well played. Brian Charles came back with a delivery to take the wicket of Jason Holder. This is what you call a comeback. The score is now 217 for 6. Jason Holder is gone for 34.
Oh, but what a good delivery that, like I said, Holder, he would be knocking himself. He said I should be on the front foot for that one, but he played back and was beating all ends up. And that one cannon into the pass. Not a hard dismissal, hard decision to be made at all. And he's got to go back. The Pride is now finding himself 217 for 6. A big wicket of Jason Holder, because if he spent any time there at the wicket, Kesrick, he would have been one who was able to press on the score. But with that wicket, it brings now none other than Shaden Dorish to the crease, and he's by no means of the imagination. He's batting at number 8 here, but he can really bat as well.
Yeah, one of those top players in the team, senior player as well. He's one that understands his game, so there's no way you can count him out. He's one that can come in at number 8 and score 100. So Trinidad still have a little bit of work to do, even though that they're picking up wickets. The Barbados team really have a formidable batting lineup. Shindor just batting at number 8, so it tells the sort of players that's in the squad. immediately playing that with some positivity as well.
Yeah.
Seems like he's coming out the nets. Didn't get a run, but first delivery, a batter will want to come and block.
Yeah, he's a player known around the circuit. Shane Dorridge, very excited player. He will look to score as well, especially against this slow bowling. He's very inept to that, especially.
I always think he was one of those players that could have probably. Well, I don't even want to talk about anything about him until well after that shot.
Oh, what a
It was
glorious
well
shot.
played. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. He just came in, and you can see the sort of positive mood that he's in, and it shows because the last game he didn't really score much, but the first innings he scored 43 in the last game, and that innings was all positive. Really well played, just in front of point. Timing alone pain.
Indeed, positive shot, but that by Shane Dorridge. He's only faced his third delivery, and that was well played. You can see how positive he is about it, Kesrick, as he's speaking. A loud appeal. That one's just off the pad, it's going to short leg feeder, and as we have a look, just yet rightfully so off the pad. So good decision there made by the umpire. But Shane Dorridge, he just came in, and you can see the authority that he's brought so far with those first couple of positive shots he's played, Kesrick.
Yeah, just before that shot, I was about to say, I think he's one of those players that wasn't given a lot of opportunity or chances at the top level. I really like his style of play, good glove work. We all know what happened in regards to him and the last time he was selected in the West Indies ODI team.
But still very much an integral part of this Pride team, as you can imagine.
Definitely. He's one of those players that I think we should keep around. And that younger player that's coming up, who's at wicket keeper, should try to feed off Shane Dorridge. So whenever he decides to leave, that's played well down the ground. Just a punch, pass, carry pair. Just one. I must say I like how he controls the innings, Jonathan Drakes. He's that type of batter that don't really play out of character.
Yeah. He's been there now for some 108 deliveries, and you just can't remember one fault shot that he's played. He had one chance where we would think that he had a life at the short leg area, but difficult for the guy feeding there. But he just showed, his tenacity and the appetite. He's looking for big runs. That's the way he's gone about this innings.
I really don't want to go back too much on day one, but I still have to say I feel it for well, definitely Dorridge is feeling it. Pumped over mid wicket for four. He looks so calm. He looks like he has been in the nets before lunch, because he came out and he's playing with some authority. That one was pumped over mid wicket, giving himself room, getting back in the crease and pumped over mid wicket.
Yeah, because
really well played.
saw him using the depth of the crease there. He went way back to that one. Pierre just faltering on the short side, and he was quick onto it to hit it over that mid wicket area for yet another boundary.
Again, giving himself a little bit of room to cut it through the offside. Just a single. This looked like the player he's not gonna block. But the thing is, he's playing his shots, but he have all right to, because he's playing them on merit. But it's the end of another over. Score is 227 for 6. Shane Dorridge, he's on 9 already.
Yeah, but you've seen, like you said, rightfully so, it's a little bit of urgency, but it's not chancy urgency. He's playing the ball on his merit. He's played those 2 boundary shots. As you can see, one over the mid-wicket area, that square drive, that was solidly played. And even that last ball, as he hit it out to extra cover, you can see him looking for the single, and well responded there by Drakes.
Looking at the scorecard for the Barbados team. pressured the field on the boundary. Just coming back, giving himself a little bit of room and work it onto the square leg boundary. Got 3 for that one.
But even that shot, Kesrick, you could see Dorj just, putting the ball in the gap. It was a short ball from Charles, and he was able to pull it just behind square. He had, it looks like Can, who had a long way to run around to his left, but to be able to come back for 3.
What I like is his access to the ball. Well, that is a lovely shot. Down the ground, flicking it through mid wicket. Didn't get a boundary, but ever since Dorridge came to the crease, you have seen some lovely shot being played. Some went for boundaries, some just 2 runs, 3 runs.
But you can see the intent there. You saw Dritz just using his feet against that one and playing a lovely shot through the mid-wicket area.
It's just that I'm seeing more positivity into stroke playing now.
Yep. The intent is clear. They just want to push that lead on. The lead is now some 60 runs ahead.
And I'll tell you what, playing a lead of anything over 150 on this sort of pitch can really spell problems for any team that's batting in the second innings.
Good defensive shot there that time by Dritz.
It's always dangerous when the wicket is turning as it is and it's keeping low.
Yep.
So you have to know what to go back on your back foot for. That brings dot ball to bring the end of another Brian Charles over. 232 for 6.
He's bowled some 15 overs. Charles, he's picked up 2 wickets today. The 2 wickets that went today, he got them both. So 2 for 52 off his 15 overs. And, you would think how they were going, both Wickham and Jason Holder. They were pretty well set. They were getting themselves going. They both got into the 30s before Charles was able to miss them both. But Dorridge, ever since he's gotten here, he's tried to move it along a little bit. He's 12 runs off just 9 deliveries. And you can see this pair, it seems like they're looking to accelerate a little bit.
And rightly so. Always enjoy Shane Dorridge cricket.
Yep, went for the sweep that time. That one's outside the leg stump. He didn't make contact. Went on through to the silver. But you can see, like you said, he just looks to score, Dorridge. You can see that purpose.
Looking happy at the Barbados batting lineup and how they went about scoring. A lot of batters have had starts. Craig Brathwaite 30 or 45 deliveries. I told you yesterday. It looks like he wanted to score runs. And fast as well. And then Zachary McCaskey 46. Kevin Wickham 34, Jason Holder 34. Shane Dorridge is at the crease now with Jonathan Jakes, who's on 56. He's on 13 already.
Oh, lovely.
Of the bat down the ground from Jakes.
Yeah, nice flowing shot that by Dritz. You can see the full face of the bat with that one. Just beating the man at that short extra cover position. And you saw Can running around from Lawan, but he couldn't stop that one. But it brings Dorridge back on strike. Oh, Kesrick, this time he's essayed the sweep shot. He got some bat onto that one. He had a tumbling save down the square leg boundary there by Jaden Seals. So yeah, another single to Dorridge. But you can see the urgency that Dorridge has brought, that energy.
Yeah, ever since he came to the crease, and Jonathan Jakes looked a lot better in terms of, where he wants to score and how he wants to score. Because he always brings that energy, Shane Dorridge. The thing about him, whenever he plays his shot, it's always in reasoning. So I do understand, if he comes out and he start to flourish right away. And that's because he's playing within himself. He understands where he can and cannot score. But that's the end of another over. The score is 235 for 6.
Yeah, very good comments there on Shane Dorridge. But he, like you said, he is a very competent batter. No, not to be ruled out at all. But you know, he knows his areas where he wants to score. He's always showed that, and especially like I said, against his slow bowling, he's just so positive against it. It's going to be Charles who's going to continue. Like we said, he's picked up the 2 scalps this for so far for the day. He's going to be bowling to Shane Dorridge. He's just looking around the field. He made an adjustment. He's at guy at mid-wicket to go to the deep mid-wicket. There's also a deep square leg and a low on, as well as the regulation mid-wicket and a 4 short leg.
But the ball spinning as much as it is now, Paul would have definitely removed the point and put him on a leg slip. That one swept well. Can do in chase. We're going to get to the boundary. Just 2. But yeah, with the pitch giving you that sort of assistance that it's giving now, the bounce, a little bit of turn, and then it's keeping low as well. So my thing is, if it's spinning, take the point out and put him at the leg slip.
And even if it's not at the leg slip, you could at least bring him into the 45. As you've seen, Dorridge is looking to play the sweep shot. But that time, that one was on the off stunt. He said a cut, and the same point fielder was there to feed it.
And well, the thing is, if you're bowling in the era, if you remove that point and put him at leg slip, then you need to come a little bit straighter.
Yep.
You can't be bowling outside the line of off stump, because if one doesn't turn, that's a cut shot.
That's a
for
cut.
4. But if you're actually spinning the ball and you're pitching it on the line of off stump and it comes in, and if it spins, it spins across from off to leg stump. So it would be very hard for Shane Dorridge to get it through
Point.
point.
Yep.
All you have to do is also bring Jason Mohammed a little bit to his left.
But there you can see him just moving that man from the point area to what I thought would be the position. He's moving on to the 45, the short fine leg area.
But then you have a 45, and then Imran Khan, you have to move him.
Definitely.
Fair enough. That's what I thought.
He's moving out. And for me, I think this is a better field, as you say, with the way how the pitch been playing. And those are the areas you want to have your off spinner bowling into, Kesrick.
So this is a sort of field that I will be happy. Well, as the end of another over is 238 for 6. Yes, this is a kind of field that I'm happy with. As long as the ball is actually turning, you're spinning the ball, then you can have this field. Last week we were having the discussion when Kenneth Demba was bowling in the first innings. He had that same field, but he was coming around and pushing it across the right hander. It wasn't really turning. So what happened, anything comes down on the line of Miller and off stump, a good batter will play it through the offside because it's going across the right hander. But if it is spinning, that field is excellent because it's coming back. It's very hard to get the ball through the offside.
As this Pierre continues, he's bowled that one to Dorridge, a little bit of spin across the right hander, as I said. Took a little bit of a leading edge, but to slip. Not a chance by any means, but yeah, those are the areas that you would think that now your left arm spinner would be challenging.
Carries usually one of those customers that don't give away a lot. So he would usually bowl to his field. That feeler at short leg, well, that one is dabbed down to the third man boundary. We want to get 4, Anderson Phillip doing chase, just 2. But that feeler that's at short leg now in Mohan, that one is for the delivery that Carry pair would usually bowl at angles in, so it sort of drifts in. So for me, I don't mind you setting fields, but there must be reasons behind of it and clear planning. It must be justifiable.
Oh, that one just spun again. Spun past the outside edge through to the silver. But yes, obviously, like you said, and Dorish being a shorter person, and if you get those ones the arm, I can see the four short leg coming into play. So not a bad choice to have to someone like a Dorich.
You can also see, I really want to speak about carry pair a little bit because you can always know whenever he's coming into you as a right-hander and when he's going away because he's a lot slower through the air when he wants to spin it.
Not a good.
Comes over his front leg a lot slower, and that one that slides in is quicker through the air. So you can see it as a batter, but you still have to play it.
Yep.
It's the end of another over. It's 242 for 6.
Yep. With that, the partnership does move up to 25 between this pair. The lead is 70 for the Barbados Pride. But interesting points there made by Kesrick Williams, as we can see. And again, not only that, Kesrick, also you can see the lines that he bowls. When he's bowling the arm ball, he's a bit straighter. And when he's coming over the top for that spinner away from the bat, you can see he's bowling a little bit onto the offside.
Smart guy. He works with Akil Hussein a lot. Akil Hussein works with him as well because they're very good friends. So both players understand each other, Akil Hussein and Carripair. Someone asked me the question earlier, who I think is the better player. Some would say Akil is the better player because he's traveling the world now. He's in West Indies team. He's definitely going to play World Cup. Some would say Carey because he made West Indies before and he did very well for West Indies. Had a little bit of downtime, but that one squeezed to the offside. Jason Mohammed doing chase would only be 2.
Yep.
But when that question was posed to me, I was like, I don't want to get between the Trinidadian argument. So I'll keep out. I'm a Vincentian, but I like both players.
And both of them, they've got a good all-around game. You see
Both.
them, yep,
Really good feelers as well.
very good feeders. Yep.
They also asked me, who would you play if both is in the same team? I also told them that I am not a Trinidadian, I'm a Vincentian. I'll keep out of that argument.
Yeah, you're not. Your name is not to be called for such.
It's like our co-commentator that was here last week in Passad from Guyana. Tried asking me a question about Guyana and Trinidad. I told him to keep me out of the curry chicken and the chicken curry argument. Because I have some really good fans in Guyana and
Yeah,
Trinidad,
and
so I want to be very neutral.
Again, well bowled there by Charles, as you see him going around the wicket, and what we was talking about, but the lines that he's bowling from being around the wicket, the ball's still spinning in, and he thought also that's it street field, but his lines were into the batsman with a spin. So that completes yet another over. At the end of that over, it's some 244 for 6. Dorsey's on 20, Tracy's on 60, and the Barbados Pride they lead by 72 runs. Kesrick.
I think this is brilliant from Barbados. I think Shane Dowich came in with a mindset or a plan from the skipper in how they want to approach this period of the game. Because he came in with a plan. He's on 20 already of 22 balls. And it's not like he's rushing it. Everything is within reasoning. His timing is impeccable. So really well done by Shane Dowich. He came in and he basically owned this first half hour of play.
Yes, Kesrick, but as we've seen, the game is about to make a different transition as some 80 overs has been bowled And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is accepted to take the second new ball. As you can see, it's Anderson Phillips. He's going to be bowling this new ball from or in here or the media center in.
Well, let's see how that will turn out. With Shane Durridge at the crease, batting at number 8, you would wonder, new ball, would we see Anderson Phillip presenting an opportunity for a wicket? But both batters at the crease knows how to play the new ball. They're not strangers of the new ball.
Not at all.
Jonathan Jakes and Shane Durridge both can play the new ball. We probably might see quicker runs being scored.
Yeah, because as you know, the new ball is always the harder ball. Give you that opportunity to play a few more crisp shots with it. I'd be interested to see if he's going to go with Seals with the new ball as well, or continue someone like Charles with the new ball. But it's going to be Dorridge to face up to Phillips with what's looking to be a bit more of an attacking field. As you can imagine with the second new ball, he's looking to create chances. He walks wickets, and he's brought his fast man in Phillips back with the second new ball, Kesrick. Oh boy.
Well, that was played with some authority. New ball, no problem. 4 runs.
Oh, that was disdainfully hit there. Short ball by Anderson Phillips on off on Dorridge. You can see him rocking back on the back foot and hitting that one just in front of the square over the mid-wicket area. A lovely shot that by Shane Dorridge.
Hey, the Pride need runs, and Shane Dorridge is there to deliver. New ball, no problem.
Oh, solid in defense, but you can see the newer ball just coming onto the bat a little bit better, and Dorridge, he's on the back foot. But I can tell you, he will look to score. He's not going to be spending any time there just prodding and poking around at all. So Phillips needs to get his lines and length.
I like his intention, and as I mentioned, it's not like he's doing it out of reasoning. He's playing well. And I think a player like Shane Dorridge would be a lot freer. He would score more because there's no more international cricket for him, so he'll be a lot freer. So for the next 3, 4, 5 years, I think he would probably play for Barbados. You would see him score a lot more runs because there's no more, I have to try to secure my spot for West Indies. So his mind is a lot freer. His focus is Barbados cricket. He understands he's a senior player, so he would get a lot more opportunity than probably a younger player, which he deserves. So you would definitely see a Shane Dorridge scoring a lot more runs in the latter part of his first class career. But that is well played by Jonathan Jakes. That deserved a 4. That was a lovely shot off the back foot. Punch through cover. The players in the stand for the Barbados Pride stand on their feet because it was a lovely shot.
Indeed, Kesrick, you can see him transfer his weight onto the bat and just pushing that one through the extra cover, a la Sachin Tendulkar, I would say.
Told you I like this youngster. Known him for a while. Well, fortuitous boundary, but the Barbados Pride will take it. It's another 4 through the gully and third slip region for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Brian Charles and the substitute fielder. Fortuitous boundary, but they would take it. That's another boundary out of this over.
That's some 13 runs scored so far in this over. Kesrick, he had 3 fours and a single that Dorridge took. So with the new ball, he's just taken the second new ball, and some 13 runs being scored off the first overs to date.
On the back foot again, punch behind point. Didn't get to the boundary, but Runs are coming a lot easier. Ever since Shane Dorridge get to the crease, we have seen a different Jonathan Jakes. It's the end of Anderson Phillip over expensive one as well. The score is 259 for 6. The lead has gone up to 87. Payne.
Yeah, but how much time does Dritz have to play these balls, Kesrit? He's just getting himself some really good positions and playing some flowing shots. I mean, he's elegant as he is at his best, but he's really coming to the fore here today. Yes, some 87 runs lead. I think the Barbados, the bench, they'll be happy to how they've progressed so far into this game.
And speaking about how much time he has on the ball, we mentioned yesterday about England and how in England you have to play the ball late. This is an example of what you want your players to do. He's playing the ball pretty late. Him getting another 100 here in this game would definitely put some question marks over his helmet, I would say. Like an angel with the rings. Come on,
But
put that question mark over your helmet, Jonathan. You need to. He's
And it-
been around for a while.
yeah, and it did seem like we would have imagined to bowl this second new ball, get a little bit of shape on that one to Dorridge, just carrying it away from the bat a little bit, and all the way through to the keeper. A little bit of a conversation between Seals and Dorridge. They've played quite a bit together for some time, so I think Seals he's had some 10 test matches. I'm sure Dorridge would have been around for a few of those.
Dorridge obviously understands what Jaden Seal usually do with the ball, so but it will definitely be really good competition from both players. Clean competition. That one just eased out to point. Just a single.
Yeah, but Dorridge looked very comfortable ever since he's came to the crease. Like you said, he knows the game. Like you said, his mind is free. He's a lot of a freer player, and you can see him just turning the strike over back to Jonathan Dritz as he moved his score, Dorridge, up to 26. But he's moved to 26 in quick time. But as you said, rightfully so, there was no chances, shots. He was always in control of every shot he's played so far, Kesrit.
Yeah, there was never a rash shot. Every shot that he has played, all innings. He's on 26, but all the shot that he have played is justifiable, well within reasoning. Just outside the line of full stump. Jonathan Jakes not having any of it from Jaden Seals, just walking away to the square leg umpire.
Yep. Can imagine Caesar's looking for a challenge. He wants to contest.
But then looking at the Barbados team, and you have a Kevin Wickham and a Jonathan Jakes and a Zachary McCaskey in that setup. You have three batters who haven't played a lot of first-class cricketers yet. But when you look at all three players, you know for a fact that these players would be around for a while. Kevin Wickham is such a talent. He can do anything on the field. He can wicket keep, he can bowl off spin, he can bat.
Yep. Very positive player. Kevin Wickham, he likes to play his shots. As you can see, some reinforcement being made to that slip cordon. As Seals, he's getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. So the mid-wicket, he's now coming to second slip in Kerry Pierre. So they've now got only 3 men on that leg side. Let's see. Seal. It's a loud appeal. That one was a pacey delivery, carrying carrying up beyond the bat of Dritz. He just went for a drive, a little bit of a naughty shot. That one was another wide delivery. If you have a look at it again, there, Kesrit. But he played at it. He missed it. The appeal went up, but umpire Crawford says it was not out. No bat on that one.
I think it was outside the line of fifth stump, but he didn't get close enough to that delivery. So it was just hands. Some players are good with just hands. You talk about just hands. You talk about somebody like Sherfin Rutherford, who have really good hands. Some player, they have to get close enough to the delivery. And this is a player that needs to get close to the delivery.
Like you said, yeah, because he's late, he wants it on his eye. But that completes the over. Good over that there by Jaden Seals. He's now bowled some 11 overs. He's got 1 for 24. The Barbados Pride there, 260 for 6. Jonathan Drake, he's on 70. Storage, he's on 26. But good conversation there about a player like Rutherford, as you said. He's get his hands straight and he's quick with his arms. Drake's on the other side. Like you say, he's a late type of player. He likes to have it under the eye and close to the bat.
I'll tell you one thing about Sherfin Rutherford. He's not playing in this tournament, but he's a West Indies player. Just like to make mention of him. I'll tell you something about him, Payne. In T10 in Dubai, a lot of bowlers that can execute the wide Yorker actually scared to bowl it when Sherfin Rutherford is batting. That one is punched to cover. This could be 4. Shane Dorridge, really good shot, pulled back, inches away from the boundary. Just 2 runs added to the total. He looks like he enjoyed batting against Anderson Phillip. But yeah, when you talk about bowlers who can execute the wide Yorker, Wahab is one of them, Dwayne Bravo is one of them. A lot of these guys will tell you, bowling wide Yorker, you have to be very careful when Sherfin Rutherford is batting. He'll go over point, which is so easy, like it's a down the ground shot. Really good hands to the ball. Has a really good bat swing as well. Just wish him all the luck in this World Cup T20 that's to be played here in the Caribbean. When you look at that lineup for the West Indies, I'm just thinking, we don't know the squad as yet, but thinking about the top 5. Selectors, best of luck.
Especially playing at home here in the Caribbean, I think we've got the makeup to be competitive. Oh. Another flowing cut shot there by Drates. We're just going to pick up one as there's a man out there at that deep point. But how easy has Drates looked so far since, Storage looked since he got to the crease?
Yeah, it looks very easy. I was wondering if he was batting in the nets during the lunch period. He came in, and the first delivery, he flicked it to mid-wicket with ease as well. A lot of players may not do that on their first delivery, knowing that easy pickings. You can't straight on the leg side at this level. Picks up 2. Not really good work from Jaden Seals on the boundary. Well, you have to give it to him. He's probably tired, just bowl it over. But yeah, as I was saying, Payne, when you look at that top 5 for West Indies and the batting lineup, it is so difficult because you have a Brendan King, you have a Kyle Mayers, you have a Johnson Charles, who just played in PSL and did a wonderful job for Sultans.
Yeah.
You have the Puran. You have the Ravman Powell. You have the Andrew Russell. You have the Rutherford. You have the Hetmeyer. Oh my God. I don't want to bowl to that lineup.
Shea Hope, he was also directing in the last
Shea Hope
T20.
is now I forgot Shea Hope. He's one that you have to add to that squad. Like, they have such a good batting lineup. I mean, I've taken everybody wickets in that batting lineup. No problem. But such a good batting lineup. And if they take off, tap edge, this could be a wicket. Oh, unfortunate. Jonathan Jakes lured into that pull shot. Top edge. Easy catch for skipper Joshua De Silva. Anderson Phillip picking up the wickets of Jonathan Jakes for 72. He's gone. Really well needed wicket here for the TNT Red Force. They needed that because the partnership was building. And it was looking very good.
But you must give it there to Anderson Phillips. He's gotten the second new ball in his hand, and he had Drates who was really set, and you could see him running in. Obviously, it was a plan. He had a deep backward square. He also had a fine leg, and he went hard into the pitch with the bouncer. And Drates, he wasn't even able to control it. He had a bit of a top edge, and it was a good catch being taken by the skipper, Joshua De Silva. So another wicket goes for the Barbados Pride. The fund is at 265 for 7, Kesrick. As we're going to make a change here in myself, Colin, he's going to come into the commentary chair, and we leave the Barbados Pride in a good position still.
I'm pretty sure that the Red Force would be pretty happy because this partnership was looking very dangerous. They were scoring really well. Jonathan Jakes and Shane Dorridge looking like they want to get this lead up to over 120 or so, be 40. And they were doing that, but in comes Shaquille Kamabash, his second first class game, picked up a 5 wicket in his first game in Jamaica. In the 4th round, he did not play because he had players like Kimar Roach, the Raymond Reefer, and the Jason Holder coming back. So you definitely have to find room for those players. But he's here now. He's picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, and he's here with the bat. And guess what? Colin Murray's here as well. Welcome, Colin.
Thank you very much, Kesrick. It's going to be an interesting battle here with the last. Dorich is there, well set on 29, and the question is, can the rest of the batting stay with him? As they say, 9-10 Jack. Can they stay with him just to maybe get this total on to a formidable 300 plus? It's a short delivery from Jaden Seals as he starts a new over to Dorich. Dorich on 29. He's always capable with the bat, isn't he? He looks. Somehow you look at Dorich and you know, he starts on naught and then suddenly he's on 25, playing all the shots. He likes to get on with it.
And
very diminutive in stature.
The thing about him is that he plays within reasoning.
Yeah.
There's not a really false shot. He reminds me of a Sunil Ambrose, how he plays. Early in his innings, they get to 25 really fast. And
it's
then
another short delivery.
After that 25, they sort of calm down, get to their 50, and then explode again. So they basically understand how they want to score. He's on 29 from just 32 deliveries. Ever since he came to the crease, he has been scoring really, really well.
A fine knock from Jonathan Drakes, and even Kevin Wickham batted very well. They looked very comfortable this morning when they started on 99 for 4, and they really went on. They put the Barbados Pride in a comfortable position. That's good fielding. Brian Charles, the man there, just diving away to his right.
What do you think can be a really good lead here on this pitch?
Well, as it is, it's the what? It's now 93. I think anything over 100, the Red Force will have to bat properly. It's turning slightly. It's slow in nature, but the pitch is turning. And you know, when with the likes of Jason Holder and Cumberbatch, they're going to put that ball up to the bat and hope for a little bit of away movement. Thing is, I can't see the Red Force batting as badly in the second innings as they did in the first.
Speaking of batting badly, looked at the scores in Antigua.
Volcanoes were 82 for 8 at a stay. I understand the young 19-year-old picked up 4 wickets, a turner. They say he's bowling very quickly.
Basically got shut out for 113.
Yeah.
Guyana Harpy Eagles making 308.
they're making
Windward
a
Islands making
they're suddenly
130.
making a surge, aren't they? Trying to defend their title.
The thing about the Harper Eagles is that they understand how to win championships. And when you get accustomed to that. But I'm looking at the score here. I'm very happy though for Tevin Walcott. He made 41 out of that 113.
It's a good delivery from Seals, but well played by Cumberbatch because he was just getting out of the way. It was short, coming out, angled across his body, and he could so easily have tried to play at it. But he just backed away and allowed that ball to pass maybe about just chest height. Good delivery from Seals. In his 12th over, 1 for 25.
Yeah, Isaiah Thorne picking up 4 wickets for 38 runs over there in Antigua.
Yeah, they say he was bowling from all reports. It was not only just a good spell, it was a quick spell. And he created a lot of problems with his pace. So all of a sudden, 1 or 2 fast bowlers are holding their hand up. That's
The
just
sweetest
outside the leg
part,
stump.
the
End of the over at 266 for 7. They Barbados pride.
The sweetest part about these fast bowlers is that they're from Guyana.
Yes.
And you don't really associate pace when it comes to Guyana.
Yeah, it's
Before that, it was a Rian King. Then we had a Bess,
yes.
who haven't really played long, just probably one game. And then there was Ranford Beaton, who had his little bit of issue. But then there's Shamar Joseph and there's Isaiah Thorne out of Guyana. I'm pretty sure that in a matter of about a year or so, Isaiah Thorne name would be calling up there when it comes to West
for
Indies
sure.
cricket.
There's no
Because
doubt about it.
I've seen him in St. Vincent playing the under 19 tournament. And it's like he's not just a fast ball bowler. And when I say fast ball bowler, there are some bowlers who just have a quick delivery. He bowled quick spells.
Dorich looking to get on with it now. You could see him just backing away, trying to. The field is well set now. They're giving him the single if he wants it, because the field is well set deep. And you could see him just backing away, trying to slash that one through the cover region. But unless he times it very well away from that man at the deep point position, he's only going to get a single. And he'll have to make up his mind if he's going to expose Cumberbatch. And there's no reason he shouldn't, because it's just 7 wickets now. Yeah, and you're looking at the thing that they told me, and at lunchtime we were having a discussion. Well, he gets an inside edge. He's just going to get a single because it goes down to the fine leg position. Yeah, I was having a discussion over in the pavilion area with a guy whose son plays for the Trinidad Tobago under 19 team, and he said he was at the last under 19 tournament and had a look at Thorne. And he said, he's bowling at over 90, and he has another year, apparently, to play at under 19 level still. So what a promise he is.
Well, I have the luxury of looking at it because that tournament will be played in St. Vincent again this year.
Right.
So I'll let you know what's happening in St. Vincent, Colin. I'll call you.
Yeah, he's.
I'll let you know his progress.
Yeah, he's. From all reports, he's highly thought of, highly regarded.
I saw him in St. Vincent, and after 4 deliveries, I want to say I have an eye for talent, but after 4, I've played enough cricket around the world to understand when someone have something special. And it's not that he's just pacey. He has a brain as well. So when I saw the first deliveries, I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah. Is he a rhythm bowler? When I say rhythm, yeah. He's
Rhythm and strength. Because he's a
Okay.
strong guy as well.
Yeah.
The only thing I think he needs to work on is his fitness. Not saying he's not fit, but fitter you are, it's a lot better for you. Anderson Phillip, you can see that. But it's really good though that we have fast bowlers now in the Caribbean. There's another young man in Jamaica by the name of Oja Shields. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
No, I haven't.
He played a few games for CCC, and I saw him in Jamaica playing. Really good wheels, good pace. Just need to work a lot on his consistency. He likes the shorter side. Another bowler in Jer McAllister, who needs to work on his consistency, who likes the shorter side. And at the higher level, the shorter you bowl, the farther you go. But with time, they would get better. And I'm pretty sure that they work with a lot of coaches around the Caribbean. Floyd Reefer, who I know is from Barbados, who worked with other Shields at CCC. Jeremy McAllister, who is from Barbados. Floyd is from Barbados. So I'm pretty sure that they would get some work done with Floyd Reefer. And he's such a good coach.
Yeah. Anderson Phillip, it's bowling maybe just back of a length, and it's not worrying Cumberbatch. I think he needs to take it up a little more. Try to get that ball leaving the left-handed Cumberbatch. Right now he's just back of a length, and Cumberbatch is happy to get on the back foot and just keep it out. That's a little better, but he needs to be closer to the off stump. End of the over from Anderson Phillip. The end of it, 267 for 7. The Pride, they lead by 95 at the moment, and that's already a very handy lead. They would certainly want to get that up to maybe 110, 120, and put the Red Force under some pressure this afternoon. And unless Red Force bat well in the second innings and try to get somewhere in the region of 300, this game could very well be over early tomorrow. But Jaden Seals is going to continue to Shane Dorridge. And are they spreading the field? Let me have a look at it here. When you look at the two slips, but they're moving out one of the slips now. Carrie Pear, he's going towards a short, fine leg. Is he yet? No, more of a leg gully, interestingly enough. There's a man at fine leg and then one at that deep square leg position. Oh, that's pleasant. That's sweet. That's lovely. What a good shot from Shane Dorridge. It was pitched up by Jaden Seals, and he just went into a lovely extra cover drive. He timed it to perfection, coming off the middle of the bat, and it raced across this boundary. No need to run those. You just stand up and you pose for the camera. Beautiful shot. And he goes to 35, 271 now for 7. The lead goes up to 99. What a good shot.
Well, it was all class written on over that shot. Shane Dorridge playing a gem of an innings here. He's on 35. And to me, it seems like he's on 85 because the sort of shot he have played so far.
So Seals looking for a little extra pace there, losing his line. Could see it. No fast bowler likes to be driven through extra cover like that. As a batsman, you just wait for the next delivery, and you think it's going to be a short rising delivery. And even though Seals wasn't trying to get it short, he was opting for a little more pace. But in so doing, he lost his line. Now the leg gully has come back to a second slip. So saying to Jaden Seals, pitch it up outside the off stump, get it to leave the right-hander. And again, a short lift in delivery. And Dorridge just gets out of the way. He handled that well, because he's not a tall man. And that was short. It was rising on the body. And you could see him just shifting out of the way and allowing it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So just the two bowlers left in the off spinner, Shem Holder, and the quickie, Jerry McAllister, left to bat after this pair. Another short delivery, Dorridge just backing away.
Something that I really like about this year's Regional 40 tournament, though, is that a lot of teams bowl really well, and a lot of teams bat well. It's not really a one-sided tournament where you say, oh, it's a batting tournament where you see a lot of hundreds and teams are declaring. You're not really picking up wickets. Or it's a bowling tournament where teams are getting bowled out and you're not seeing a lot of half centuries or hundreds. You're seeing hundreds, you're seeing 5-wicket hauls, and you're seeing it from top batters as well, and also from all-rounders. Kevin Sinclair scored 74 in that game. Well, what a shot. I'm not going to say much, Colin. I'm going to leave you to talk about that shot. It might not get to the boundary.
It,
It
yes,
actually
it
did.
Yeah, and it deserved 4.
Definitely.
He timed it so well. A delivery from Jaden Seals coming into the right-hander, and he played it so exquisitely. Let's just have a look at that replay, because Jaden Seals was angling that into him. It was pitched maybe middle and leg, and he just whipped it beautifully. The timing of that shot more than anything. Django was given chase, but you could have seen from the time that ball came off the bat, it was
talk about
middled
timing.
beautifully.
You spoke about timing, but what I like about that shot mostly is the balance. Look at the connection.
Yeah.
The balance in that shot alone, it's textbook. You call it, Colin.
Well, the lead has gone over 100. It's now 103. And still 3 wickets left. And more importantly, Dorich is still there. He's taking a toll. And Jaden Seals is a very upset fast bowler. And Dorich says, why? No need to do that. And he's walked off. He's looked at Jaden Seals, a big, strong man. And it's the end of the over from Seals. 275 for 7. The Barbados Pride. Dorich is 39. Cumberbatch is yet to get off the mark. The drinks break is going to be taken as there we see the Ralphie, better known as Ralphie, just sweeping the bowlers where the bowlers land. And as the drinks break come onto the field, the players are gathering for their drinks. We will take a break here as well, and we're going to try and refresh ourselves, and we'll be back shortly. So welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as Barbados Pride set to resume on 275 for 7, a lead so far of 103. And Shaquille Kamabach is going to face up to the bowling of Carrie Pear, who is back in the attack. 27 overs, 2 for 50, replacing Anderson Phillip. He's got a slip and a forward short leg in our picture. And he's getting outside edge runs here. Probably going to get 2. Dorich is pushing for the 3rd, but I don't think he's going to come back for it. As Jaden Seals give chase and limits the scoring to 2. So picking up an outside edge and the ball running all along the ground, going to the right of the lone slip. Brian Charles is that man at slip. And 2 more runs for the total.
Finding the edge.
He looks as if he wants to stay and bat for Dorich, doesn't he? He's playing everything straight. But you're right, that last one took the edge. Seemed a little bit late in getting out to hit. That's a good shot. That's a run. So finding the gap there, hitting it to the left of Mohammed at cover and to the right of Anderson Phillip at mid-off. So they were able to, immediately as he played it, think Carrie Pear a little too short at the moment. Take that ball up. Give it a little air to come about. See what he's going to do. So the field spreads a little bit for Dorich. The man at mid-on goes back towards 3/4 way to the boundary. And Dorich cuts, runs again for him. They're just going to come back. They're coming back for the second. He's got to hurry. And a loud appeal goes up. And he's gone. Well, he can't believe it. He stands there as umpire Crawford has raised the dreaded finger. He thinks he's home. Umpire Crawford says otherwise, Mr. Dorich, and you've got to walk. It's unfortunate, but I always thought they would have been in trouble going for that second run. And it's difficult with not aside. Now, Joshua De Silva seems very confident that Dorich was not home. Because as he took the bails off, he appealed, and right away he was running towards Carrie Pear. And I thought the decision to come back for 2 was made slightly late by Dorich. When he played it, I got the impression that he was thinking of a single. But when he looked up, and that could be the problem, just looking up, that takes away that second that you need to really get into your crease. Now, I'm not saying he's out, he's not out, we're not in line. And but the umpire was right in line, and you could never tell, because on the one hand, De Silva is saying he's out, and Dorich on the other hand is saying it's not out. But at the end of the day, the man who really that counts here is umpire Crawford, and he put up that dreaded finger. So Dorich goes run out for a well-played 39. And the total now 278 for 8 means the lead is 107, and Shem Holder is the man coming to replace. Shem Holder is replacing Dorich, so he's going to take strike, and Carrie Pear is going to continue. 27.4 overs, 2 for 54. It's been a marathon spell from him. Well, broken up. But appeal. He's gone, LBW. Holder stands there now, and he can't believe it. But that seemed to just run on. And Holder was just standing there looking to turn the ball on the leg side. And he goes LBW now. The question is, was that ball beating the leg stump? Let's have a look. So umpire Duguid says no. He says it was hitting leg stump. That's Crawford, umpire Crawford. My apologies. Umpire Crawford was the presiding umpire who was given the decision. Umpire Duguid was the square leg umpire. And
It's pitching in line, Colin, but to me, from where I'm sitting, and I'm looking at the replay here, that definitely would be missing the leg stump. I mean, I don't want to be hard on the umpires.
yeah, I think what the only thing I could think of is that Holder came inside the line to play it. Now, to me, that's irrelevant. When I say it's irrelevant, yes, he's come in line to play it, but if the ball is drifting, it could very well be missing the leg stump.
It's definitely missing the leg stump.
As they say, umpire's call.
As you did mention in the last game that umpires have just what split a
Yeah.
second or so to make their decision. But I like to see the replays on these LBW decisions, because I would like our
No, I tell you what.
director to probably slow it down.
Look at the
a tad
wicket
for us
keeper.
after this delivery.
You've-
After this carry pair delivery, I would like him to slow it down a tad for us, so that for the sake of our viewers, myself and Colin Murray, whenever we make decisions here, or whenever we say certain things, we want to make sure that it's right.
Well, McAllister looking to open the face and guide that through point, doesn't make contact. So the end of a over from Carey Payne, which he picked up that wicket of Holder, but not only that, there was also a run out from Dorridge. So 2 wickets falling in the over from Carey Payne. They scored 279 for 9.
Well, it was a successful over, picking up 2 wickets there, carry pair. But then when you look at it, it's definitely pitch in line, no doubt about that, but it's going down.
Well, umpire Crawford felt that ball might have been hitting the leg stump. That's the only thing it would have been hitting as far as umpire Crawford was concerned. And so it's the end of Holder, and Jaden Seal starts a new over, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Cumberbatch. So the lead is 107 now.
So I was hearing a lot about Cumberbatch and his all-round ability. But in a situation like this now, knowing that Jerry McAllister is not really one to really handle his bat as well as you would really like to stick around with Cumberbatch, do you think that he should, probably be positive about
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to open up his arms now, because McAllister is certainly you can't depend on him. He's going to probably take a big swing, may connect with 1 or 2. But I don't think you expect him, McAllister, to stick around.
Talking about Jerry McAllister, it reminds me of Jaden Seals in the first innings. You have to feel it for Django though.
Oh, for sure.
Brilliant innings. It's probably one of the best 100 we would have seen in this year's tournament if he had gone on to score 100. He toiled, he fight.
I was talking to again at lunchtime in the pavilion to one of the coaches who coached Django from youth level. Oh, he's bowled him. So he's left alone a delivery that just came back at him. And it's the end of the innings, the end of Cumberbatch. That's a really good delivery from Jaden Seals. It pitched off some and just nipped back at the left-handed Cumberbatch. Well, a bad judgment on his part. He's left it alone, and Jaden Seals hits the off stump, and Cumberbatch goes bowled for 3, and the total 279 all out. The Barbados Pride, and it would mean that the lead is 107. So they were going along nicely at 278 for 7, and all of a sudden they are 279 all out. So 3 wickets have gone down for the addition of 2 runs. And I remember someone saying, a fan was saying they wish they get these 3 wickets quickly. And boy, did they get the 3 wickets quickly. A run out, a first ball for Jim Holder, and then Cumberbatch just facing 3 deliveries from Seals before his stumps were shaken, and all of a sudden 279 all out. The lead, still a very handy 107-run lead, means that the Red Force will have to bat very well in the second innings to put up. I would think they would be looking somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 300. If they can get to 300, it means that Barbados will have to, the Pride will have to get to 200 to win the game. And if they can go into, say, the back end of the 3rd day, and who knows what can happen with this pitch going into a 3rd day. So that's the situation here at the Oval. When you go through the scorecard, Brathwaite was 30, McCaskey 46, Raymond Reefer 12, Warwick on 6. They were all out yesterday. And then, of course, we had that partnership between Drakes and Wickham. And Dorridge getting 39, Wickham 34, Drakes going on to get a half century. And at the end of it, 279 all out. And you look at Carrie Pear picking up 3 wickets, Brian Charles getting 2, Anderson Phillip 2, Jaden Seals 2. So the wickets were well shared up among the top 4 bowlers. Imran Khan failing to get a wicket, but at the end of the day they were able to, between Phillip, Seals, Charles and Pear, they accounted for 9 of the wickets to fall. And of course Shane Dorridge, he went a run out. So 279 all out, the lead by 107, while the pitch is being rolled and repairs are being done to the run-up, etc. We're going to take a break here, and when we come back, it's going to be the start of the Red Force innings. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as we get set for the start of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force second innings. And a little bit of a change now because Vikash Mohan is not going to face the first ball. Remember, the very first ball of the game, he went LBW to Jason Holder. Well, he's at the non-striker's end, and Kishan Otley is going to take strike first from Jason Holder. And they're going to get a single here at least, as the ball was just outside the line of the off stump, the usual typical Jason Holder delivery, and he was just pushing it out on the offside. So Red Force away and running with the single. So one without loss. Remember, they trail by 107 on first innings. So the deficit is down to 106, and you would think that the Red Force would want these two openers to bat out at least until tea time. Doesn't matter how many they score. It's just a matter of survival until tea. Two slips in a gully, go down for Holder. And Mohan right behind this one. Seemed a little circumspect that wasn't sure which way that ball was swinging, whether it was going to leave him or come back at him. He got in line and he just waited with the bat there, hoping that the ball hits the bat, which it did. But he didn't look very confident in playing that shot. Now remember, he got 52 in the first innings against the Volcanoes, but that followed with low scores of 1 and 0. So his confidence must be a little bit low at the moment. And this time he's forward. He looks very comfortable, Mohan, when he's on the go. He seems to have a lot of time in which to play his shots. But like any batsman, if you fail in, you sometimes start to doubt yourself and you second guess some shots that you really shouldn't.
Well, I'm pretty sure that he's happier now. Only managed to face one delivery in the first innings from Jason Holder. So
Yes.
that jitters probably have left his mind, because he have gone 3 deliveries now. So. But
Well,
we know how good a player he is whenever he's in full flow. We saw it against the Windward Island, and then in local cricket here, he's a master at his craft.
yeah, he scores heavily in local cricket. Plays for Clark Road in the local club competition. Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. And that ball came back at Mohan. They had a shy at the stumps. And Mohan, so they're going to run through for a leg by.
Well, Jason Holder is standing with his hands on his hip, and I'm wondering, trying to look at I want to see the replay again, because that, I'm just wondering if it hit outside the line of the off stump.
That's the only thing that could probably save him if it was the impact was outside the line of the off stump. Jason Holder seemed pretty convinced, but then again, you bowlers always seem pretty convinced.
I mean,
but it could have been outside the line.
I
Give
used
him
to
the
be like-
benefit.
I was one like the Joey Carew guy. I appeal when it's out.
I hear you, Kesrick. You moving. That's a good shot. He's just going to probably pick up a single, as it was aligned full on the pad, and he just worked it to the left of mid-on. So Otley is on 2. Holder having a word now with the umpire. That would be an interesting conversation. The end of the over, 3 without loss.
I mean, it did came back sharply, but
The question is,
did it hit outside the line of off stump? And I'm kind of thinking, it looks to me as though I'll give Duguid the benefit of the doubt.
yeah, I would.
After the shot,
yeah.
the batter was way outside,
yeah.
so he would have, as you said, a split second to
Yeah.
make that decision.
And the decision would be, well, was he just outside the line? And in
me
a
it
case
looks
like
that
that,
way.
I suppose you got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It looks that way to me, Colin.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to go easy on the umpires, but then there's some decisions that is just clear cut. You can see it from from a mile away.
Yeah, well, I think Mohan might have been, I think he would have been given the benefit. I mean, when I saw it initially, I thought it was just the impact might have been outside the off
I
stump.
tell you what, Jason Holler removing him in that delivery, he would have definitely, Jason Holler would have felt like he have his number.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I can call you anytime.
Yeah, and I think Mohan obviously is a little bit, and when a bowler, you would know as well, when a bowler gets you out in the first innings, you feel confident that you can remove him again in the second innings. And
Well,
Jason
Jerry
Holder
McAllister is with ball in hand. This is his first over.
didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, and that's not well lined. He's going to get a single. So Otley, looking confident. Otley is he's a player, likes to get on with the game, likes to play shots. Hasn't done all that well so far. Just before this game, just to play the one game against the Volcanoes, getting to 47 in the first innings against the Volcanoes, and certainly would be looking to get a big score here because he only got to 5, and before Holder also had his number. That's too wide.
I have a question for you. I'm not sure how well you know or how much time you have seen Jerry McAllister. Anything about him that you could add to his bowling or try to take away from his bowling to make him better? Because at the end of the day, we are here to make West Indies cricket better.
I would like to see a better approach from him. I think when you look at him, he sort of just falls away on delivery. I would like to see him a little bit more upright. Yeah, but there's no doubt of his pace. He is genuinely quick. But I think I would just like to see him a little bit more upright when he delivers.
What about the use of his bumpers?
Well,
Do you think it's been overused or?
Well, but not really. I just think he's been told, and I would expect that he's been told, listen, your job is to bowl fast. And you see this again, he loses his line when he tries to bowl too quickly. There are times when you got to assess the conditions, assess the pitch, and you got to decide, listen, I've got to get my line, I've got to get my length first, and then I can. But again, he needs to look at his variety. He needs to, not every ball he can bowl at 80 or 90 miles an hour. Look at that. 3 wasted deliveries.
This is my assessment of Jerry McAllister. I like him, one, because he has space. That's his asset already. He has space. Something that
Correct.
has been lacking in West Indies cricket
Yes.
for some years. But what I want to see from him is him being more consistent. That's one. 2, in terms of his alignment, his run-up, he can get better. Don't want to change it too much, but he can get better at it. At the end of the day, this is about making West Indies cricket better, because if he do get better, he's only going to make West Indies cricket better. Also, him bowling bumpers, I think a lot of his bumpers are overused bumpers or wasteful bumpers. I want to see bumpers that is attacking a batter helmet or probably around the throat region or something. That's the end of his first over. The score is 5 without loss, but that's what I want to see from him more often. He has space, that's an asset, and I'm very happy for that because this is something that we want. So that's one thing that we have. Pace. We saw Isaiah Thorne, who is doing well in Antigua. There's OJ Shields in Jamaica. So that's good for West Indies cricket, having fast bowlers coming up. One in Barbados, one in Jamaica, one in Guyana, who is coming up. But we want to see them do the right things more often than not.
Listen, when you start cricket and you as a youngster and you're going through the ranks, you've always been told that the bumper is the surprise weapon of a fast bowler. And when you overuse it, then you lose the element of surprise. It's gonna get a leg by here. Holder just angling the delivery into Mohan, but the line is bad. and they get a leg by. Yeah, and I just think McAllister has been told, listen, you just bowl fast. And I get the impression that he thinks to be a fast bowler or to be bowling fast, you've got to bowl 2 and 3 bumpers and over. So the element of surprise, in my view, is lost with him because, he just runs up and you're expecting 2 or 3 bounces in an over.
And that's the reason why I would always say that I'm impressed with what I've seen from Shamar Joseph, what he did, and I would continue to call his name because the reason why I'm so impressed is because of what he did in Australia. He never got carried away with bowling bumpers. He was always on the line of the off stump or fourth stump or attacking the stumps.
That's right.
85% of his deliveries was attacking the stump. And that is what you want from our bowlers. And he's playing on pitches that can assist him in terms of his bumpers. His bumpers that he bowled picked him up wickets. He bowled a sharp one to Mitchell Stark to his rib cage that he fended off, got caught at short leg. And another one to Marnus Labuschagne that he got caught in the boundary.
Top edge, yeah.
So his bumpers is within reason and they're attacking batters. You don't want to be bowling bumpers that batters have to just look at it going over their heads. So you want to be aggressive, but it must be within reasoning.
And I think that's the problem with McAllister. When you look at his bumpers, now you also got to take into consideration the pitches. Pitches in Australia obviously much quicker. Here you got to put that effort and at times you got to get that ball up to head high. It's almost like a long hop. And that's unfortunate because I would really like to see a McAllister with a pitch that has a little bit of pace and a little bit of bounce. And I would think he would be a handful once he doesn't get carried away. Yet he gives me the impression, if he gets a pitch like that, he could very well be carried away. That's a good delivery from Holder, just coming back slightly to Otley, but I thought he played it well. Bat and pad was close together and pushed it out, and he's due for some runs. He got 47, as I said, in the first inning against Volcanoes, but hasn't scored since, and he's a much better player than his scores suggest. You look at what he has done thus far from the 2 innings he batted, 49 runs plus the 5 in the 54 runs from 3 innings. That's not good enough for a player of the ability of Kijan Otley. But McAllister is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and he's just had that 1 over, 2 runs coming from it. And he's going to be bowling to Vikash Mohan, who's on 1. Again,
so when you look at all the teams, when you look at all the teams who are playing here in the first class tournament, you look at all the teams and you look at their fast bowlers. When you look at the Windward Island Volcano, the fastest bowler is Sherman Lewis. But he's no a scary fast bowler. He's one of those fast bowlers that can move the ball, but he wouldn't scare you.
No.
Jerry McAllister has the pace and the energy that he probably can scare you. When you go down to the Leeward Islands, you have O'Shane.
He's edged it and he's dropped it. My word. Well, that should have been taken by Warrican. It came just as, and he is left-handed, so there's no excuse.
And he's usually a good fielder at the slip region. That's the reason why he's placed there, because he's really good in slip. Jamel Warrican looks like he caught him by surprise. One of those deliveries similar to what he bowled, the lengths that he bowled in Jamaica that got the wicket of Chadwick Walton pretty early. Similar delivery, similar length. And Jamel Walton was in the slip actually when that catch was taken. If he can stay there longer, then he would create some problems, because usually you have one that comes back or straighten.
But you're right. Warrican is normally a good catcher. Was going to his left. It was at a comfortable height as well, and it just popped out. Mohan struggling. They didn't even run, which was surprising to me, because once that ball came out of his hand, it went behind Dorridge. I thought Otley would have been backing up looking for the single. And that's not the line, so Mohan will be happy with that, because once it's not on the line of the stumps and going down the leg, he's going to feast on that and picking up an easy single. So the lead now exactly 100, or so I should say the Red Force now trail the Pride by exactly 100. So they need, as I said, the important thing for these two openers is just to stay until tea time. The Red Force would not want to lose a wicket before they go to tea. Oh, that's a poor shot. And he's another one. I don't think he got his hand hit. No, he was in position. Otley was thinking of hooking, but the ball rushed onto him, and he just left the bat there in the air. The ball hit the bat and lobbed up towards a gully position, and McCaskey couldn't get there in time. I don't think he got his hands on it. But what a poor shot.
Exactly what I was talking about, fast bowlers who can bring that scare factor with them. When you look at Barbados, they have that in Jerry McAllister. You go to Jamaica, they have that in O.J. Shields. And then you go to Guyana, and they have that in Isaiah Thorne.
Yeah.
So three good fast bowlers who haven't played cricket for West Indies as yet, who I think, given time, their name would be mentioned at the top level. But still a lot of work to do. Out of all these three fast bowlers that I just mentioned, I think Isaiah Thorne is probably maybe a head in front of both because of his line and length and his consistency, and he's younger than both.
19 years old. But I'm seeing Otley, the physios come out to just check and make sure he's all right.
Well, it was pretty sharp. I mean,
yeah.
Every game you find McAllister rushing someone. The last game he rushed Tej Chandapal, a bumper to his shoulder. Always find to get batter in uncomfortable positions.
I liked it actually because it caught Otley by surprise. I don't think he was looking for that. It was a short. That's the kind of short deliveries I like to see McAllister bowling.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Attacking.
Yeah. Otley looked, his footwork looked a little bit cagey there. He wasn't sure if to get across. I think he was looking for another short delivery. And in fairness to McAllister, he took it up to him. And in the end, Otley was just playing it out. The two openers, you have to say, Keswick, at this point in time, they look a little bit uncomfortable with what's happening out there. They're playing late. Unless the ball is pitched up to them or outside the line of the leg stump, they're looking a little bit cagey at the moment as to what's happening.
And that's because of the nature of the wicket, the pitch as well. It's a slow surface, but then there's always that delivery that skids off, that comes on to you a little faster.
Runs for Mohan. Once it's pitched there, they're going to be comfortable. I think the problem arises, and I'm surprised at Jason Holder losing his line there, because he's one that you can almost put a 25-cent coin on just outside the line of the off stump, and he will hit it more often than not. Or if we were to draw a little square map outside the line of the off stump, you would find Jason Holder would be hitting it at least 5 out of 6 times.
I want to ask you a question.
And if you got to get Mohan out, you got to pitch it off stump. That's it. That's the ball that's going to cause him some trouble.
I want to ask you a question, Colin. I want you to take me back. I want some history. Well, Prasad is not here, so you will have to take up the duty of being a historian for me today. I want you to take me back to the days of Courtney Ambrose and Andy Roberts. Around that time, first-class cricket in the Caribbean, every team must have had a quick fast bowler. I'm
More
not
or
sure,
less,
but
yeah,
I want to know who was really carrying that strain in teams to be the out-and-out fast bowler.
Yeah, well, of course, you talked about the Andy Roberts, and I don't know how far you want to go back, but let's go with the era of the Andy Roberts, when you had Andy Roberts opening the bowling for the Leewards, and of course you had Michael Holden from Jamaica. You got Guyana. Guyana and Trinidad more or less were more the spinners' wicket. and the pitch, you would find if you wanted to look for spinners, you had to look more to Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, where they produce the spinners. You talked of Rafik Jumadeen, a left-arm orthodox spinner from Trinidad and Tobago, Inchan Ali, and then you talked of Clyde Butts out of Ghana, the off spinner. You really found it fast. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago had produced Ian Bishop and Anthony Gray as a good combination.
Tony Gray as well,
Tony Gray, yeah, and Tony Gray, a good combination. And they came just around the time before Ambrose from the Leewards and Courtney Walsh out of Jamaica.
And Barbados.
Then Barbados. I'm thinking who Barbados had at that time. Well, I'm going after Joel Garner time when Barbados. There was Mervyn Dillon out of Trinidad, a useful quickie. There was Franklin Rose out of Jamaica. He was in that era of Ambrose and Walsh. The loud appeal goes up. He's gone this time. Mohan goes. He turns. He has never really looked settled. He never looked comfortable. And Vikash Mohan makes his way back to the pavilion just as the first innings. LBW to hold up, except this time he's made 4. And yep, he was seeming just looking to play across the line, and was looking to work that ball. Came back at him, and Vikash Mohan, I think he's had a rough game here, because he's never looked comfortable while he was batting. Yeah, we talked Cameron Coffey out of the Windwards was also one.
Nixon McLean as well.
Nixon McLean, yeah, he was not a candidate as well around that time. But oh yeah, and they had Patterson Thompson. That's a name. He was interesting. Patterson. He was quick. He was really quick, and so there've been quite a few coming up, and in that era.
I would like to ask you. There's a fast bowler out of the Windward Island. He's also from St. Vincent. I want to know if you know him. In Winston Davis.
Oh, of course. Winston Davis was in I think he was just before. He was before Curtly Ambrose and these guys. He went to England. Wayne Daniel was another, and of course Sylvester Clarke.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you had the fearsome 4 of Roberts, Holding-Croft, Garner, you had Marshall was coming through, and you had people like Wayne Daniel and Sylvester Clarke, who would have probably got into any team in the world except the West Indies, because of the luxury of the kind of fast bowlers, the fast bowling artillery the West Indies had. But Wayne Daniel, in fact, had a contract with, to tell you how good he was, he got a contract with Middlesex. And Sylvester Clarke had a contract, I think he was with Surrey, if memory serves me right, but he also had a contract. So even though they were not playing for the West Indies, couldn't get into the West Indies side, they were good enough to be contracted by the counties. Well, the Otley is going to take strike, because the over came to an end as the Red Force 9 for 1. Amir Django, who got 93 not out in the first innings, and the Red Force will be looking for him to score runs again in the second innings. He's at the crease, but he's at the non-striker's end. Yeah, so there have been quite a few, and as I said, not many have come through the Trinidad and Tobago ranks and the Ghana ranks. Only now you're starting to get them more regularly because of Joseph and Thorne. There was Rion King that you spoke about, that and yes, Colin Stewart was another one. He was another one that was pretty quick, but never really got the breakthrough to international cricket.
Ranford Beaton as well from
Ransford.
Guyana.
Yeah, he's had his problems, but he was one that. So there have been quite a number of fast bowlers coming. Of course, Barbados and Jamaica were the islands that if you were looking for fast bowlers, that's where you had to turn. and it was also because of the pitches. I mean, I remember going to Barbados, and you go to look at the pitch. You could have, if you had hair, Keswick, you could have combed your hair. It was almost like a mirror, the Barbados pitch.
I remember the first time I saw a pitch like that, I was wondering if we're gonna play here.
It almost like a concrete strip, wasn't
Yeah, I
it?
was like, this is where we're playing? Like, yeah, we're playing here today. I'm like, no, it's a mirror. We can't play in a mirror.
Yeah, that was what and I suppose that's why Barbados in the old days produced so many good batsmen and fast bowlers, because the ball, it was a true pitch. It was almost like a concrete pitch, and you were playing through the line. So the batsmen were able to play their shots, and the fast bowlers were able to get good bounce. That's a good delivery. Giving Otley the benefit there, he may have just played inside the line as that ball left him. Yeah, and Jamaica was another place that there was I made mention in the last broadcast last week when we were talking about Michael Holden. There was another guy I made mention at youth level was as quick as Michael Holden, but he went into athletics. A guy called Simon Newman, and they tell me at 400-meter level he beat Wantarina, the Cuban. And Michael Holden was also offered the opportunity to take up athletics, and he never did. He went into cricket. Newman went into athletics. The end of the over from McAllister, 9-4-1. So I would expect there would be a few more stories, like some youngsters who could have made it and decided to go to a different career.
A lot of players. And a lot of players decided to stop playing the lovely game after the under 19 level, because of the issue we used to have over the years with players getting into their first class team. And I would always continue to praise what Cricket West Indies is doing now with the academy and bringing back the CCC into first class cricket. Obviously these teams will be developing teams. If they do come and win a first class tournament, it will definitely be an eye-opener.
Yeah, it certainly would be.
But you want them to come and play good cricket, but you don't expect them to come out and dominate these first class teams, because they're developing teams. Not saying that they can't, but if they do, it will leave you to open your eyes and wonder, what are we doing with these franchises in the Caribbean?
Well, you know, going back to the days of Andy Roberts and these guys, they came in as the combined islands, and they weren't separated, combined windwards and leewards.
That must have been a strong team.
Well, when they started, they felt that the leewards by itself and the windwards by itself would not be strong enough as a sole entity to compete with the Barbadoses and the Jamaicas of this world. And so they combined them. And what was happening, they were doing so well, and the islands were complaining that we've got more substitutes to bring in, and we need to separate it. And that's how they became leewards and windwards, playing on their own. There was also a good left arm pacer. I think Hugh Gore was a pretty good, useful left arm
Someone
seamer.
was telling me about a fast bowler who was really quick, but he used to call him a nickname. I think it's Hungry Walsh. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But I heard about him. Never really get to follow it, but we had some quick bowlers around.
Oh, we did.
Those times.
Of course,
Fast
Patrick
bowler was a
Patterson.
love.
Patrick Patterson was one. Oh, I wonder if that took a little bit of an edge. But dropping before Dorridge. Yeah, Patrick Patterson was another tear-away fast bowler. He was quick and burst onto the scene. And then, of course, you had the two Benjamins, Winston and Kenneth.
Combined Islands must have been a strong team.
Yeah, it did.
Had
They
a few
were.
Vincentians on that team as well.
It's a good shot from Jangu, but it's not going to get runs. Pitched up by Holder. So we just probably on the stroke of tea time. One delivery left. I would think that they're going to take tea here after this delivery. We'll wait and see if the umpires call tea. Red Force losing that wicket of Mohan. A little bit of a setback for them. He's edging just short of second slip. So the final delivery, and Jangu was just pushing forward. A delivery hit and cut away from him. Good delivery from Jason Holder, and Jangu played at it, got the outside edge, but dropping short of the second slip, and no damage done there. So 9 for 1. Jangu yet to get off the mark. Otley is on 3. The wicket lost. Vikash Mohan, he went LBW Holder for 4. The total was in fact 9 for 1. So no runs have been added since his departure, and the players go off to tea. The Red Force, they still need another 98 runs to make the Pride bat again. But they would be looking for much more than 98. They would be looking to get up somewhere in the vicinity of close to 250, 275 to give themselves an outside chance to try and get this Barbados Pride team out for less than maybe 150 in the second innings. But that's a long way off, because the Red Force, they've got to battle on after tea, and the first target would be to get those 98 runs out of the way and then take it from there. So it's tea time here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Red Force in their second innings are 9 for 1, having bowled out Barbados Pride for 279, a lead of 107. The lead has been whittled down now to 98. So we're going to take a break here at the Queen's Park Oval, and then we're going to come back for the session of play after tea in what should be a session that will really determine, can the Red Force build any type of lead to give the bowlers a chance, or will the Barbados Pride bowlers bowl them to victory? So we'll be back after tea for more live coverage. Until then, it's goodbye from us at the Queen's Park Oval. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as we're about to start play after the tea interval. And McAllister is going to continue on his first delivery to Otley. And short, and Otley this time getting right on top of it. It was just a warm-up delivery from McAllister. There was no pace in that. We saw a little earlier that it was a pacey one when Otley was late getting in position. It hit the top of the bat. I think it went onto the helmet, and McCaskey at Gully just couldn't reach forward to get the catch. And Otley survived. So they were 9 for 1 at the interval. Otley was on 3. And Django yet to get off the mark. And that's a short. That's too short. And Django just playing it down in front of him. So we were talking, Andy, as I say, welcome back to you. We're talking, Kesrick was talking about the pace of McAllister. And, you know, what can you do to maybe improve him? And I just find his run-up needs to be a little bit more rhythmic. And when he delivers, he seems to be falling away slightly. I would like to see him a little bit more upright. But, and that's pulled away by Otley. That's a very good shot. And that's too short. That one was too short. So he's started. And this is the problem. I think he wants to bowl fast. And everybody wants him to bowl fast. We love fast bowlers. But I think he just needs to get his line, his length going. But look at it. 3 short deliveries. And they were woefully short. He's come around the wicket to the left-hander. Or to the left-handers, but he's too short at the moment.
Well, thank you, Colin. It's good to be back here after the tea interval, and that's another short delivery.
And that's a really good hit, isn't it? Whoa! That's huge from Otley. He went after him.
That's a really good shot there by Otley. That one again was buying into the trap by McAllister. And Otley, he was even to the task. I mean, you could almost predict that he was going to be bowling short, and he just stood there waiting. And he got all of that one, Colin, and he hit it well over the backward square area for a maximum. Good shot again there by Otley.
Well, he's gone back over the wicket. And it's almost, you know, it was almost predictable, and that's my problem with McAllister. And again, I was mentioning to Kesrick that he needs to use that bouncer as the surprise weapon. But his surprise weapon is almost like when he pitches it up.
Yeah, I don't know if it's team tactics here, but almost every delivery that he's running and bowl is being pulled into the pitch. Short deliveries, and as you can see, and we said earlier this morning, this pitch is not offering all of that pace.
Yes, and all of a sudden, it was a big over. 12 runs coming from it, the first over after tea. And that would certainly give Otley some confidence, and McAllister has to decide what line of attack he will use to the left-handers.
Yep, take nothing away from Otley. He was in position early, and he played some positive shots. I mean, like you said, any surprise ball at this point would have been a pitch-up delivery. But McAllister, he continued to bang the ball into the turf, and Otley, he was just there waiting. And those two boundaries, you know, he was in full control.
Holder for once, losing his line too wide of the off stump.
First delivery after the break, so I mean just to get the radar back on target. But a good stop there by Wickham, the stand-in keeper. And this young man Wickham, he continues to show his all-round prowess.
I wonder what's the problem with Dorridge. I wonder if it was struck on the hand or something like that. Or probably not feeling well to come back on the field. It's the worst feeling for a cricketer when you're not feeling well you're under the weather and you just decide, hey, I've got to go out and take that hot sun for a couple hours. The sun has left us here, but it's still very humid. A nice breeze, though, blowing across the ground, actually. And I'm looking at those flags in the distance, and they're blowing heartily. The Barbados flag, the Trinidad Tobago flag, and the Queen's Park flag.
And with that, of me looking over there, a few more spectators have trickled into the stands. I mean, it's not a big crowd by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see there's a few more
Crowd, you say, Andy?
spectators. A few more spectators.
Yes, I think that has a lot to do with Red Force batting. Some ardent, maybe family and friends of some of the guys batting. I saw Jid Gooley's mother here supporting on the first day, even though he was not playing. And I was saying to her that I'm so sorry to hear of his injury and things like that. But she was upbeat. I think she's proud that his performances thus far in the tournament this season has been very good.
Yeah.
So you've got some good parental support. Joshua De Silva, his dad and mum, if he is playing in the sea, they'll be on a boat somewhere. They've been very influential in his career, but they're away at the moment, or else they would have been certainly somewhere near to the Caribbean stand or the pavilion. But I remember Brian Lara's dad. He actually died when Brian Lara was making was selected in the West Indies squad. But I remember Brian as a schoolboy. His dad was right there. And Brian, who was a very good footballer as well. And I'll give you a short, quick story on that. Yeah, I was at the end of the over from Holder. It's 21 for 1. A maiden over, good over from Jason Holder. He's completed 5 overs, 1 for 4. Yeah, and I was coaching Fatima at the time, because I am a qualified football coach, Andy. Just giving you some information. Yeah, and I was coaching Fatima at the time. He was going to Fatima, and he was a good little footballer. But he was tiny, of course. You could imagine him as in Form 3 and Form 4 and thing. And he had this knack of reading the game so well. He would make a pass that the others would just be standing up, and it would look as if he made a bad pass, but it's just that the players around him didn't read it. He had that knack of producing that type of pass. That's another good hit. It's too short. It's probably not going to get into the boundary because Cumberbatch is out there. That's a really diving stop, and stopped it from hitting the boundary ropes, and they pick up 3 runs. That's good running. Yeah, and actually he played under 11 football with the likes of Dwight York and Russell Latapy, who are in fact his good friends. And his dad would turn up to every cricket game, and when he got into the football and made the team, his dad would come up. I remember we played a game against John Donaldson Technical Institute. Now these were much bigger guys because they would complete school and go on to John D to learn a trade, and somehow they were in the league. So you would find a lot of them being 18, 19-year-olds, whereas the boys in school were 15, 16, 17. And we played against John D and lost 4-0. That Django is now going for the hook, so they're trying to, actually, McAllister may be trying to set them up for a top edge or something like that. And I remember the paper saying the next day, the Sunday, because the game was on a Saturday, the Sunday newspaper had this big headline: John D whips Fatima 4-0, but Brian Lara stars. He was so well loved, even as playing football. And his dad came to me. This is Otley looking to smash this one from outside the off stump. Came off the bottom of the bat. He was looking to whip it through the onside. Yeah, and his dad, it was a game I left him out of, and Karim, was some game. And his dad came to me and said, Brian is very disappointed. You didn't select him. I think, but it was a game that I thought it would have been rough for him. And Otley getting into position a little earlier there, and I thought he played that long before the ball was on him. And I said to him, he said, Brian, very disappointed you didn't pick him. I said to him, listen, I don't want to be the one responsible if anything happens to Brian Lara and he doesn't have a cricket career. And he turned to me and said, thank you very much. I said, you deal with it now. But he was so keen, because the football was the glory sport, especially for the schoolboys. And even today it still is, because it's in those days there was no television coverage per se, but today the schools league is covered by Sportsmax, so so it was always and you get as a young schoolboy, of course, you get all the opposite sex coming to look at the games and cheering you on as a schoolboy. So he was very much into it. But I was just giving you the example of how it's so important for parental guidance and support from parents. The end of the over from McAllister, 25 for 1.
Yep. Good stories there. And as we know, he's also now into that sport that we so spoke about yesterday. And he was also there at the tournament over the weekend in Tobago, the golf tournament. He actually picked up a prize. I think he won first place in the net division. So kudos to him. I know he spoke to him. He said he's heading off to India. He's going to do a stint in the IPL. So, yeah.
He's much more. He's more in demand now than when he was playing cricket. Yeah. And it's good though. It's good to see the greats out there and mentoring the younger players. Yeah. See Ricky Ponting, the Australian, is with one of the teams. Yeah. And I haven't looked at the roster of those IPL teams. I think Sunil Narayan has gone across already, because that's going to start shortly, the IPL. It's tomorrow. As early as that. I didn't realize it's on from tomorrow. Yep. I haven't checked it. I just knew the IPL. You just know of a tournament coming sometime.
Yep.
Here's Kamabach, however.
Changing bowling, yes.
Replacing Holder. Not surprised, because Holder, as I say, it's pretty hot out there. Has he gone off the field?
He's
Jason Holder?
Field, yes.
Yeah, he's gone off the field as well.
Yep. Have both substitutes on now. Shamar Holder, he came on. He's at that backward point position. And so too is Rafik, who's in the slip cordon.
Runs for Jangu. Just a single. Because Jonathan Drake's moving quickly to his left at mid-on, and just a single for Jangu. So he is on 4 now, or 3? No, it seems to be on 3.
He's on 3.
And the total 26 for 1.
Yes, he's on 17.
The lead now 81. And they would want to ensure that at the end of the day they don't lose many wickets, the Red Force, and probably wipe off that lead.
Coming back, certainly have other ideas. Pick up some 3 wickets in the first innings. And here he is again with no ball. He'd been in trouble with some no balls in this game so far. And into only his second delivery, and he's gone over the front crease. Call it.
Yep, he has.
Sure, he'd be having some work to do with the coaches in the off time.
That's a good hit from Otley. Well, he's taken the attack to the bowlers, because that was pitched up to him, and he hit it beautifully, timed it well, hit it high over the long on position That's a really good hit again from Otley. And he's carved out a 6 there. As Cumberbatch pitching up to him.
Yeah, a delivery pitch on the legs, and Otley just went all the way through with it. I mean, hit it well, struck it really nicely, and that was over the wide along one area for yet another 6. So he's now got 2 sixes in his innings as the score moved from 33 for 1.
Short, and Otley didn't seem to time it all that well, but it's going to go into the boundary. It was short, and he was just slapping him, sort of standing tall and slapping it through the offside for 4 more runs. So he's certainly taken the attack to the Barbados bowlers. Anything that is loose, or pitched up, over pitched, or that one was short, and he was just getting back and slapping it. Hit it nicely. I thought at one time it wouldn't get to the boundary, but it was better time than I thought.
Yep, so Cumberbatch probably trying to compensate to pull his length back from that full one, but this one was short and wide, and Otley had all the time to hit it through the vacant cover area there for, next 4. But good timing, like you said, you thought he didn't time it well enough, but it was timed well enough to carry all the way to the boundary. So he's moved his tally up. He's really racing on right now, so he's on 27 out of a score of 37 for 1.
So Cumberbatch is going to continue. A change in the field. They've moved the man out from mid-wicket and they've put him towards a short point. They've taken that cover point out and he's gone all the way back to the boundary rope. And the man at deep backward square, Reefer, he's come into a squarish mid-wicket. So a 6-3 field for Cumberbatch. He's gone over the wicket and angling that ball across the left-hander. You could see him pushing it away from him, just falling away and using that ball to seam away.
Yep, and I think that's what they've set the field for. They've got the protection now on the deep point area, so his role would be to bowl it on that Austin or just about wide of Austin, asking Otley to come after him.
So Otley this time very much in control of a delivery, just leaving him, and he was just opening the face, guiding it down towards third man. Good shot, because just all he did was just stand there and wait for bat onto ball, and then for ball onto bat, sorry, and then just opening the face and guiding it down. So the end of the over from Cumberbatch, his first over that cost him 13 runs. What a difference a day makes, because yesterday's first 2 balls were wickets. So this first over cost him 13 and it's 38 for 1.
Indeed. Yeah, but Otley, he's been positive. He's batted very well up to this point. He's moved to 28. Cumberbatch coming in, couldn't pick his lines early enough, so he was a bit full, then he was a bit short. He also sent down a no ball, so he's got some work cut out to do, Colin, but it could be a long spell this evening for him, so he needs to really get his act together. As Jason Holley, he's off the field as we said, and McAllister, he's already bowled a few, so Cumberbatch, the next thing bowler, he should expect that he's got a bit of a workload.
Well, it seems that Jamal Warrican is going to come into the attack. A little bit surprised at that. I thought they may have decided with the off spin of Holder, and maybe Warrican bowls from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, Willie Rodriguez end, because that's where Carrie Pear bowled most of his deliveries, and with some success. He hardly bowled at that Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Yeah, well, Warrican, the experienced player he is, and he's usually very tight as well, so the score has been getting on a little bit, probably too much more runs than Craig Brathwaite would have anticipated these guys to be after the tea interval, so he's brought Warrican in. Warrican is more of a tighter bowler, so I think he wants to just peg it back a little bit. Colin.
Yeah, very interesting field, because you look at the field, there's a 4 men on the offside, 5 on the on, but on the on, there's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket. And of course, there's that forward short leg and a shortish mid wicket in a catching position. So they're catering for Otley if he goes for the big hits. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire, as Otley pushing forward. Yeah, he's the thing with Otley is that he doesn't like to be tied down, likes to play his shots, and he does sometimes choose the aerial route. And I suppose if he times it well enough, then it's going to go beyond the boundary. If he does not, then he could run himself into problems.
Yep. He's got the protection in Warwick, he's got that low on, like you said, and the deep mid wicket. So he's also got, there you go, he swing that one over the square leg area and into the fence for another maximum. So a good shot there by Otley. Warwick can give him that one a little bit of air, but angling it into the legs of Otley, and he went in for the sweep and hit that one over backward square Colin.
I tell you, this guy's timing is immaculate this afternoon, because he doesn't seem to be hitting the ball with a lot of power. And he's just, that one was swept. Yes, it was uppish, but he knew exactly what he wanted to do and where he wanted it to go. And the ease in which it went was amazing. What a good shot again from Otley. 6 more. And we see a couple changes in the field, because the man at a short backward square, he's gone right out on the fence. So there's 3 men on the onside now, where there's that deep backward square leg, there's a deep mid wicket that's pretty square, and then there's a long on.
But he's also got 4 men on the attack.
That's right.
Well. He's got a slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, and we also spoke about that guy on short
mid wicket. Yeah.
So it's a bit of an in and out field for Warwick, so he's asking all the challenges is on, but we've also got the attacking fields in.
Oh.
So that one getting a bit of turn.
That's interesting. Django was looking for a run, but Otley realized he had played no shot. And normally the umpire should call dead ball right away, because they threw at the end. Django had started to come forward looking for the run. Would have been interesting. It would have been interesting had they hit the stumps and Django was out of his crease, what the umpire would have done, because I know once it's a no run, you call dead ball right away. But I suppose it would have been an interesting decision. End of the over, and just 6 runs coming from it, from that one hit by Otley, and total on to 44 for 1. So the lead is now 63. So that's being whittled away.
Yeah, well, yeah. The Red Force, they trail by some 63 runs, still 9 wickets in hand. But as you said, rightfully so, the Barbados Pride, they want to peg back a few of these this evening if they're going to, stay in the contest for any length of time. But you don't want them to be batting a big total onto the last day here, at least.
So here's Kamabach with his second over. And Django has almost been like a spectator. He's just on 3. And of course this partnership is 35. And of the 35, Django has just contributed 3.
Yeah, well, he's continuing the vein that he batted in yesterday. He's just occupation of the crease, just waiting for any bad delivery. But more importantly, he's getting himself in here as Otley's doing the bulk of the scoring. So there's no reason for him really to be chancing or taking any chances.
He's going to pick up a single, because Kamabach just lining this one on the pad, on the leg stump of Django. He turns it nicely for a single. And we see the field now on the leg side. Rifa has gone from that mid-wicket, a squarish mid-wicket, down to a deep square leg. And then there's a fine leg and a man at the deep point position. And that's short, and Otley pulls. But it's going to trickle out, because I thought he timed it much better than he did. But it came on to him a little quicker than he anticipated. but give him credit. And no ball again. But he was in position and he pulled it, but there was covered from Reefer at that deep square leg, and they only picked up a single, but an addition run because of the no ball.
Yeah, and that no ball there by Cumberbatch. Guilty again of going over the front crease. Better delivery. And also with that short ball, I think he really meant to pull it down. I don't think he meant
Yeah, that he was looking for the big hit.
You know, he saw a reef out there and just decided to keep that one down. So good selection by Otley. But Cumberbatch, he really needs to try to, pull his feet back, his foot behind the line here, because you don't want to get a wicket with no ball.
And the thing is, again, as a young man growing up and listening to coaches, when you bowl no balls that many, you're supposed to just remark your run. If you're coming from 15 steps and you're bowling a no ball, then just take it back one. But he's not done anything like that. He hasn't adjusted. I haven't seen him adjusting his run-up.
Well, these are the days when the boys get the tape out from early in the morning.
That's right.
Yes. He's got he's got it fully marked. You can see his initials there, so he knows his paces. But that one is another wide delivery, just going past Django, who didn't make any shot or didn't make an offer, and it went through to Wickham.
It's too wide and left alone by Django. So the end of another over from Cumberbatch. Just 3 runs coming from that over. So he's got 2 overs for 16. Red Force 47 for 1. Just still trailed by 60 runs.
Yeah, but good batting again there by young Django. Nothing on offer. He's got lots of time. If it's not in this area, he's not going off for it. The one that came down on the leg side, he was able to work it down to fine leg to pick up a single. So he's looking to continue, like we said, from where he left off yesterday, and he's looking very good, solid.
The question is he going to take on Warrican? Well, he's looking to sweep. This seems to be from outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, I was making mention with the long on, the deep mid wicket and the deep backward square. Is he going to try to take on Warrican? And he's asking the deep mid wicket Warrican to go a little bit squarer.
Quick one there by Warrican. But Warrican, like you said, he's experienced and he's usually tight bowler. So, Braffett would have asked him to come in and try to get the batsman played as many deliveries, but keeping the score rate down is the same way.
Peel going up, but clearly outside the line of the off stump. Halfway through over number 14. Peel goes up and Otley clearly holding the bat in there as removing the bat close to the pad. So if there was any doubt of an edge, certainly it would have been difficult with the bat so high in the air. It's a good over from Warrican. That's what they need. I think the Barbados Pride need a couple tight overs. Get I think you made mention that the scoring rate was moving on a little too quickly.
It was indeed, and that's where Braffett probably went to his tight man and Jamel Warrican, who's known to be economical.
Maiden over from Warrican. I tell you, I would like to see the off spinner with 2 left-handers at the crease. I would certainly like to give the off spinner holder an opportunity to get to them. and just see how they will play against the off spinner, Shem Holder.
Jim Holder.
And he's yet to bowl in this innings. Of course, from the first innings, he had picked up 3 for 28.
Yep, but we've seen Jason Holder coming back onto the field now. He's making his way back on. But yep, so a good call to think that Shim Holder, the right arm off spinner, would get the ball at the two left-handers. But right now, Bradford, he's happy to carry on with Cumberbatch.
So they're using pace from one end and spin from that Brownlara Pavilion end. But I was wondering if the two spinners would come on in tandem. Of course, Holder only bowled from the Brownlara Pavilion end in the first innings. So I'm not sure if Craig Brathwaite may be thinking if he has to bowl Holder, you would want him from the Brownlara Pavilion end and maybe switching, which is strange because Pear bowled everything from the end in which Cumberbatch is operating from now, the media centre end. And yet Warwican is operating from the Brownlara Pavilion end. And I would think it would be automatic Holder from that end and Warwican from the Jerry Gomez media centre end.
Well, unless Warwican chose that end, and he's senior bowler.
Well,
so
yes, those things happen, don't they?
They do happen in cricket.
I say. Thought he got too much on top of that. Django was looking for the drive, but I thought he got a little too much on top of it and then couldn't play that drive. And Rifa is going out to a deep mid-wicket. He was at the orthodox mid-wicket position, saving a single, but he's gone right out now. So, is it going to be a short delivery, or is it, as they say, Cumberbatch grand charging? And he was, because it was wide of the off stump going further away from the left-hander.
A bit of a bluff.
A bit of a bluff, as we say here in Trinidad. Grand charging.
Yep. So Cumberbatch just in this over, he's contented to just be bowling a bit wide of the crease, a bit wide outside the off stump. Yep.
Django really taking his time. 4 from 26 deliveries, very reminiscent of how we played in the first innings. I suppose he's must be just reflecting on that and saying, listen, I got to 93, my success was by doing this, why should I change?
And also by extension, you knew he just only got into this game because of the injury to
to
Jet
Gooley.
So
Yeah,
he's saying, look, I'm not giving it away here.
it's too wide by Cumberbatch. The end of the over, a maiden over from Cumberbatch, so much better than his first 2 overs where he went for 16 runs. This has been a maiden, and the score is 47 for 1. Still, the Red Force, they trail by 60 runs.
Yeah, interesting tactics there by Cumberbatch. He just decided like he's going to be wide outside the off stump. If Django is going to try to make a shot, just come after me, but I'm not going to be too close. I'm not going to be too full, too wide. And it resulted in a maiden over. But, he's just playing on the patience probably of Django. So
Well,
let's continue.
He's looking to pull a delivery. Got away with that one.
He went for the sweep shot.
Yeah.
That one wasn't quite there for the shot. I think he had a little bit of a on the edge,
Yeah.
and it went past the bowler in that short mid-wicket area. So in between the two, so sure his heart was in his hands for a minute, but all's well ends well.
It could have gone anywhere. That's better from Django, using his feet nicely. He looks so much. I tell you, I was making a point. I can't remember if it was to Kesrick. It's the best I saw of Django bat for in a Trinidad and Tobago shirt, a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force shirt.
Really well batted. That one was given a bit of ear and angling into him with the arm, and he was able to just get to the pitch of it and work it down to that long on position for an easy single. But nice use of the feet and just getting to the pitch, playing with the spin, and picking up an easy single.
Yeah, everything was right about it. Holder is back on the field. He's in fact the lone slip.
Yes, but good bowling here by Warwick, and just bowling trying to be as tight as possible to Django. Sorry, to Otley. That one coming off a bit of an inside edge, but no harm, no danger. Just running down to the man at the square leg in the substitute Buffett.
It brings up the 50 for the Red Force. So the 50 for 1 now. Django back in strike. Again, stretching long forward, may have just turned into the left-hander, came off the inner part of the bat and went down towards the leg gully. And no run. The end of the over, 50 for 1, the Red Force.
Yes, another good over there by Jamel Warwick, but equally handled there by the pair. You know, we saw a little bit of movement by Django. He's used his feet to get to the pitch, and defensively we had a little bit of well, it's not a half chance, but a little bit of a creation. That one to Otley, but the two they're still there. The partnership between them now is some 41 runs, and the deficit is 57. So these two are going pretty good there, Colin.
Yeah, they are. 20 overs remaining in the day's play. And Cumberbatch is going to continue.
With 20 overs remaining, am I going to be home early today, Colin?
No, you're not. It's unfortunate, but you may get you may get 10 minutes off today. 20 past 5. But unfortunately, Andy, you're not going to be able to leave at 5.
I'll just call to say put the dinner date back then.
Put the dinner back?
Put the dinner.
Yes, yeah. Good call.
Another late dinner night.
Of course, if the two spinners start to bowl in tandem, that's going to quicken things up. But they seem to want the Pride want to bowl the quicker bowlers from one end and spin from the other. And until they change that and maybe have the spinners in tandem, we're going to go just past 5 o'clock. Of course, this is day 2. It's been another good absorbing day's cricket, hasn't it?
Has been. Must say, after that luncheon period, a good fight back there by the Red Force.
Wow. That's the thing with Otley. He plays some loose shots, and Django is going to have a word with him. You know, there's no need to do that. You could see the plan of Cumberbatch now. He's coming round the wicket. Sorry, he's coming over the wicket and angling the ball away from Otley. And he's on 37. He's batted well. Now is not the time to give it away.
Yep, the number of players who've gotten out in the 30s in this game so far, and he don't want to fall victim, but you can just see them, like I said, playing on the patience, bowl as wide as possible, and surely he'll come after them.
Yeah, that's too wide, though.
But that's pretty much the plan.
Yeah.
But he needs to be seeing, look, I'm at 37, I'm eyeing up a half century. Just wait patiently. Still 2 more days in this game.
Yes, and as they say, your shot selection is the most important thing. If you've got all the shots in the book, then you don't need to worry. It's when you're limited, then you try to play shots that delivery is not there. And this Cumberbatch now just going a little too wide. I think he's just got to get back on that off stump and try to pitch it somewhere in line with the off, and then take it away from the left-hander, but now he's starting much too wide of that off stump.
And if you didn't recognize that Dorridge, he's back. He's behind the stumps again, so he's back onto the park.
Which is good news for the Pride.
Yep.
Shane Dorridge has been in and out. Seemed to have had some issues and was called up for the West Indies squad to go to Australia, the camp, and all of a sudden, very strange, he pulled out. Yeah, and it's been around for a long time, Shane Dorridge. Any young upcoming keepers in the Barbados setup, Andy?
Yeah, we do have. Okay, there's some very excited keepers back home. There's a young guy called Rivaldo Clark. He would have played
Yes,
for the
yes. He was in the CPL.
PL, yeah. He's a good keeper. He's a young man who plays for Spartan team to Ron Gibson. I'm impressed with his keeping skills. So there are a few guys around.
Yeah. I'm not impressed with this spell by Cumberbatch because I understand what he's trying to do, but you can't be starting that ball so wide of the off stump. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, the onus is on the batter not
Well,
to get
yeah.
dismissed to this type
Right.
of bowling.
Yeah. Well, it's how much patience does Otley have?
Exactly, and this is all it is there. He's just playing on the patience. Craig's asked him to just continue down that line. And you saw the first delivery of the over where Otley was playing that big shot.
A full toss, he gets away with that.
Good.
So the end of the over from Cumberbatch and a maiden over at boot. So the Red Force, they remain on 50 for 1, 67. Yes, so 50 for 1 at the moment. Holder is into the attack. That's Shem Holder. Shem Holder is going to replace Warrican.
30 minutes, starting now.
So it's the off spinner. I've been calling for the off spinner because I think with two left-handers it should be interesting. How will Django handle him? Let's see, 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on. There's a slip and a forward short leg, and there's a long off, a man square at deep cover point as Holder around the wicket, and that one keeps a little bit low. Dorridge gives the impression that it may have been on the edge, but kept a little bit low, pushed through by Holder, his first delivery of this, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force second innings. And Django is playing it down to long off. So he's going to pick up an easy single as they were jogging and had to decide that they wanted to get through quicker for that run, and was forced as that ball was returned towards the wicket-keeper end, and Otley had to hustle home. And he got there safely. Total on to 51. And I'm not sure of that shot from Otley. He was looking to paddle sweep a delivery outside the line of the off stump as Keswick Williams has replaced Andy Payne. Keswick, the Red Force going along nicely, 51 for 1. And they've had their moments. Otley batting well, but every now and again tends to try to do something out of the ordinary. And one wants to think that if he just continues to play each ball on its merit, he would. He's on 37 already. He would want to firstly eye a 50 and then take it from there.
Well, firstly, Otley is a type of player that likes to feel the ball in his bat. Usually players like that will tend to always want to do something out of the ordinary because they want to score. Shot that he tried playing
That's
earlier,
a good delivery.
about 3 balls or so, that was way outside the line of the off-stump and trying to pile it on the leg side. So there's no reason for that. But the end of the over, end of a Shem holder over, score is 51 for 1.
Yeah, a good first over from him. He got a little bit of turn, beat the outside edge of Otley's bat on or two occasions. So he is going to be a handful, and I would think Warwickon is going to come on from the Willie Rodriguez end. So it's going to be bowling to Jangu. Jangu has been very patient indeed. He's on 6 from 32 deliveries. Very much reminiscent of how he batted in the first innings, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. A really a slow start from him. But it's very much okay with this start because there's a lot of time in the game. Second innings already. This is only the second day. Scored 93 in the first innings. Well calculated innings, I would say. So the start is not really the issue here now. It's how he continue. 32 deliveries already but he's still in the single figures.
He's going to pick up another single. That's good batting. He's not trying to go for the big shots and playing everything on merit. There's that long on. So once that ball is turning into him, he just has to go with the spin and drive it down towards long on, which he did very well. And I would think that Otley needs to he's a different type of player, of course, from Jangu, but maybe he just needs to take a leaf or a page out of the book of Jangu and maybe just wait for the bad balls. But he's not that type of player, is he? He tries to make things happen.
Sometimes you need those sort of players around. Players who could change things quickly.
Gets the outside edge. It's not going to run down to the boundary. Holder is giving chase and it's just going to pick up 2 runs, but it came off the outside edge from Otley. So Warwickon in his 4th over hasn't picked up a wicket. Didn't hardly bowled in the first innings. I think in the end he only bowled 2 overs. He bowled 2 overs, none for 3. Look at well, he's gone. Unbelievable catch there. Is that McCaskey? Well, Otley delivery spun into him and Otley turned it with the full face of the bat, and McCaskey he was in touching distance of Otley and just stuck up that right hand and it stuck. It's the end of Otley. You have to say a little bit unfortunate how he's got out. But McCaskey takes an unbelievable catch and Otley goes for 39.
Well, a while ago, I was listening to yourself and Payne, and he was saying a lot of batters find themselves getting out in the 30s and the 40s, not being able to make that transition into 50s. And we see it here again. How much players in this game have gotten start and not able to carry on. He's gone for 39. Well bowled, I would say, by Jamel Warwickon, because he set the field and he picked up a wicket.
He certainly has picked up a wicket, but you have to say that wicket belonged to McCaskey because it was a brilliant catch. Not often you see those type of catches there, Kesrick.
It went so
you
fast.
do. Yeah, it went so quick. It's the type of catch that it either sticks or he drops it, and that happened to stick. But again, fielding in that position, and I tell you, I don't like it when I say if I was fielding, I'm the last person going to volunteer to field there. But you've got to keep your concentration level very high, and you've got to keep looking at the batsman and the ball. It's not a situation where time you just turn your back, you can run into problems. But what a really good catch.
It's not really a place that I like to field. Never really fielded in my career, and I was very much happy that I didn't have to.
Yeah, it's
not my favorite position. And you always find it's the top order batters find themselves in that position.
Yes. Well, that's why you know they in front of the bat they call it silly mid off and silly mid on because it's really a silly
silly.
position. But that forward short leg should also be silly forward short leg because it's another position that is really and truly never know who invented these fielding positions.
What about the cow corner?
Yes. Yeah, cow corner. Yes. That kept a little low outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, it's they've come in with cow corner all of a sudden. Yeah, and there's no cows. And if you want to talk to an American who comes around, you tell him cow corner. The first thing he's going to say to you, well, where are the cows? It's a very strange name. Don't know who came up with it. But they come up with a lot of things, these commentators on television, and not yours truly, that is, that I'm not speaking of present company. The end of the over, 54 for 2. Remember, they started with this back of a length. Now, I knew it as short of a length. It suddenly becomes back of a length. No, it had me confused because I wasn't sure if it's short of a length and what is back of a length. So every now and again you get these new type of descriptions. Yes, and yeah, remember slower ball when Keswick Williams first started was a slower ball he used to bowl. Now he's taking the pace off. Yeah, it's
Well, the thing is, the cricket is changing. You just have to change with it.
with it. Yeah, I suppose so. You're right, but
Still have a long way to go.
oh, for sure.
You probably might not need Empire 10 years from now.
Oh boy, I do. Well, that was just outside the line of the off stump. Django left it alone. They look at I'm not sure what the appeal is about. Is it leg before taking the top? If it was, it may have just taken the top of the pad. I think Dorich is indicating that to Holder.
Probably
Yeah,
just
well.
AI in the future.
Yeah, well, with both cricket and football, well, you know, something I don't like either is this umpire's call. When I tell you, I hate it, and because you know, my point is, if the ball is going to flick the wicket, so it's going to flick the outside of the wicket, but Hawkeye is showing that it's flicking the outside of the wicket. It's hitting,
The
but the
percentage
outside.
of the less percentage of the ball is hitting the wicket.
Right. But if the umpire gives you out, you're out. If the umpire says not out, you're not out. Now, my argument to that is if the ball, I don't care which part of the wicket the ball is hitting. If it's hitting and Hawkeye says it's hitting, then you gotta go with Hawkeye. Or don't bring Hawkeye into it at all. Is Django's gonna get a single? And it to me, you know, I don't like this umpire's call because it works for you one day and it doesn't work for you the next day.
Well, that discussion will take very long. But I could remember Virat Kohli making a point on that specific decision making in terms of umpire decision and the ball going on to hitting the stumper and the projection and stuff like that, and he mentioned that he doesn't mind. He mentioned that he don't care where the ball is pitching or whatever, as long as it going on to hit the stump, you're out, right? And he made that comment, and then I think Nasser Hussain
That's right, Nasser Hussain countered it. Yeah.
He had a short video. Well, that's the end of another over. End of another Shema Holder over, 55 for 2. He did a video and show reasoning behind or supporting, you know, the technology and the umpired call and stuff like that. But I'm in full support of if it's going on to hit the stump, then you're out. I can remember back in the day, probably 10 years ago, when it just came in, as long as it hits the stump, you're out.
Yeah.
But then all these technologies and stuff like that came into play, and then just brings so much complexity to making a decision now.
Well, when I first queried it, I was told, well,
Make things
then
so
then you don't need
complex.
umpires. What you need umpires
I
for?
just said sooner or later we may not need
Yeah.
umpires. AI.
Yeah, you did. But no, my point is that the argument is that you must have some human element in it. So give them. It's like VAR with the football. The 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 once the referee makes a decision on the field, unless VAR can absolutely, without hesitation, say that's a wrong call, you stay with the decision because they want the human element with the referees. And it's just like with the umpires. They're saying, well, if you're not going to take umpire's call, well, that's swept in the air for a while. And McAllister, he started to run towards it, thinking he may have got a catch. Did he get a little bit of a top edge? Well, he picks up 2 runs. Django. He's now trying to push it on a little bit with the loss of Otley and the new man Mohammed at the non-strikers. And you could see him just trying to get on with it a little bit here. Django. He's got to be careful though.
That shot was played off the stump.
Yeah, it was.
Came across the line of the off stump and tried to sweep it behind the fine leg. If that had missed, it would have been a corner.
Good bit of fielding. That's work and giving it a little bit of air and saying to Django, well, if you want runs, you got to work for it. Quicker delivery. Flatter from Warwican. Picked up his first wicket when he got that wicket of Kishan Otley for 39. Django looking full of... Sun is out here, but Django looking full of concentration. So that's a nice, hot, sunny day. Another one, give him some air, and Django not using his feet, opting to play from the crease. So it's the end of another over from Jamal Warwican. 5 overs now, 1 for 14. And the Red Force, 57 for 2. Django and 10. Mohammed yet to get off the mark. We're going to have a bit of a drinks break because the 12th man and the umpire, he's coming on with drinks for his 2 colleagues. And the pitch is going to be swept. And when I say the pop-in crease by the bowler's run-up will be swept off. And the dust being swept away as... the crease will be remarked at this point in time. So while that is going on, we as well will take a bit of a break here at the Queen's Park Oval with the Red Force on 57 for 2. They still trail by 50 runs. So we're back after the drinks break here, and Shem Holder is going to continue. And he is what? In his third over, none for two. Bowling to Jason Mohammed, who's yet to get off the mark. But look at the pressure. A slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, and a short mid-wicket. All in catching positions. Just waiting for that mistake from Jason Holder. From Jason Mohammed. Whoa. Jason Holder's at first slip. And Mohammed looking to flick this. It's not going to get off the mark, as that one seemed to be pushed through by Shem Holder. So 50 runs still needed, and the Red Force would be hoping that at least they wipe off that deficit today, and they're going to get a single.
Not just wiping off the deficit, also keeping wickets in
That's
hand.
right, not losing any more wickets. I think if they can go in at the close of play, say 110 for 2, they would be very happy. But even if they lose one at 110 for 3, it's going to be really, because not much batting to come. There's Joshua De Silva, Tion Webster, then the bowlers. Well, Imran Khan is a bit of an all-rounder. So there's not much batting left. I think a lot will depend on Joshua De Silva to get a big score. And these two batting, Django and Mohammed, I think those three. And Tion Webster, of course, got 100 in the last game, so he's no rabbit.
I mean, you would definitely say he got a brilliant delivery in the first innings.
Oh yeah, that's
From
for
an
sure.
experienced campaigner in Jason Holder. So you can't really blame him too much. Imran Khan as well got a beautiful delivery from Jason Holder, and Mohan, the first delivery of the day from Jason Holder, is bang on target.
Yeah, he looked very much out of sorts today. Vikesh Mohan looked as if he was still shell-shocked from that first innings, first ball that he got. And never looked the part, never looked comfortable when he came out today. Single for Django, so he goes up to 12.
Really slow start from him in this second innings. A lot will be dependent upon him and Jason Mohammed to get them past that 110 mark. Well, to take that lead, to take that 46 runs away. That's the left. Still trailed by 46.
So the end of the over, 61 for 2. The Red Force, 46 runs needed, and they're going to be looking at that. What do you think is a capable score, Kesrick, to give the bowlers something to bowl at in terms of the fourth innings for the Barbados Pride? If you had to bowl, what would you sort of say, oh gosh?
Looking at the batting lineup that the Pride have, we have Dorridge coming in at number 8. So it speaks volume. Warwickon is not someone that you can really say that he can't play. He's one of those batters that he looks really awkward at the crease, but he scores runs. He scored a 40 last game. So the most important thing is it's not how you look at the crease, it's the amount of runs that you scored. So this batting lineup, I say, can be a troublesome one. So anything under 250 might be a bit easy for them, I think. But then you have to consider how the pitch is playing. But I think they have a really good batting lineup. And you did mention you don't think Trinidad will bat as bad as they did in the first innings. So I don't think Barbados would bat as bad as they bat in the first innings as well. I mean, they bat well, but I think this is a batting bunch that can get better.
I would think that they would need somewhere in the vicinity between 250 and 275. Of course, if they get more than that, it'll be a bonus. But I can't see them able to, if they give Barbados Pride anything less than, say, 175, 180. I think 170, if a loud appeal goes up. Not out, he says. Wow,
Wanna
that
take a look
ball
at that.
seemed to be angled into Mohammed. He pushed forward at it. And is that umpire Duguid or umpire Crawford? But
That's umpire do good.
that's umpire Duguid. And he said not out.
You're good at words, Colin, so I'll leave you to say what you want to say. I'm good at looking. Don't really want to
That
say
was a
too
quicker
much.
delivery from Warwick, and that was angled into Mohammed.
I'm
Did the umpire think it was, where did he think it was going?
You just
Kesrick?
asked me a question I'm going to ask you. You're putting me on the spot here, Colin.
No, I'm just fine. I'm not
I
sure.
always
So I have
mention
to
to you.
ask you when I'm not sure.
I always say that you're good at words. But now you're trying to make me sound like I'm good at words. But I'll say what I have to say here. I mean, it's pitched in line. It missed the bat. I'm sorry, but... I'm sorry, Jason, but...
Well, he's bowled him. Well, it doesn't make a difference because that ball spun. There was Mohammed coming back, and he was looking to turn that ball on the onside. It spun away from him, hit the off stump, and he goes back to the pavilion, bowled by Warwick for 2. And all of a sudden, the Red Force in real trouble at 62 for 3.
Well, there's a God. And the reason why I said that, is because I was just about to say something. But then I don't have to say it.
That's right. I don't think you should say it. I thoroughly agree with you there.
Sad way to go.
It kept a little low as well, and it turned. I think Mohammed just didn't know where that passed.
I mean, at the end of the day, Colin, I mean, it's for me, it's not about who you're backing, whether it's Barbados or Trinidad. It's not about who you're backing. It's about good cricket.
Yeah,
and
you're
at
right.
this level,
Absolutely right.
At this level, the umpiring should be better. And I would stand on that any day. No matter who the umpire is, I would say it. The umpiring needs to be better at this level, because this is the level. After this, you go straight into international cricket. The umpiring at international cricket is a lot better. So if batters are getting off when they are hit plumb in front, they would not get off at the international level, because there's the technology up there is I mean, I'm speechless, because it's getting, because we have seen a lot of decisions last week that we could have talked about, that we did talk about, as a matter of fact. And same thing this week again. So I think that the umpiring at this level just needs to be better. And I'm not hitting the umpires.
Yeah, you're just talking in general.
This is our cricket. It's not my cricket. It's not West Indies cricket. It is our cricket. All of us are West Indians. And for us to be performing at the highest level, we need good players, better pitches, and better umpiring.
And I couldn't agree with you more. The end of the over from Warwick, and a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of Jason Mohammed, bowled comprehensively for 2. And the Red Force, they're 62 for 3. The captain has come in, Joshua De Silva, and so much depends on this pair now, De Silva and Jangu, to carry on. And Holder is going to continue. Shem Holder is going to be bowling the off spinner to the left-handed Jangu, yet to be dismissed by the Pride. 93 not out in the first innings, and he's there again. 13 not out in the second innings. He's faced 47 deliveries. Just 13 overs left in the day's play. So we're going to very likely finish on the dot at 5 o'clock. And we may very well get more than 13 overs in, but you never can tell. Jangu's really batting well, isn't he? He's just looking so comfortable. Tell you, it's the best I've seen this young man bat. And I think it will do him the world of good if he just understands this is how you play the 4-day cricket. This is how you bat in 4-day cricket.
And I think that when Django, not Django, when Golidu comes back, they should find a space for Django in the side.
Yeah. Well, it depends on at that point in time, the way things are going with the openers, especially Mohan, who's really had a double failure. Will they now promote Django to open the batting? But I think he doesn't want to go back into that position. Or do they bring back Gooley and
He's I think he opened in both innings in this game.
well, yeah, you can say that, but it's always a psychological effect, though, when you batting at number 3 as opposed to number 1 or 2. Yeah, but it may very well be likely that to push him back to the opening position and let Gooley come back at number 3. But it's a good decision. It's for the selectors. Of course, there's also young Cooper, who started the series, played in the first 3 matches, didn't really score. So a single so far off of the first 5 deliveries of this over, or the first 4 deliveries, sorry. A single, 2 from Django, 2 from Da Silva.
Still think that Shem Holder is probably bowling a touch
Too quick, yeah.
Too quick, too flat. Needs to give it a little bit more air, probably a little bit slower. Give it time to turn. You can push to some deliveries because the wicket is pretty slow. But you must find a way, you must understand what you're doing, and there must be reason behind what you're doing. End of another over, not a bad over. 66 for 3.
I liked how the 2 batsmen, they were working the ball around nicely, just looking, pushing it into the gaps, picking up the singles, rotating the strike. And that's good. Of course, Da Silva, very experienced now, the West Indies wicket keeper, started here at Queen's Park, playing in the second team. And the second team, in fact, played in Division 1. Dominic Drakes was in that team with Da Silva, and he's worked his way up from that second team into eventually the first team, and then into the Trinidad and Tobago team. Started as an opener with the Queen's Park team, and was doing so well. He was promoted to the first team just as an opener and not the wicket keeper. There's a player called Balgobin, Anthony Balgobin, who was the wicket keeper for Queen's Park at the time. And Da Silva came into the team as just an opening bat. And the first time I saw Dominic Drakes, and Vasper Drakes had sent him to Queen's Park. Of course, Vasper Drakes played for coached Queen's Park at the time. And he wanted Dominic to come here and sort of get the experience of playing at a different level and outside of Barbados. And he was rooming with a Guyanese player who played for Queen's Park at the time. The name, just can't remember the guy's name. Searles ring a bell? A band?
Javon Searles out of Barbados.
That's right. He's Barbados. Javon Searles. Yeah, he was playing for Queen's Park at the time as one of the overseas players. And Dominic Drakes was rooming because they had rented a little apartment or a flat for them. And he was staying with Javon Searles. And I would have thought he would have learnt a lot of his cricket from Searles.
Really good player as well, Javon.
Yeah. What has become of him?
He
He's
still do play. He
still-
still play master cricket.
he's playing with
he's-
Mary Boys now. Oh, I didn't realize that.
He basically lives in America now, so he plays most of his cricket in America. Play a lot of the Masters League. He just came back from Sri Lanka, so he's doing pretty well for himself.
That's good. Yes, he was with TKR for a while, but I remember his contribution to Queen's Park was excellent. Opened the bowling, was always picking up a couple of wickets, and then came in lower in the order and smashed it around.
Again, that turn from Jamel Warrican. Just passing Zachary McCaskey. Only one. End of another over is 68 for 3.
So, so they, 68 for 3. Andy's telling me that Javon Sills was also a very good footballer.
Played for Barbados as well.
Yeah. It's now so difficult when you're a good footballer, because again going back in time, and when you had your seasons, January to June you played cricket, and June to December you played football. I was telling Kesrick about the West Indies football team, and he never knew West Indies had a football team. But that's way back in the late 50s when they actually toured England. And I don't know if heard the name Alvin Cornell. He brilliant footballer. He went with the West Indies football team, but never played cricket for the West Indies. Played for Trinidad and Tobago, and one or two people felt that he was good enough as well to play for the West Indies. But he, of course, the quality of batting in those days, you had to score basically 100 every other innings to get into the West Indies team. But he was a super footballer. And had a left-footed, and so every time he said he had the ball out just around or outside the box, and don't let him shoot, get him off of that left foot. That's a lovely shot from De Silva. It's probably not going to get into the boundary rope. It does. So that's well timed. That's a very good shot. Just leaning into it and driving. Of course, De Silva didn't score in the first inning. Was out the very first ball. Big question mark about him, because the feeling is, and I've got some pictures where it seemed that Cumberbatch had bowled a no ball. But again, we don't have the technology to say to the standing umpire, hey, that was a no ball. Stretch your right hand out. So De Silva, a little bit unlucky. I thought against the Volcanoes as well, he got an LBW decision that the ball seemed to be going down the leg side. Gets a single here. Because he knows the conditions very well at the Queen's Park Oval. This is his home ground.
Well, he should feel comfortable playing at your home ground.
Yes.
Playing first class cricket. Scored a half century in the last game, but that shot he played a while ago, a couple of balls ago, class was written all over it. Sheer timing.
So these two seemingly now just taking the time and milking the runs. This is good cricket. As Django now gets a single. Django seems to be coming on nicely now. He's more less seeming, he's a little bit more comfortable and able to work the ball around.
Looking at other games here, Colin. The Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Island Volcanoes. Guyana batted first. They got 308. Windward Island Volcanoes in reply 113. Guyana batting in the second innings 125 for 1. Tage on 64 and Tevin Imlak on 60.
Yeah, well, both iron hundreds, but Guyana very in really a good position.
Commanding position as
Yep.
we see an end of another over. Score is 76 for 3.
Yeah, they lead now just 31. And I was saying that these two need to, just 10 overs left in the day's play, but so we're probably going to just go until 5 o'clock. And but these two, then from a Red Force perspective, these two must bat out today if Red Force are to get anywhere close to giving Barbados Pride, I wouldn't say a stiff target, but at least giving the bowlers something to bowl at. Because come third and fourth day, I don't see it going into the fourth day. But tomorrow, I would think this pitch is going to be a little bit trickier to play on.
Tell you what, I'm not sure how long it would go, but cricket is being played on the day, and I'm not sure. It probably might get into the first day if both batters decide to sit down and bat. You never know. It's cricket. Cricket
Yeah,
is
that's
being
right.
played on the day.
It's very true.
Just the second day, we could see a massive turnaround tomorrow from Trinidad and Tobago.
That's well run. As De Silva played the ball, he moved and took off for the single. So 77 now for 3. De Silva is into double figures. He's on 10. Played that lovely cover drive a little earlier. But other than that, he's been working the ball nicely around the field and picking up the singles. And I think Django is following suit, which is good cricket. Looking to drive that ball, just comes spinning slightly into him, taking the inner part of the bat. It's gone off to have a little bit of a rethink. That's well played. Quicker delivery from Warrican, mixing up his deliveries nicely. Very experienced Jamal Warrican.
And that's what he's good at, varying his pace. Something very similar to...
We could be in trouble. Let's see. Well, McCaskey again at forward short leg. They think they had Django, but Umpire Crawford thinks he got back in time. Well, I tell you what, Zachary Logie McCaskey is brilliant at that forward short leg. And De Silva is having a word with McCaskey, probably saying to him, come on, don't do things like that, I beg of you. Because, but Django, good awareness from Django, isn't it? Because when he realized the ball had not gone past McCaskey, he turned and he dived. Bat outstretched.
He's really good in that region, I must say. Good eyes, good awareness.
Well played, well bowled by Warrican. So it's the end of the over. De Silva 10, Django 18. Red Force battling here. 77 for 3. They still trail by 30 runs. And I'm going to take my leave, Kesrick, and I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of that gentleman out of Barbados. I'm not sure which part of Barbados he's from. I can just tell you he is from Barbados. Maybe he will tell you one day where he's actually from. Andy Payne.
Well, Jason Holder has been reintroduced. Score is 77 for 3. Still trailed by 30 runs. Good to have you back in the box, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Kesrick. Yep. But you see Jason making his way back into the attack. He bowled some 5 overs earlier, Kesrick. He picked up that early wicket. But you can see the pair were looking a little bit more comfortable against the spin bowling. So a good tactic by Craig Brathwaite to get Jason Holder in for a spell. And if you remember yesterday evening late into the session, Craig Brathwaite himself, he was going great, and as Jaden Seals came back in, he picked up that wicket. And you know, you at the back end of the day, when you think it's all just plain nothing in it, the pace bowler could impart something for you.
Well, he's your main wicket taker. He's your most experienced player as well. So he would understand how to go about closing a day's play with ball in hand. He will know the errors he has to bowl. He will know what he have to do to try to present the opportunity to pick up a wicket. So I think it's the right move, right decision. Try to get a wicket before the day's play. Another wicket here for the Pride would only cement in their minds that we're getting closer here to really getting a victory.
Yep.
As I mentioned at the starting of this game, after we saw what they did in the first session, we already mentioned that with them, if they could come out victorious in this game, it will bring another twist to the table, open up the table.
Yep. And so far, they've put themselves in a good position, the Pride. So I think if you had a pie chart here now, you've seen that they've really taken the majority of the pie.
Speaking of pie, the best pie I ever had is in Barbados, Mr. Payne.
Yep.
I don't know what you guys do there, but it's very delicious.
Yep. The pie there is made for us. We really enjoy it, and everyone who comes to our shores, if we always tell them, if you don't have our macaroni pie, you haven't had our dishes.
Yeah, I think that's your national dish. That's flying fish and macaroni pie in Barbados. I lived there for a while, so I know what I'm telling you. It's the best I've ever had throughout the Caribbean. I'm not gonna say anything about curry as long as I'm in Trinidad. I know what that's gonna be like. I may lose some fans, or I may lose our producer and his support.
You may lose some meals as well, kids.
I
Right?
probably may lose lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I have to watch what I'm saying when I talk about food in Trinidad and Guyana. I cannot mention food and Trinidad and Guyana in the same sentence.
No. Yep. But on that, against Jason Holder, he's been pretty accurate so far in this over.
Something that you would always expect from him as well.
Yep.
And he will weigh you down as a bowler. That's the thing. So it's like Craig Brathwaite, who will weigh you down as a batter. He would weigh you down as a bowler because of his consistency. First over from Jason Holder. Finished. That's his sixth over. Score is 77 for 3.
Yep. Another maiden over bowled there by Jason Holder. He's now bowled some 6 overs. He's also bowled 4 maidens, Kesrick. So as we continue to speak about his accuracy and how his patience as well. He just bowls there or thereabout and just wait for you to make a mistake. But it's this partnership, this pair, if you look and see what's to come, you have Tion Webster, who would score a century so far this season. The last game he played actually. But I'm thinking that the Pride, they just was said, let's get one of these here before the end of the day. Seems Seems like Warwick and he's going to continue. He'll be bowling to Django. Django, who's on 18. He's batted some 61 deliveries. He looked pretty solid. I mean, he's continuing from where he batted yesterday. So he's been the linchpin in this innings as he was yesterday.
We may see Jason Holder and Jamil Warrican bowl the next 7 or so overs to complete the day's play.
But rightfully so, there are two more experienced bowlers in this Pride team. So if the captain's asking for a wicket, who better than to go to his experienced men? Good single that. Saw Django playing that one up to mid off. Coming back a little slow and getting off his mark. But easy single in the end. Good response from De Silva. But I'm sure Warwick, and he might be happy to bowl to the right-handed De Silva, trying to take the ball away from him at this stage of the innings.
Well, with the amount of purchase this pitch is giving now, and Warrican put a lot of effort into his bowling, he would definitely prefer to go to a right-hander. Zachary again in the game. That one probably just hitting his boot. No run though, but when you have a feeler like that in front of your batter, silly point or short leg, it makes you kind of tentative to come forward, because anything in the air.
It does. But Warwick is giving it a little bit of air, and rightfully so. Just getting De Silva on the front foot, especially with those two men under the bat, silly point and the silly mid on. Bit straighter this time and faster, Keswick.
That's the delivery that I'm talking about. He will spin it across you a couple of times, and then that one that arm ball that just continues with the angle. End of another over, 78 for 3.
Yeah, but today's play, as you can see, very interesting play. I said today would be a moving day in the cricket, and it has been a moving day. The Barbados still went on to acquire that lead. They've come back in the second innings. They've now picked up some 3 wickets to Red Force. They're still trailing behind by some 29 deliveries. So the game is, in a good position for a result. You just still got some 7 overs remaining in today's play. As you see Jason Holder, he's going to continue from the Bernard Pavilion in. He'll be bowling to Django, who's batted yesterday throughout the innings, you can say, because he came in at the dismissal of Mohan after the first delivery of the day's play. He batted to some 93 runs not out, and here he is again on 19 not out. So he's been doing the bulk of the batting for this Red Force team.
He has a big job to do. First, past that lead, still 29 runs to go. So if both batters can overhaul that lead and then start to put on some runs. One was well played, well controlled as well. We don't get 4. Shamar Holder doing chase. Jason Holder, not one that we, when we mention pace, we mention his name, but he's not too bothered about that. He has been like that for years, and he still continues to take wickets. Still continues to dominate first class cricket whenever he do play. He's no more into league cricket, playing a lot of league cricket now. Another one pulled again, this time in front of square. 4 runs again to Amir Django.
Lovely shot that by Django. Jason Holder again. You can see him putting the effort, trying to push Django back, but Django, he was even to the task. He was equal there. He was back on the back foot, waited for that one as you see him to replay. Yep. just putting the effort and a good shot played it in front of the wicket for yet another boundary and 4 more to him. He moves up to 25. Kesrick, but a very good shot by Jangle. He's been there for some time.
That one just really guided down to backward point. Didn't try to go at that one.
And again, you can see what Jason's done there. That one had a bit more bounce, but that one was taken a bit wider this time. He was hoping that he would go for another, maybe another pull shot, looking for the top edge. But well played again there by Django.
A quick single, not needed. Really not needed. Misfield by skipper Craig Brathwaite. It was a quick single. He got there in the end, but it really wasn't a quick single that you needed. They got there in the end.
Yeah, you can see all the hands on the heads of the Pride team. This thing all Brathwaite had to do was pick that one up, and Django, he would have been in some trouble, but he didn't gather it cleanly enough, and Django was able to get home. But as you said, Kesrick, was that quick single really needed?
Don't think so. You have already gone 6 or 7 or so the over already. Just punked him for a 4. Still 2 days of cricket left. Pain.
Well, that would not be a dismissal that the Pride camp, sorry, that the Red Force camp would be very happy with at all if that was to come to fruit. But the overs come to an end. No alarms on that final delivery to De Silva. So 85 for 3, and there's still 6 overs remaining in today's play, Kesrick. So, Wicket, he's going to continue.
No surprises there that he's continuing as well, because him and Jason Holder both picked up wickets. He picked up 2. And Warwick and Jason Holder picked up 1. The senior bowlers in this team. Warwick just picked up the last wicket of Jason Mohammed. Also,
It's not going to be working, as you can see them all gathering here now at the bowler's mark with Captain Brathwaite.
there's a change.
It is going to be a change. Shem Holder, the off spinner.
Kind of surprised, but he's bowling to Django, and there's a little bit of rough for the left-handers, and knowing that Shem Holder, is going away from Django, just probably giving him something different from a different end.
Yeah, could agree. And Warwick, he's bowled some 8 overs to point. He had 2 for 18, and you remember he would have only had 2 overs in the first innings of the game. So he's given away now to Holder. Holder will pick up 3 wickets in that first innings. So yeah, like you said, there's a little bit of rough outside here to the right-hander. Could also be the option of Warwick coming from the southern end to finish off as well.
Really nice, punched out to long off. Not much harm done, just a single.
Yep, Reefer behind there.
I think Shem is a bit guilty of, but he's not too full. He's a bit too fast to the air. But mind you, he works a lot on his cricket. Just happy that he's getting opportunity now at this level.
Yeah, and he's picked up a few wickets. I think he's just into now this being maybe his 3rd game. He haven't played them all, but he's got probably about 12 wickets so far to his name, Kesrick.
And that one just flicked down to the fine leg boundary. Wouldn't get 4.
It's coming too. But on that occasion, you can see him slow that one up a little bit more, and you can see Joshua De Silva getting the inside edge.
And that's the thing, when slower you bowl on the wicket, the ball spins a lot more. But because because the nature of the wicket is playing like this, because it is so slow, you have to push, push through a little bit every now and again. Sorry, but you can't really continue to push it through. You have to, take the pace off somehow to like how Jamel Warrican is bowling. He's not pushing all through. He's not bowling all slow. Carey Pear is doing that well on this pitch. Jamel Warrican.
Yeah.
And these guys are experienced campaigners who have been playing year in, year out.
That's correct.
Just
So, yeah.
something that Shem needs to work on.
Yeah, he just needs to vary his pace a little better on this pitch. See, he was flat again, and this time down the leg side, Storage had no chance. So flat and down the leg, and it's gone past the keeper for 4 byes. So that's not what we're asking of him, Keswick. You said you would like him to bowl a little more in front of the batter with a little less pace on and allow it to spin. So the Red Force have moved up to 93. The deficit is only now 15, 92 for 3. A little partnership between these two. They've put on some 30 runs as well. The Silver, he's on 12, Django 27. Another short and flat one. There's no point in place, and you can just see the Silver using the pace on that delivery to guide that one behind the point area for 4. So yet another flat, fast delivery from Shem Holder, and the Silver. He was able to use the pace of that one and play it down to third man for 4. So the over comes to an end with that as well, and the Red Force have gone up to 96 for 3. Kesrick.
Just 11 runs. Trailed by 11 runs. They want to try to get rid of that this evening, which I definitely think they would. Come tomorrow, they can start to build on a lead.
Yep, but like we said, Holder guilty of bowling too fast and flat, and the last delivery there, Joshua De Silva just using the pace of the delivery and able to work it down, to the third man area for 4. But just as I thought, Warrican, he's going to finish it up from the southern end, so he's just made a switch in ends pretty much, and maybe he's a bit more comfortable bowling from that end. Warrican or Craig Braffett just wants him to, try to use the rough outside, like except for this side, for the left-hander in Django. But if it can give you a rundown of the innings so far for the Red Force in this, the second innings, Otley, he was caught by McCaskey off Warwick and that for 39. A good catch that at that silly mid-on position. Mohan, he didn't look the part. He didn't last very long. He went leg before wicket for Jason Holder for 4. Django, he's still there. He's not over on 18. And Jason Mohammed, he was bowled by Warwick for 2. And with him is the captain, De Silva. He's not up on 10. And if you look at the bowling figures, they read for the Barbados Pride. Jason Holder, he's bowled some 6 overs. He had 4 maidens. He's had 1 for 4. McAllister bowled 5 overs for 19 runs. Cumberbatch 4 overs for 16 runs. Warwick, he's had 8 overs. He picked up 2 wickets for 18 runs. And Shem Holder, he's bowled 5 overs. He hasn't gotten a wicket today, but he's also conceded 18 runs. So it's going to be Warwick to bowl to Amir Django. He's on 27. That's it. With 5 overs remaining in today's play. Warwick, another good delivery by on target.
You can see how slow he's bowling. But whenever he wants to bowl that one that is sliding across, he puts a little bit more pace onto it.
Yep.
Because that's sometimes the ball that he looks to get a wicket with. His length is always ever so good. He always bowl at a unpredictable length. Makes you wonder if he should go forward or come back.
Yep. As we said, he's been around for some time. Jarrell Working, very experienced campaigner. Again, a very flighty delivery and not much pace on it, Keswick.
Something that I haven't seen in a while, which I just saw from Ahmed Jangvi, is batters using their feet to spinners. I think a lot of batters just always seems to be blocking spinners now.
Yep.
Especially I'm talking for regional cricket here in the Caribbean. I think standing and deliver is a thing that we're more accustomed to now than using our feet down the track and punching it for ones and twos. The thing about Caribbean guys, as long as they use their feet, they need to go big or they want to go big.
They want to go big.
That's the end of another over. End of another Jamel Warrican over. Score is 96 for 3. Still trailed by 11.
Yep. But it's good to see when your batters can, try to get the pitch, just try to pick the ones and twos, rotate the strike, just change up the field positions. It's not always have to be the big shot when you get there, Just take the bowler off his length. But it's good to see young Jangu using his feet to work, and it's going to be Shim Holder. He's going to continue from this pavilion, or commentary booth in the media center. He's going to bowl into the captain, De Silva. Getting a little bit on the short side. De Silva able to get onto the back foot and just pull that one down to Lawan, where Raymond Reefer. He's patrolling the boundary down there. Just single. Sure, the Pride, they would like to take one of these wickets with them, as we say in cricket terms. Take one with you. But the Red Force still have other intentions to try to see the evening out. See the change now, Craig Braffett. He's going to come over to the offside. Deep mid wicket comes into straightish mid wicket. Let's see what Jim Holder going to bowl. He saw this turn on that one. So all he needs to do is just slow it up a little bit, and you can see the purchase that he would get, Keswick.
And that one was actually fuller. Django just coming across, opening the face of his bat, just running it down to third man. Well, backward of point. Yeah. Kamabash doing chase. Just 2. Bringing down that lead. Still trailed by 8 though. Trying to pick that off this evening, Red Force.
Bit of purchase again, you can see it just spinning away as he bowled it a little fuller. But you would like to see a little bit more variation coming from, Jim Holder. It's flat again, fast outside the off stump.
So you're getting purchase whenever you slow it up, and I actually tried to spin it. I'm just wondering if as a spinner, if you prefer to see the ball not turn, or you want to see it turn. As a spinner, I think you would want to see it turn. So whenever you bowl slow, it turns. Whenever you bowl with pace, it just continues with its line. So it's according to what you want to do, because as a spinner you want it to turn. But that's the end of another over. The score is 99 for 3. That's the reason why you're a spinner, because you want to see it turn.
So,
As I said, I find a lot of off spinners in the Caribbean. They tend not to turn the ball much. He's one of those players that I know that can turn the ball, Shem Holder.
and that's exactly what you like. You don't want him going away from that arc. You want your off spinner to be able to spin the ball, especially as the ball gets a bit older, as the game progresses and go into back in the day 2, day 3, you want your spin bowler to be able to come into play, and you want to continue to be able to spin the ball.
You
Right,
don't
good.
want to be so casual on your back foot to a German Warrigan, because he does have that faster one that can slide back.
A ball again, a little bit of ear on that one.
He's one of those bowlers that dominates the first class level.
With that as well, he's also played some 15 test matches for the West Indies. He's got some 46 wickets.
He's one of those players that I think really have a hard time at the international level in terms of selection. But he's the type of player that doesn't let it bother him too much. He just go about his business. And I'll tell you what, when you're performing and you're not getting selected, or whenever you get selected and you're the first person to get dropped whenever something happens, it tends to mess with you. Tends to, you're not motivated anymore, but to come back every single day and continue to work hard and do what you're supposed to do takes a lot of dedication. It's the end of the over. It's 99 for 3, a maiden over by Jamal Warrican. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets.
So, it's going to be Shim Holder. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jangu, but we hope to see him being able to give it a little bit of air, just slow it up a little bit here, because I'm sure Jangu, he wouldn't be looking for any big shots at this time in the innings. He just wanted to see it out for the end of the day, come back tomorrow.
Sometimes that can put you in a shell and run you into some problems.
Flatter one again, quick on the quicker side. Jangu, he's just happy to come onto the front foot and play up the pitch to Craig Braffett, who's in that short extra cover position.
Actually, they were in a similar position yesterday. Barbados at 99 for 4, I think.
They finished it there at 99 for 4. Score here being 99 for 3. Still another 10 deliveries probably remain in today's play. Well, with that single, that brings up the 100 for the Red Force. They're 100 for 3. The Django just playing that one, just tucking that one behind square for an easy single. No one in that area to prevent any chance of a run. So the Red Force, they're 100 for 3. They batted some 34.3 overs for that 100. So another quick delivery there by Shim Holder. But Keswick, I'm sure as the game progresses, we're sure he would like to slow it down to get some purchase. As you've seen Warrican doing, he's varying his pace, Warrican, but Holder seems to be a little bit on the flatter side throughout the whole innings.
Yeah, and it's all about understanding your game and understanding what you're good at, and also understand how to get wickets at this level. Warren can definitely do understand that. He have a lot of wickets at the first class level, but sometimes it's just doing what your skipper asks, and we're not sure what his skipper is asking of him. So the most we can do is probably just, give advice and add things to his cricket that he can get better at. But in terms of plans, we're not sure what plans are being made on the field.
Yeah. Certainly, you was being given a role. That's correct.
But I'm pretty sure that whatever he's doing is justifiable. Jamal Warrigan giving the ball again. This probably might be the last over of the day's play. Yep, I mean Django on strike. Kevin Wickham just going into leg slip. Just Kevin Wickham at leg slip and Zachary McCaskey at short leg.
Yep. Interesting field. Or I couldn't look to turn this one into left-handed Django. Change the angle. Still coming around the wicket. That one played where the leg slip is, but all along the ground. So as we said, he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, well ball. Given a lot of error that time, Kesrick.
He's definitely looking for a wicket, I can assure you of that. Probably the last over before the end of play. I must say, given again what's happening this second innings with Trinidad and Tobago, Amir Django is actually playing a good hand. He's on 30 now, looking to finish the day's play. I hope that I don't give him that commentator's bug. But he has played well in the first innings and the second innings.
Yeah, he's just carried on from where he's left off in the first innings. Remember, he was left not out on 93 in the first innings, and here he is occupied the crease here for some 188 deliveries and he's faced so far for his 30 runs, but he's really settled down and give the Red Force middle order some stability.
Well, this could be trouble. And the guys are shouting. Jamal Warrigan took his own time to set this field. He moved the skipper from point, bring him to leg slip, remove Kevin Wickham, and we see a replay here. Not sure what that hit, but then the reaction from Ahmed Django is saying different here. I have to look at the mannerism here from Ahmed Django.
The player, yeah, the batter.
Barbados Prize look very disappointed. They would have a lot to say after this game.
Certainly, Kesrick.
I want to see the replay again after this delivery. Because he took his time to set the field and then produced that delivery. It's the end of the day's play. But I want to see that everybody went up. Sorry to the viewers for the graphics that blocked your view, but there you see it again. It's the end of the day's play, but that delivery from Jamal Warrigan, the reaction from Ahmed Django alone says a lot. The reaction from the fielders Look, they look so dejected.
Oh, look.
Not
that.
really sure, but then that reaction alone from the batter speaks volume. Jason Holder having a conversation with Crawford at the end of the day's play. Red Force is 100 for 3. Still 7 runs behind. Ahmed Jangwa at the crease on 30. Skipper Joshua De Silva on 17. Jamel Warrican picking up 2 wickets and Jason Holder picking up 1. So it's the second day, the end of the second day here in the regional 4-day tournament between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride in the 5th round of this tournament. As we leave here today, myself, Keswick Williams, and Andy Payne and Colin Murray will see you here tomorrow, 10 o'clock sharp, to continue proceedings. Have a good day.